That's not normal. That is. Same. Austin, check your Google Drive and check to see, yeah, your shared, files that are shared with me or whatever it's called. And there should be a Modern Warfare, yeah, because he has you on here as an editor. Okay, so now we've got the ability to pull Team International stats. Okay, cool. So I would say, how do we want to run a show then? Love that. I think we throw the individual player stats like after Search and Destroy or something like that before map 3. So we don't. Right. No, we didn't. The other question is, what individual stats do we want to pull that aren't maybe just KD? That's the other thing we could do with this. We could do that. Because technically speaking, just for your knowledge, Colin, like the way that we could do this, if we have a one-player individual stat that's like built into the run of show, like after map 2, we could technically modify that to be whoever's playing well in that series. Like, you could flex that as the series is going on instead of premeditating everything. That's more of a reactionary asset. You know what I mean? But we can pull his control stats if you want because he's got an unreal 1.23 KD. Super. I don't think so. Those stats look good, by the way, Colin, I think. Yeah, we would just build in a, oh, yeah. Sport, is that color code for Nave? Is that, did I not edit it correctly on the sheet, or is that a mistake on your side? Nave's got like a yellow background. I'm wondering if I messed up or if you messed up. I didn't realize you were late, I'm not gonna lie. Thought you were here the whole time. Well, clearly, if you just showed up. Well, everybody, happy hump day. I had to double check myself. I'm still in this mindset where I keep believing that elites are on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and I was like, today's the first day. Is today Tuesday or is today Wednesday? But it's happy hump day. Mike. That's what day it is, Austin.
Wednesday? Elite day?
Playoff day? It's playoff qualification
day. That day, too. I was going to throw that in next, all right? You just have to give me a little more time. By the way, I'm liking your shirt a lot. That has some goddamn pop to it, Alan. You were looking very, very good in that shirt.
I was feeling feisty.
Oh, feeling spicy? Feeling a little flair today? I'm here for that. I'm ready for some flair.
I'm here for the juice and the sauce today. If you're from College Cod last night, you'll appreciate that. We've got some matchups today. It's the final day of round-robin group play before we jump into the first day of playoffs tomorrow. And there is a lot on the line for both Europe and more so North America as we get things going for our round 5 of the round robin. Of course, in my whole shift, that's Visions. Pardon us for our hijinks and hilarity on our opening, but don't pardon us at all. Just get used to it. We've got an interesting day just in front of us because this is the last match for every team. And for our opening, you kind of see it at the bottom, there are a lot of playoff implication matches to kind of get us through today.
Right. I mean, right off the bat, you got a decider for who's even going to see playoffs for day number 2. So there's a lot riding on today for a lot of squads that just have either not shown up yet or have almost given us enough to kind of, put them into that playoff contention. So we'll have to see how things are going to pan out, but also fighting for some first seeds potentially too here versus Team Notorious. So there's a lot that could end up shaking around here throughout.
And taking a look at our standings just to kind of give you a lay of the land if you had not watched any of the first couple of round robin phases. Team Notorious. Look, we talked about it a lot last week. This is a team that I thought, had a lot of potential going into Boston and maybe didn't fully live up to it, but boy, they are playing some COD here in Season 2 of Elite. Noctum, that's actually the Grandmasters team, formerly known as Grandmasters. They got picked up by Noctum. They've also been really impressive, right up in the top for some maybe manipulation of what happens for the first 3 seeds.
Without a doubt, Noctum, I think, has been one of the biggest surprises, at least for Group A in my mind. They have just taken it by storm. They've looked so good while doing it, and they are that squad that I think a lot of people just did not expect to look this strong, and it's because of their backline with the help of some great shot calling from PD, man. Watch out for that squad, and like we said, they have a chance to be able to potentially rival Team Notorious here for that rank.
And looking over at Group B, things are, again, a little bit more clear-cut here, so to speak, although there are some implications for possible multi-team tiebreaker situations. Just looking at the teams that are currently stuck at 2-2, but also Clutch Rain at 1-3, still do have a chance to kind of make some waves, at least as far as the seeding is concerned. I don't believe that even with the tiebreakers of maybe a multi-way 2-3 setup that they have a chance at getting into the playoffs. But the interesting thing about it with their matchup, which we'll be able to kind of at least kind of keep an eye on throughout that second slot, is that there are some possibilities to where if they, were to beat Team Falcons, and there's some things that happen above them, that there will be some tiebreaker situations with the teams that currently find themselves near the top hand side. So that'll be one of our matches that we'll take a look at in the second slot overall. And hey, the thing about that Group B is that the movement is still going to be pretty variable. And one of the things that we learned after Season 1 with the new format being an 8-team double elimination bracket compared to 4 is that seeding really can make a huge difference between starting in like the 2nd seed versus starting in the 4th seed.
Absolutely. I think a really good example of that is Team Notorious throughout the first stage, right? Where they just could not really get off the ground once they got into playoffs, and you lose that first match, and right away, you're in the lower bracket and, backs up against the wall. Never a spot you want to be in, obviously. So it does matter a lot, man. Getting that first seed, just getting kind of, off the ground, getting that first match win, I think always huge when you talk about anything to do with playoffs.
Well, let's take a look at our featured matchup here for our first slot, La Nave del Mysterio and Team International. This is a win and in situation. So for La Nave del Mysterio, not a great season for them here so far, comparatively to Season 1. And we'll talk maybe about the reasons why that may be the case, but Sucre, Yako, Rencor, and Super all back. And I was about to say better than ever, but that would be false. So, it's one of those things that with this roster, I think we're at a point where we can finally say it. Somebody has to help Super because he's continuing to be an undeniable top performer in EU, but the rest of the team is just not standing up to his level and where the bar he sets is at.
Yeah, it just hasn't been there, and it's really surprising when you look at players like Sukari and Yako, especially after the season they have throughout Vanguard last year. I mean, you're looking at these individuals, you're thinking, okay, they have takeover potential, and we've seen glimpses of it throughout the year, but we have not really seen it at all throughout stage number 2, and it's obviously been a problem. A lot of this weight falling on Super. Rancor has actually, been a little bit of a standout, probably doing a lot more than what we're used to seeing. So to me, in my mind, this certainly has not worked out for them, but we'll see if they can try to put something together and at least get into the playoffs.
On the other side of things, though, again, win and in situation for both of the teams that had Team International. And the interesting thing about this Group A was the fact that we had, a lot of teams that came through the qualifier were in this group. So we knew that there was going to be at least one of the 3 teams that had made it through the qualifier that was going to make it to playoffs. But the fact that we may have 2 teams out of the qualifiers that may make it to playoff would definitely be a bit of a switch up. Jumbo, Runner, Sean, Trouty, these guys had been, I think, just, a threat in the cups, kind of trying to get to the top 8 week after week. Not quite able to do it. They really start to shine in the first cup that we had where there were no elite teams allowed to perform. And then through the qualifier, they look pretty solid, and they find themselves, unfortunately, at 1-3, but still a chance to qualify.
Still a chance to qualify, and I mean, that is probably the best thing you could possibly ask for. Players, I think on your screen, like Runner, for example, has been a driving factor in, getting some of those series wins, the one that they have, and keeping a lot of those maps very close. So, I mean, there is a very strong possibility that they can take out this LaNave team without a doubt with this roster, and with, at least some of the plays we've seen from this squad. There is a lot of potential built in here.
Well, taking a look at both of our 2 squads, of course, we just mentioned that both teams are 1-3 through their first 4 matches here in Elite Season 2. And, well, the thing about it is it's really been kind of lacking in the 2-3-5 for both of these 2 squads. You look at Team International, just 20% win rate in the search and destroy. That's not going to cut it. And let's be candid, that's where things are going to have to step up if you're Team International and you want to find a way to qualify, because you can't be 20% win rate in search and expect to do much, and even if you were to make it to the playoffs.
That's really the big focus here. Have to try to find a little bit more success in S&D, and I think that comes from, everybody stepping up in that mode. It really doesn't feel like it's one that's worked out for them as a squad. But altogether, I mean, really even, right? When you kind of just break it down, like it isn't too much of an S&D win percentage differential for LaNave. So there is certainly potential here to steal a lot of these map modes away throughout the squad. It feels like they are basically the exact same run.
And looking at some of the players to keep an eye out for this series, again, it's one of those that we often take a look at the top performers, but it felt a bit more apt to look at the players that maybe would need to step up today if their team were to qualify. We could sit here and sing the praises of Super all day, all night. We've done that probably maybe more times than we care to count, but look at the search and destroy KDs here. For both teams, like you mentioned, it really is just, it's 1-4 to 2-3 in the search and destroy records between these 2 squads. And you look at those search and destroy KDs for both Yako and Sean, not finding a terrible amount of success on entry. And I think that's the biggest thing. When you look at a player like Yako in particular, you expect him to kind of be running forward and trying to create the opening first blood engagement to be favorable for your squad. Whereas for Sean, we really haven't had a ton of time to watch him, but it feels like he's trying to run the exact same type of situation, trying to be one of those first guys in.
Very well could be, and I mean, you have to see at least a little bit more improvement. There's been just too many games I think we've been watching over LaNave. Yako has 1 kill, 2 kills even, and as that entry sub that you feel like can get really aggressive. We've seen that takeover type of potential from him throughout last year. It has not been there. And then for Sean, well, obviously the exact same thing, like you said, has probably been happening. Other than the respawns, that have been, at least solid for the most part within the hard points. We got to see these 2, I think, really step up. And if we get one of them that step up, that could be the difference maker for whoever gets that last playoff spot.
7% opening duel win percentage for Sean. So,
wow,
that's not very good. 7%. 7? You're going to give me 7? Memes aside, it's one of those things. We saw this, over the course of all the teams that made it through qualifier. Being able to get yourself into a position to even fight and get your play off the page in search and destroy seems to be somewhat of an issue for teams that struggle in search right now. But enough of talking about those 2 players. Let's take a look at our best of 5 series layout. Again, win and in. If you're joining us here late for LaNave and Team International, we're getting a Fortress Hardpoint, our Mercado Search, and an El Asilo Control to kick us off before we go back to Mercado for potentially the map number 4. Anything pop off the page here for you, partner?
Well, I think the good thing is that you've been able to at least get rid of the embassy hardpoint that we've seen played a lot there for Lenave. So I think that's a really good sign coming into the series layout. But at the same time, I feel like we've seen a lot of fortresses for Lenave, and they've played a lot of tight fortresses where they have just missed out by, a couple of seconds. We saw it even be a factor throughout stage number 1 for this squad. So I think you're coming into a map that you've been familiar with, but you haven't always closed out. So I think this will be a really good one to set the tone, since both squads at least are even when it comes down to the hard points.
Yeah, it's curious to see that Embassy wasn't vetoed for Team International. It just simply wasn't picked by Lenave. And yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, they're 3-0 on the map. And on average, they win by a full hard point, about 60 seconds. So it is a bit peculiar to see them not go that direction. And Fortress is allowed through. That seemed to be just based on the records. Fortress and Mercado. One of the two of those was the hard veto for Lenave throughout the group stage up until this point. So maybe something learned over the course of the last 4 or 5 days, and they want to try to flex it out here as an opportunity maybe to get themselves in towards playoffs. So lots of things to kind of look forward to and maybe to learn about both of these two teams. And just looking over Team International, they're going to love to see this Fortress hardpoint. I mean, they're both teams are 3-3 in hardpoint, but 2 of the 3 wins come on Fortress hardpoint for Team International. So you come out, you win this first map, you're setting yourself up for success without question.
Yeah, and I mean, you really do want to kind of start off versus Lenave with that map 1 win. I just feel like, especially when we talk about kind of, how S&D has gone lately, it's a little bit more of a coin flip. I think that, puts a little bit more emphasis on grabbing that first map and being able to put yourself up 1-0 and maybe not have to feel at least the wrath of the pressure going into the second one. But we'll have to see, man. When you have 2 squads that are just both 1-3 and both just haven't lived up to their, overall potential that we have kind of set for them, it just kind of leaves a lot of question marks in your mind on, okay, like can they do it? Who's going to step up? Is this the super show? Is this the runner show? It really comes down to, I think, just individuals that you're picking apart when you look at these teams, which isn't something we're used to saying, especially when we look at least the top half of the elites, right? It's very more team oriented. So you got to see who's going to step up, man, on the day. And you feel like Lenave is the squad that's going to have to do it, or they're certainly going to be making some changes.
And that's I love that you go down and finish your point with that last subject, because we're seeing that happen across the board at the moment. Because you're absolutely right. If it's not working by now, it's probably not going to work. You need to get all 4 players on the same page. Let's see how they all start off, though. Lenave, Del Mysterio, Team International qualification match, the last year in round robin. Fortress hardpoint. Let's get it on.
I'm here for it. Let's see who kicks off with the map 1 win. Sets the tone for the series so far. For Team International to be able to get themselves in. Of course, on the unfavored side, we talked about Runner being one of the top fraggers. He's already off to a nice little fiery start here, 3-0, but good team push comes through. Super will find the trades, and that will basically be a wipe outside of Sean, who is able to get himself right back in and finds a nice exchange.
Yeah, it's a nice little key 1v1. It's going to opt to really allow the Team International squad to maybe just invest fully into this P1 time, but follow up, not as clean. Runner, unfortunately, a team kill on Detroit as everyone was stacked trying to fight for that last bit of scrap time. But look at the spawns. And, Nave have no idea that Team International spawn top left-hand side. Have to put together a response quickly here. Kind of panic mode. Emergency alarms all coming together all over the place. And for Team International, it's just about trying to hold your lives as the hardpoint opens up at Gallows.
Yeah, not easy gunfights. You have to find kills in the back right now. And Trotty, nice little move there. Peeks at the back, finds the double. Rancor now feels, of course, the pressure of having to try to make something happen all by himself, but might just try to group up with his teammates and actually attack and break this from the side. Don't worry about the back. Let's just break through the front. And well, that will give a chance for Lenave to at least get in for some time.
Team International still blocking these spawns, making their way back through munitions around the backside of Gallows again. Here's the gunfight. Sukri staying alive for just long enough, but Runner gets the double, and with that, again, his teammates spawning very close by, and with that, Nave are going to turn tail and run. 20 seconds of scrap time going to be forfeited off this play, and this is what you're worried about. Keep an eye to see as the kills go through who still spawns old. At the moment, it's Rencor who does win a 1v1, so even though Nave kind of forfeits some of the scrap time, they're kind of forced to have to play through the exit, and at least on the good news side of things, Sukri does get a couple of the kills to try to lock down some early time here at Fountain as it opens up.
They do enough through mid to at least stop the initial push, but now Super, look what he has to deal with here, and yeah, he realizes it. My teammates aren't here. I can't really confidently chow out the multiple members, so able to flood through, gate up the back end of that spawn, and that will be the break. What a moment here for Team International. Just about 10 seconds in, they'll control the back, and now it's Lenave that have to find a way in.
You know, the more and more we watch this map, the more I feel like if at 20 plus seconds left, it's not even worth it to set up for new, because the spawns are still so volatile behind P2. It almost makes sense to try to hold the scrap time from the front of Gallows and try to spawn trap a little bit, because Team International essentially get away with murder here. I mean, Nave turned tail and run with 3 members off 25 seconds of scrap time, and they didn't get a single second here at Fountain. Not good news here for Nave early, as now the play on the exit is allowing Trotty to kind of play forward. Tough gunfight with Super, and will eventually back down, wait for a little bit of help as the move towards Cannon is underway.
Move towards Cannon is trying to come through. Finally, Trotty able to get himself in. Well, good defense at least being put up there for Lenave, but they don't really get the first, early seconds of the time here. So now Trotty can actually contest much earlier than expected. He's able to find himself one. Super will do a good job of at least shutting him down. Now working through the back. Jambo trying to see if he can maybe influence those spawns, but has to get through 2 Lenave members, stunned up, locked down, should be finished up, and he is. It's still chaos in the point, though, as Runner's able to find 2, but Lenave hold on for now.
Team International are making life so difficult, though, for Lenave. I mean, all these battles that are happening around the hardpoint have made sure that Nave have to keep throwing numbers to cement their setup. And finally, at about the 35-second mark left on the hill, they get the setup. So now it's just down to, do you hold this full scrap time, as Team International are trying to throw a couple of members at this, trying to finesse some of this back time. Sean around the outside of the back doors, has Rencor busy, and the kills come through. So again, it's just one of those situations where they don't get the full break, but look how difficult life has been made with Team International, just hitting everything all the time, always.
Been fighting. Trotty's been off to a nice start here, too. 14 kills now for him. Be able to combine for the second, but Lenave, how about it? That's a quick break. They're able to just fly out through the middle of the map. Runner wants to try to keep, some of this P2 control in his favor, but he does not have the support with him just yet, and Sukri will be there to clean him up. So another good moment. Lenave starting to chain some hills together, starting to really rack up some time. It looks like they might be good for the lead swap.
And that all comes on the backside of just a convincing kill feed in a lot of 50-50 gunfights. So about a tie game, 25 seconds left. Team International spawning through Fountain side. Are able to reinforce Blacksmith just a touch easier, especially if you could push off those ARs, which it looks like they've successfully done. And now Trotty's already thinking about new, and I love the timing of this road route. Cleaning up one from behind, at least able to help out onto Rencor. That once again just creates this extra little bit of space that Team International just freely gets scrap time with, and they've got numbers here to try to contest new. I love the tempo that International are playing at.
Now just need the kills to follow. Tempo looking for toes, looking for legs. He is good for the first. That will allow him to get into Lenave. Ready to attack again, but can't get through Jambo, who's now on 5. It's a read on number 6. Sukri just flies out, and he is just finding freebies at the moment. Nice moment for him. 6 in a row. Streak is earned P1 time. Just going their way. That's a clean break right back for Lenave, as they now got some numbers around P1.
Yes, so here's the way that we could summarize this first rotation so far. Team International are more proactive on the map, and they're making all the right reads, all the right kind of calls in the moment. But Nave are helping themselves out by getting some convincing kill feeds to correct their mistakes. It's keeping them in this game, because at the moment, the trend does seem to favor that of Team International as far as how they're moving around the map, including this moment right here. 12 seconds of time remaining. Jambo just trying to anchor towards the back, but the problem is the second hardpoint not open yet means that Team International are spawning all the way out. They're going to have to hit through old. Fortunately, Trotty does pick up a clean double, gives an opportunity for a chance for Team International to still contest new.
Moment here for Super. Has a chance to really lock in the spawns, but not the case. So now Rencor kind of left on the time all alone here, trying to figure out where they're looking to break from. But they're taking their time on this break. So Lenave actually able to maybe assist, but the kills, they are just not convincing enough. It is 4 down the other way. Finally, Team International have a really good moment. And this puts Lenave in a tough spot. Do we rotate? Do we hit old?
It's the same situation that they were in last time, and I don't think you can rotate here. There's still so much time to fight for. I get that you don't want to give up the P3 side of the map, but at the same rate, you also cannot afford to give away 20 full seconds and maybe be in the same position you were last time, where you don't get the spawns because someone gets across the map and blocks you. 13 seconds of time here. Still remaining. Team International will get to about 180 points, and here comes that moment again. Nave need to get kills on this rotation if they want to hold a setup for P3.
And they have Sukri just outside of the point too, so he could also just get a lot of information on where the push is going to come through for Team International. Last time they broke, Sukri is still causing problems for them, and he really delays things. First 10 seconds, completely uncontested into the back of P3. Now the full spread about to come through as they start to work into maps, but have not really been able to find the kills. It is just all being lit up right now from Lenave. They are in firm control, looking solid so far. As
a cruise missile called in, it forces Super out of his position, watching over to topside maps. Now the hit is on. 30 seconds of the fight for Nave. spawning close, but not necessarily in. Runner with a double, leaves Rencor by himself, 4 in a row for him. Killing spree maybe next up, but stunned to beyond recognition means that his teammates have to come through, and what a double from Sukri. He had a slow first week of Season 2 last week, but he's played well here, 21 and 20, getting a little bit of scrap time going for his squad.
Yeah, almost there to turn, too. He gets a little sound cue, trying to track that player down, but yeah, Sukri has looked much better. He is in his usual form that I think we're used to seeing out of him. If we get more of it, Lanave might be good to close it out, but it's still a very tight game as another fight comes through in the back. Spawns look to be there for Team International, but it's the P4 hill that is completely open for time up until Lanave are starting to find kills in and around the point. Sukri's got good control up top with the AR. This is the setup that you want. Now just need to continue to defend.
Sukri just trying to create time for his teammates to get here. Every kill would be a good kill. Oh, and how about it? Sukri on 4. Cleans up 2 in the process. Nave Del Mysterio. First, maybe convincing setup for them in back-to-back hills. Runner from the front. Denied. Sukri on 5. Possibility for a cruise missile here for Nave late in the game. Lead starting to grow. And you've got just distractions all over the place. Super mid-map. Sukri looking for streaks. Teammates all around to help. And in the meantime, not a single second was really forfeited over to Team International, including these last 5.
Sukri is just still desperately looking for kill number 6 to earn that streak. He's had shots into Jambo twice now, and Yako might finish him off when he does, so kind of steals away the 6th kill, but still has a chance to be able to get it. P5, of course, opened up. Team International will get the first touch, but Lanave looking to just overwhelm mid, try to swarm the point, and well, it's working out. 2 kills come through, make it 3, another clean little break comes through here for Lanave as they're over 200 points.
Sukri does get shut down, though, as he tries to assist the Hardpoint. Team International with numbers and kills back onto the hill. Rencor, Semtex will not land, neither will the stun. The trophy system keeping Runner safe. Help is on the way. Sean's actually pushed pretty far forward here. He could zone off any potential contestants from the front. Rencor commits. He has to try to make a move, and he just simply does not know who to shoot at. Team International, what an unbelievable set of breaks this is, and a chance to take not just maybe the majority of time here, but they're going to get to new with the lead.
Yeah, and look at this position here. Trotty is going to pop the dead silence. Might be able to find that first kill and then maybe just fly into the building. We'll see what he decides to do. Yako, though, is going to spot him on that little shoulder, but he still wins the battle. The teammate from Sean that takes him out in the end, but it is still Lanave that are able to at least break through. And yeah, you have to worry about these spawns in the back of P3, so you can see why Team International are trying to flip the map, and so far, it's working out here for them as Sean is alive and trying to make some moves.
They're looking for Rencor. They know he's missing. Runner gets the kill. Now all of a sudden, Nave Del Mysterio on the back foot. Down just a marginal amount, but spawning in the worst possible position. Sukri's going to hit a route, try to get around the back for an eventual P2. Team International cannot win here, but boy, will they be close. So you have to still contest this as well. Sean's trying to get every second possible, and Nave still not spawning in. It's time to go. You got to make a play.
Have to make a play here. You have to try to push through, and it's going to be player 4, Rencor, maybe the one to do it. He comes from behind, and Rencor off screen finds 2. Rencor gets in from behind for 3. Take a look at the spawns. Now you're looking in the back. You have numbers here from Lanave, but P1, it's all in control of Sean up until Super takes him out. Now we have Team International on the point. Lanave have to break.
International just trying to reinforce. Shots from Super decent, but this is all individual. 242, 215. Trotty trying to block off the front door. The break attempt from Rencor shut down. Last 2 members alive for Team International will likely create enough of a perimeter. One more contest, though. Oh, they get on at the very last second, and now there's numbers here for Nave.
I've seen this before, but are they going to be able to hold? Team International need 1 single second, 1 good break. And they're going to take their time and actually work around the back here to see if they can do it. The kills are coming in. Lanave are collapsing. And Team International will stay strong on one of their best map mode combinations as they get map number 1.
That is exquisite discipline from Team International at the end. No need to panic. Essentially, they just needed to contest for 2 seconds at worst and play for 1 second at new. So don't just forfeit lives. Don't just run in there thinking you're going to be the hero to get the last second. Break it down, force Nave to have to not just hold tightly, but it would also put pressure on them trying to string the old time at 2 back over to Fountain. That is absolute mature gameplay from Team International and a key map 1 win in a game where, again, we're just going to kind of revisit the conversation. The trends were favoring how Team International were playing that map throughout the majority, really up until a couple of those final moments where Nave gave it their all.
That's right. Yeah, Lenave had a couple of good moments. I think on P4s, like specifically, that was the only hill I feel like they really kind of locked down. But in the end, I was almost thinking Lenave had it with Renkor's 3-piece in the back.
Yeah.
I was thinking that was the flip of the spawns. Now they can cut the map. They can cut off that rotation and maybe still fight for some of that P1 time. But my goodness, Trotty, Runner, I mean, they just found so many huge moments, especially in the end there, to then reopen the middle of the map back up so they can start to get across and contest P2. But I love that call at the end, man. Just take your time. Don't panic. Don't just try to run through the front of open and the gate. Let's try to work around the back, slowly collapse and break them down.
Yeah, it's really, really mature gameplay. And something that I feel like if you've really watched along with Challengers Elite and you deal with a team that's qualifying to get in towards the season overall, those are moments where the mistakes happen. So, again, impressive stuff from Team International to keep their composure and get themselves into a position to make sure they don't give away anything and make a critical error right as soon as you're at the finish line. So, a great first map. Again, it's going to be a grueler here for both these two teams coming into the series. 1 and 3 overall in their groups on this, the final day of round-robin play. And the real overall sentiment is you win, you're in, you lose, you have to try to go through requalification again, which if this second season of qualifiers leads us to how anything will maybe go throughout the year, you don't want to be in that qualifier. Lots of good teams didn't even get a chance to even see the qualification match due to how good this EU region is. But stepping away from that conversation into what's current, Team Notorious against Noctum up 1-0 and in the search and destroy as we take a live look in.
I would take a live look in little 2v2 for round number 1. Sniper, of course, out for Maple. That is just tradition. Can't have a search and destroy without this man with the scope in his hands. Just wouldn't be right. Metals trying to work through for player number 4, Rezi. Don't think he's ready for this. Metals is just going to be able to pounce out, and Maple finds his teammate. Should be easy cleanup. And there it is. Team Notorious. They will grab round number 1.
Yep. And this Team Notorious squad has been good everywhere. That's the scary thing about this team. And kind of revisiting the conversation we had when we were looking at the standings is it just felt like a matter of time before Team Notorious hit this form. I think I expected it to happen a little bit earlier. I think you were kind of in the same page, like watching their early exit from Season 1 playoffs because of a tough bracket. It's like, all right, they're going to learn from this, be better at Boston. And it took them a minute, but boy, have they showed up here in Season 2. Keep in mind that this Noctum team is also a qualifier squad formerly known as Grandmasters, and they're still fighting for an opportunity to possibly see themselves near the top of the group.
Very much so. Round number 2. Team Notorious, this is something that we see quite a bit. Just a widespread across the map, try to work through connector, see if you can maybe work a flank behind B or just open up this player that's watching mid. Of course, that's Aroma. Looks like he gets a tag on the stun. Might be able to escape. No, Eric just pounces out. Now the map is completely open. So much work you have to do here for the defense, and it is not working out 2v4.
Weeman in a little bit of trouble here, but steps away from it just long enough to get a little bit of assistance, and now the 2v4 goes to a 1v4. Rezi, who's been really good this season, I will say.
Yeah.
Well, Siggs is trying to put together something a little spicy. Trying to get the quick scope off. And Rezi says, let me find out. Picks up the scope, sub as a secondary, so to speak here. But a 1v3 needing to defuse? I don't know.
Especially like this bomb site. Well, as soon as he drops down, probably will drop. Had a good chance, though. Eric will make sure there is no opportunity. And yeah, man, like I see this a lot from Team Notorious where they just work the map. They try to find like the singled out player, the isolated player that's kind of watching mid, right? Like he doesn't have any support. That trade probably not going to come through if you find him. So as soon as you tag him up for long range, it is just a nice clean play for Eric to fly out there, find it. And as soon as you eliminate that player watching mid, everybody else on the either lane is like, oh no, where do we go? What do we do?
Yeah, exactly. All right, so 2-0 up, Team Notorious. Comfortable things. Eric Boom off to a good start. 3 in the last round, 4-1 overall. And knocked him on the offense. This time they will have things like dead silences and trophies to possibly use. Siggs down low. Trophy keeping him safe from a stun. He's going to throw all of his utility to make sure no one is playing for an early plant, while the rest of Team Notorious are really heavy stacked for this mid-cross. Weeman's trying to see if maybe anyone tries to threaten Maple, and meanwhile, how about this timing for Metals? Free kill on the opposite side of the map, and now Noctum are going to feel really trapped here at A.
Yeah, you feel like you're going to probably have to try to plant this, but Maple has the cross, and, well, Eric just cleans up too, and that's the round. As he might be able to get one in the back, but unless they start running at him one by one, this feels like a pretty difficult situation. They're even going to take away space. Man is going to chow. They are chowing one by one, actually. Oh, he finds that kill into Maple. He exits with his life. All of a sudden, it's a 1v1. A little dicey, but Team Notorious still good for the final kill.
Yeah. And a cool little defensive setup there from Team Notorious as well, just kind of changing things up. I don't know if Maple is seen with the scope down low by the ladder alleyway, but that's what he had the whole way through. Just a trophy to keep him safe, nades to try to give him a little bit of space, but a lot of that stack up was hoping that there was going to be enough help from Wee Man and Eric, and of course, naturally it came. Eric on 5 in a row, 6-1. Hell of a start through 3 rounds, I'll say.
Yeah.
And now on the offense with Wee Man actually just going to kind of feel things out over towards the archways. This is a 4-man stack for Noctum mid, and Eric Boom has gotten the read. Metals following up. Oh my goodness, how have they picked this apart?
I mean, this is unbelievable. They are just reading them down to the beginning of the round and then ending it 15 seconds later. That is just unbelievable. I mean, there is a possibility for a numerous amount of flawless rounds coming through here for Team Notorious. They've only just lost one because they go for a nice little ego tally, try to finish them off. But this is just as clean as Search and Destroy gets, Al. And this is 4-0, no answers whatsoever on the other side so far.
And that's just a complete random blind counter. I mean, I don't know if Wee Man, the kind of rogue player over to Archways, gets information, or if maybe Team Notorious had designs for their opening utility to be thrown towards couches, but Noctum got completely entrapped through the middle of the map. And now back over towards A, this time aggressive. Team Notorious are nowhere to be found in the middle of the map, though. And if you're Team Noctum, you have to read this. I would hesitate moving much further past this point, though, because Notorious, they've spun their web. They're trying to trap you. In the opening, First Blood gets traded out. Eric trying to tilt the odds back to Team Notorious, but it's Noctum who come away with the numbers in a 3v2.
That's right. Oh, Maple does get a glimpse of that. Cross gets another look, and he'll connect with the shot. Maybe for a second, no. Rezi over the top of the bomb is there. And that puts now Metals into a little 1 versus 2. Dead silence pop, but the timing here could be interesting. Metals might get a read on this rotation and could still come behind the play. Just a matter of, will he decide to play the 50-50 or rotate?
I think he's trying to play for the cheekiness of, if they commit to A, I can get both from this position. The problem is they are not going A. The plant will happen here at B, and Metals will not have dead silence to try to recontest this. So a very difficult 1v2 on the way. And for Noctum, they're also kind of without intel. So do you decide to just hold on top of the bomb or set up a post plant a bit more reserved? They're going to opt to play on top of the bomb here, Austin.
Yeah, they will. There is a lot of entryways into the site, so Metals could potentially bang this door open, find one, but of course, position going to be known. No dead silence to stop the sound cues, and now Metals' only real option is to fly in there. Hopefully fry both of them. That probably shouldn't happen. Metals, though, does turn it into a 1v1. However, the time, he's just going to go for the hop. He's going to go for the hop here. Aroma's going to have to check. Might be able to get here in time, and oh, does he get it? Oh, Noctum get the kill. My goodness, that's as close as it gets.
Oh, my. Every muscle in my body was tensed up because Metals, I thought, had made the right read. And maybe the kill cam gives it away a little bit, but, man, the call, it was just in the nick of time of, oh, he's on, go get there, because it was fractions of a second. But the flawless run comes to a bit of a pause. Noctum get on the board. But boy, they need to show us a lot more than that because, simply put, Team Notorious are still in firm control of this map.
Yeah, a possible situation there for Metals, too. And almost manages to make it work. But let's see what Noctum are able to do here on defense. They've had not the best opening engagements this time. Finally, Petey's able to get a little bit more involved here. Be able to find his second kill, and that might slow things down, but the bomb's moving pretty quickly over to A. Eric might be looking to try to drop this bomb, but you can get it down safely. It's still a very winnable round as he's going to go for the stretch.
It's tough because he calls the cruise missile in as well to open up this space. So here comes the plant. Maple's just on an aggressive angle, and somehow Eric gets the plant and stays alive. Now Maple can just try to watch and make sure that Eric stays healthy, and he actually pushes through. Wee Man cuts the cross. How has this been allowed to happen? Not a single kill? Rezi finally gets one, but it's a 1v3, and Noctum's defense gets pushed back by a cruise missile and then never show a sign of life again afterwards? That's puzzling.
Yeah, it's really a little bit tough. I think Eric just gets himself in a position that maybe they don't expect him to cross after planning. I feel like you almost always have to assume that there's one on your side, especially as that bomb goes down and no one's watching mid, but they kind of allow Eric to make a play. Some kills follow right through mid, and yeah, I mean, that's a 4v3, right? PD gets the first blood. You're thinking they're in a good spot, but you mentioned the crews just kind of pushing them back and just giving them, I guess, enough of a window to be able to get that bomb down safely and no one checks.
Man. I mean, with numbers, you have to be able to get back involved. Especially considering that the cruise missile was called like a minute beforehand. That stunt was weird. Did it just bounce
back? I don't think it did, but it looked like it did.
It sure did. It looked like it
Rubber
like double doinked. Hit off the top bar, came off the bottom crossbar. And now Eric Boom is deep. This is being watched. His teammates are trying to help him get through. Metals, though, drops. Now Eric needs to make a decision. Do we cut through bar? Do we hit around the back? And, well, the decision was a bit haphazard, and it leads to even trades. 22 seconds. Team Noctum, though, is setting their post plan up in bedroom. And for a moment, I thought that both Weeman and Sigs were going to be able to push through to try to contest it, but Noctum respond. Stay alive.
Stay alive. Little 2-and-2 defensive split there. And it's a full wrap that, comes through in the back. So I feel like you're fortunate enough to make sure you don't have all of your numbers on that side of the map, because it was just a full-on team push. But they're able to win out on some of the trades just as soon as you have to deal with two players on your side of the map with 20 seconds left. It's a prediction game. It's a guessing game, hoping you get a peek. As long as you don't peek, don't make any mistakes there once you get the bomb down. Usually an easy round to clean up, and they're able to do that. But so much more work required here, Alan. 4 more rounds, of course, would be needed for this Noctum squad.
And to be fair, Sigs has been completely uncontested when he chooses to pull out a sniper rifle. So there's so much variability that Team Notorious can pull, including this little curveball. Hit through rugs. Nice trade from PD. Pushes forward to get 2. That will stop the play in its tracks, or so you would think. But Maple, feeling eager, runs right into PD, who's now looking for the ace and may have it. Metals is right around the corner. Doesn't necessarily expect him initially, but does get the sound cue. And as Metal takes down 1 elimination, this 1v4 is on the way. Possibly 2 more to find.
And he comes through. How about it? Was that PD that got the final kill?
Yeah, I think so.
That's an ace. That's an ace out of PD. I mean, that is just come into the restaurant. I dare you to. And yeah, PD does finish it off. So that slow 1-5 start, now 6-6, ace in the round. And that 2-piece was everything to shut down this push. And he's the only player to do it. If he gets traded, I mean, this site is also completely open.
Yeah, absolutely agree. So maybe a lifeline starting to be built through PD. Again, you don't expect the cruise missile to find much kill potential, but the ability to manipulate the map off the score tree could lead to some advantages if it were to be earned. 3-man hit, though, for Noctum. Very rapid over towards A. Maple sees this with the scope. It's that same defensive setup in the mid where Wee-Man gets 1. Eric Boom, though, does get pushed off his angle, or does he? The secondary challenge is there, but the trade is right there in tow. So now 2v2. Kids off the dead silence. He's got Metals very close, wrapping around the back, and there's not a lot of help here. Kids just has to get a read, and he may have just had it.
Yeah, Kids. Oh, it gets around the wall in time, so both teams get an idea of at least where one member is. Metals actually follows through. He tries to get here to maybe kind of get on the same side of the map as his teammate here. Maple's just going to play the very back of the map. The bomb, of course, still very much down on A, and that sniper is still in his hands. But 35 seconds left. You're forced to try to grab this bomb and see if you can get it down.
Time does favor Team Notorious. Defensively, though, they will have to play retake just based on these positions. So Noctum is going to drain the clock. And every second that gets passed is another second where Maple seems to think that they're not coming B. So he's now started to lurk a little bit further forward, but once again, Team Notorious, we're waiting for the plant to play retake, and there it is. 2v2 we go.
Metals over the top, not going to find any value. So Maple 1v2 required here. This comeback still very much in effect. Unless Sigs can put it away, waiting for shoulders. Nade's coming out. Looks like his position might be known. He's going to have to put the pedal to the metal. Shot's going to tag him up. Easy cleanup there. Another big round. Knocked him. They're slowly doing it.
Yeah, they are. And it's coming through in a really nice kind of read and response way. Hey, PD's ace. I won't say it was required, but boy, did it help, considering that that was the first round that Notorious tried to hit over towards the kitchen plant. And now you start to second guess things a little bit, I think, if you're Notorious.
Right.
Especially going onto the offensive side here. I mean, what are you trying to pull? Because your play towards B was shut down. I don't think you're going to try that again. Do you really, like, I just don't think you throw rock twice in this rock, paper, scissors matchup. And no, it's going to be this hit over towards the A site. A lot of focus immediately down low. Metals, Eric Boom trying to get to the bedroom stairs. Kids with the read sneaks in behind, and he's going to take down the bomb carrier of Sigs. And all of a sudden, Notorious were caught off. Kids with the double. But do they expect that Eric was also a part of this play?
Yeah, Eric could still very much come from behind, but that kill doesn't come through. Really needed that one to be there. Weeman is able to help out and does find a late trade on the Kids, and Eric able to win another 1v1. This would be for a 1 versus 3. He's got time. He's got attack now to work with too. But can he pull it off?
And there's zero reason for PD, who is standing on the bomb, to peek this. Stun will connect, frag will not. And here's the play. It will be a 1v1. But does he guess the play correctly? Through spot, he gets a sound cue! Oh, what a set of shots that is on the PD. And of course it is. Rezi, the last one left for Noctum, has been in this position so many times. First possible winnable situation, but Eric's going to get the plant off.
Rezi, though. Rezi's got the scope. Rezi's got the scope, but he doesn't hit. And now that's good information for Eric. The dead silence is also earned. I was thinking for a second, maybe Rezi just hops on the bomb here. But Eric is going to go for a secondary peek, and Rezi's got to be here to collapse. He's got to snap on him. He's got the information, but Eric, over the top, will lock in 15 kills, pulls off the 1v3, and that is enough to guarantee that final round here for Team Notorious.
Oh, but boy, did it get close.
It did.
I mean, Rezi's got a really good look at this gunfight, considering it did not look all that favorable from his POV. He gets a lot of the opening shots in. Wow, dude, that is unreal. Okay, so 2-0 in the series for Team Notorious. Again, that's a seeding battle right there between those two squads. Our main focus stays with what's popping up on screen. Nave Del Mysterio, Team International. That is a qualification match, or you're out. Yeah, that's really the only other way about putting it. 1 and 3 for both of those two squads. But boy, this Team Notorious squad still looking pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just great to see them, have a little resilience too. 5-1 up, start to let up on the gas a little bit. PD has that crazy ace, and they can still rebound, still respond. Eric, obviously, the one to do it. Nice little 1v3 to really end things off there. But they are looking really good. We don't see them at number 1, but I mean, I have to imagine, as polished as ever, especially against this Team International team that also looked really strong when we were watching over the respawns in week number 1. I mean, they look very terrifying at times. So another one of those, reverse sweeps that we've been talking about a lot as of late, required for those guys, but they've been playing at least pretty close so far.
Yep. Very much so. Very, very much so. And it's exciting. It's an exciting team. It really is.
They are.
Yeah. Oh my. Okay, the Search and Destroy is already over. Well, that's a 6-0. Wow. I mean, who do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk about
John?
Oh, yeah, true.
I'm going to be that guy, right? Like
Good,
we touched on him coming in, and we said he's already got a 0.4 KD when it comes down to to the S&D game mode as a whole. So the fact that he doesn't find any value whatsoever, he gets a couple of assists, so he's firing, but it just doesn't really feel like he's had any kind of impact in this mode. And on the other side, we talk about Yakko. At least he's able to get a lot more involved. He's at the exact same KD ratio as Sean, basically, and he has at least a little 5-2 game. So I mean, that's where my mind goes, right? You're just not getting enough participation out of the players that have just not found value whatsoever in this game mode.
Yeah, that's a good shout. I was more flabbergasted by all of the positive KDs on Lanave. I didn't even get down to seeing what was happening at Team International, but no, it's a very solid point. Okay, so into the control now we go, as we've got a must-win situation here. Well, actually, it should be a 1-1 map count right now, right? Yeah, I'm not faded. Yeah, 1-1 map count.
Yes.
Okay. 1-1 map count, not 2-0 Team International. Okay.
Now the 6-0 might be able to juice up the Lenape boys a little bit more. As Rancor finds a nice little kill up close. Doesn't have fast hits yet, but he gets great help there from Sukuri over the top. It was looking like it was just his death sentence. When you don't have fast hands, man, I tell you, it feels like a year throwing out that trophy system. But they got members on the point. 2 ticks are in. One final attempt to try to break here from Team International, but the kills aren't coming through just yet. They just have to throw themselves to the point, and they save it in the final second.
And Yako was trying to make a play to stretch over towards B. Now he kind of has to forfeit that play in order to try to help his team re-break back over. Good opening kill on the Jumbo. Whoa! What shots those are from Yako over the top. I'm sure there were some team shots there, but regardless, he doesn't miss a bullet. And now you have a 3-man stack at B. Hold on a second. Number 5 and Sean's going to get shut down on the backside, so this stack looks good. Can anyone contest this? Runner shut down. Oh my goodness, Lenape off the play from Yako. Get the stack at B. The kills are good, and they can just quickly finish the progress at A.
Oh my goodness, and they're going to move right back over to A. They're going to move right back over to A for this final tick. Sean's got to find kills, and oh my goodness, it's a 4-man down. It's a full wipe. It is a fast round, Lenape. They're tired of wasting time. My goodness, they just take over there in the back 30 seconds.
They only give away 5 kills. They had 25 lives remaining, and 4 of those kills came on the retake from Team International. Never in our days have we seen an offensive round in El Asilo, or any control for that matter, look quite like that. Wow. That is not at all how I expected things to happen after the clearance from Team International came through, but credit Yako for the opener and then the rest of the team for just immediately snowballing afterwards.
That's insane. That's like 14 kills coming through here for an offensive win. It's just so swift. Not used to seeing it, but can we get anything as convincing here on the other side? Team International playing it a little bit slow, and the opening engagements don't really all go in their favor. Jambo able to respond. Trotty really trying to open up the zone with that kill. Not going to happen, and now having to fight out of your spawn. Good defense put up early here for Lenape.
Man, that just completely deflates you if you're Team International.
Yeah.
Now they're trying to force something over towards B. Mid-map control is a subject of issue, though, as Team International have no ground to work with. This is a very desperate play. Jumbo is deep, but does he even have a chance to do too much on the zone? Well, the kill feed gives us her answer. And the rest of Nave just keep collapsing through this position in mid. And not great looks here early for Team International. 33 seconds remaining as Trotty finally gets on his own.
That's right. This is their only moment they've had so far for some kind of offensive pressure, and Trotty doesn't really feel too confident sticking around, but now kills are starting to come through. Runner finds one. Jambo able to get that second. This player just waiting just outside double doors for a peek, and Sukri's patience will pay off, but it does at least lock in a tick here for Team International, but more work needs to be done.
Yeah, Sukri off the regen. Full HP, 3 in a row. Gets a little bit of help from Jumbo on the team kill, but the result is still the same. Team International get the kill, get the second tick of progress. Rencor on the backsided flank. Trophy system denies his stun, so now he's got to do it the hard way. Finds the first kill, but his teammates have already conceded. And with that, we'll go to a 20v18, minute 25 in the clock for Team International to head over towards B.
At least get there, get the extra minute, get the 3 ticks. But having to now figure out how they want to come around the back. They got 2 players on the defensive side here, and Rencor might be hearing a lot of footsteps above him. He's got to backtrack all the way and give up mid just to try to reinforce, to make sure his teammates don't get spawn trapped. Rencor struggling a little bit here with this jump. I feel, yeah, sometimes it happens to me too. Not going to be able to get to the top, but at least Sukri still kind of watching over. There's been no touches on B just yet.
I think he finally...
Did he get up?
I think he finally got up, yeah. And there he is.
Hey.
Golf claps all around. Well done. And now Team International facing a bit of a pickle here. Most of the members that are trying to make their way through alley are being contested, but Rancor's taken away top patio, so you have to try to put together some sort of a staging area if you're Team International. Yako's just playing a corner. As soon as someone steps on, he'll get a free kill. At least that's the intention. 28 seconds. Here comes the desperate flood. A lot of it coming through alley or the outsides of fields. Runner shows himself. Not yet on the zone. And there's Yako. Makes his presence known. And a new problem has now all of a sudden come through. Sean, unfortunate team kill. Long-range shots from Yako turned away. Maybe a chance for International if they can find the last 2 kills, but not to be. The last 8 seconds will come through with Lenape winning the defense.
That's right. Oh, clean shots out of Rencor, man. This guy, I mean, like, we wanted to touch on it coming in. It feels like a lot of people, really sleep on Rancor, but he has been putting up numbers.
Agreed.
Despite Lenabe not looking as good as we had originally anticipated. He has really been a quiet, silent player on the roster that plays the objective, but still slays out and has little sprees like this. 11-3 for him. Might have struggled hopping up the top party, but he finds a hell of a lot of kills and makes it worth it. Lenabe 2-0 up. Let's see if they can do what they just did in the last offense. Hopefully not.
If they pull that off again, Visions, I don't even know what to say. I will be so bewildered that English will leave, and I'll start speaking in Pig Latin. Yako on the hit. I do not know Pig Latin.
Okay.
Something about vowels being used at the end of the word. I don't know. No one knows. It's a mystery.
Well, looking good so far, at least defensively this time. No early touches, no early ticks, but Yako has been a bit of a problem. Huge playmaker so far for Lenabe, especially in that round number 1. I think he wants to backtrack and try to find Trotty, and he does. So good kills here to try to clear out your zone. You still got one more player to deal with. We'll see if they could try to get through. And actually, everyone's going to kind of shift over to B. They're not too sure if Lenabe are throwing another little bait switch play into the mix. Are they actually going to A? That will be the case. First tick is secured.
Nate over the top. Yako not going to find anything on even a connection with it, but the rest of his teammates are here. Trotty trying to hit from the pinch. Does find a couple. Runner also in the mix. Stops the second tick just before it gets locked in. So now Super over the top. Confirms the trade. Gets away with his life, if only just narrowly. Sean, next one in line. Feels like a free kill with his current stat line. But not this time. 2-10 now, finally, for Sean. Not a great start for him after the poor search and destroy on the scoreboard. But at least for the defense, Team International have done well to at least kill off a lot of the clock.
Yeah, they certainly have. Echo, forward position, shut down, all white in the feed, and oh no, Lenabe now have to make a desperation attempt. Super's leaning over to this B point. His teammates are still very far behind him, but he wants to try to maybe open up some space. Oh, pops a dead silence, but kills at least are still good, so you should be able to stop this clock, but the big problem here, you only got 7 seconds.
And Zucker's actually going to get up to play towards B to try to get spawn kills, and hold on a second. Not again. 2 members on for Nave. Second tick locked, third on the way. Trotty stunned up, but still finds the kill. Can he contest this? Doesn't expect the player in the corner, and an extra 60 seconds is on. The only bit of good news here for Team International is that they hold the life lead, and they've cleared off any potential threats towards B early.
Yeah, they at least get over to B and make sure that tick is not locked in. So small little moments here that you can try to build off of. You have to stop Lenabe from getting through into the back, and Yako, well, he's working at exactly that. Dead silence still active. All of it's completely silent, just trying to find the remaining players in the back. Trotty, tough gunfight from long range. Does at least get the trade off the back end of the Semtex, but they are spawning out. Now you have numbers on B, and once again, Lenabe, they are here to punish.
Yeah, Super's not sure where the spawns are, and he's not going to get much information here because the spawns were everywhere. Some up the north, some up the south, some right up the middle. And that little bit of chaos allows Team International to regain, reset, 10v7, 26 seconds on the clock, and Sukri. How about this for a little bit of trigger discipline? He's going to be the player to move forward and stop the clock, most likely. The rest of Nave looking for kills. Runner scouted out, topside AC. Yako shut down through mid-map, but the long play for Rencor allows him around the back. Runner needs to stay alive, not able to do so. Now Sukri on the zone. Little challenge comes out, but it's a team nade onto Sean. So now 9.A is where it stops. Trotty shot at through the wall. Kill comes through. Trophy system down and fresh. 3 members will stack. Still Sean's nade will land. Can anyone get here to touch though? Runner tagged up, still finds the kill through the wall. No one is here to stop the clock. 2v4 though. Can Rancor get on? Trying to get to the 3-0, but Runner shuts him down, and we'll see another round.
Oh, just barely. We just barely see another round. There's no trophy systems out there to try to stop some of the team or some of the nades coming over the top. But you're thinking as soon as Sean gets naded on that pinch right through mid-alley, it's about to go all wrong for Team International once again. But they're able to get back through. They get off onto the zone, and they're able to at least clear it off. But my goodness, you're thinking there is a chance, there is a moment. They will live to see another round, but can they start to put them together here? The offenses need to be cleaner.
Yeah, I'll say that. That's for sure. And we just need to see, I mean, again, Sean's starting to get involved, but...
There's got to be some grease on that.
I was going to say,
slippery, you know?
they throw some Vaseline on that or what, dude? Everyone's slipping off the top. Nave still get the first 2 kills, make it the first 3. Jumbo just really can't do too much besides hopefully allow his teammates some space to get out of spawn, but it's just as clean as you'd like for Nave. 6 straight kills. Sean finally gets something, but doesn't feel like much, I'll say that much.
No, it doesn't feel like much. They still have to worry about the player from behind, but at least they kind of get to the back of AC here, so you could look to cut down the spawners, and Yakko, first one to drop. Ambo going to go right to the top of Pride Rock here. Maybe see if he can just start to look over the top, but they know players are from behind. Rancor is there to find a key kill. So no one's stopping the clock while all this happens, by the way. This is 35 seconds left.
Yeah. And, I mean, what do you do? Like, you have to hope Jumbo just goes
right?
God mode. Like, you have to get kills to try to stop the respawners, but, I mean, Team International just stuck in spawn. And Rancor is going to blow this play wide open when it starts to come forward. Sean contesting him, pushes him away. Okay, maybe a little bit of space here to get out. Next up would be Yakko on the zone, and then Super over the middle, and they're trying to play for Rancor!
Oh, he ran out of ammo.
The reload, as you mentioned, allows the 6 straight kills, and Team International are already leaving, getting ready for the next hard point. Easy Mac, throw him down for 0 and 30s. I don't care.
I mean, it wasn't much prettier than that. It's tough. My goodness. Rancor. I mean, I just feel like you have to continue to gas him, and I know everyone looked to Super on your screen for that guy. You know, one of the best Slayers and challengers, period, but Rancor just has so many key moments throughout this map, and he drops 25 top frags while being, you know, that quote-unquote kind of objective guy, but 22 of those 25 non-traded, man. Like, you gotta tip the cap to that guy. He is just putting in work.
It's so borderline bizarre to see this Team International squad look so good on the Fortress Hardpoint. Just come up completely absent now for 2 maps in a row. We didn't get to see the search, but that might be for the best. And now on the control, we're never going to see something like that probably again for La Nave Del Mysterio or anybody. I mean, that is an unbelievable opening offense, and it all comes off of a special play and a great, I say, sense of direction for everyone to kind of bail off on the play to go to A and then reroute, help out Yakko. We got 3 straight kills, stack it, and then make your move right over. It just kind of kept Team International behind the 8 ball, so to speak, almost every single time they were coming out of spawn, whether it was on the defensive side or even on the offensive side. That's clean stuff from Nave.
Very clean. I mean, that offense we saw first, my goodness. Absolutely perfection, but let's see what we go over to here in Noctum and Team Notorious. It's Team Notorious that have been certainly leading this series, 2-0. It was a good comeback attempt for Noctum, but can't get through that 1v3 from Eric, and now we move into this, and it's already the A-zone capture, just need B. Push to the back right now is Noctum. They got to try to get into bedroom.
Eric is 22 and 14 in a 1-1 count. He is in takeover mode, bro. I'm telling you. When he's shooting like this, and he's making plays like he is, it's kind of the entry. This team is terrifying. This round looks like it's going to be pretty comfortable unless Noctum can start to find some stack percentages on towards B. The Metal's on 4, gets away from the trade. Wee Man also on towards the zone. 18 plays 10. Now, a chance here for Noctum from the front, but they need to get through Wee Man and Eric Boom, and that stun lands behind Wee Man and connects on him inside?
I don't know, must have fell to the floor. I'm not sure, but I don't know how it hits him. Either way, Metals is able to still stop the entire play, really, from coming on through. And with that said, I feel like it should be a close. Metals even for a couple more. You have to dive onto the point and stop the clock, and even then, pressure through mid likely would have stopped you. Team Notorious up 2-1. Just one more round to lock in that first seed here in their group.
Yeah, and to do so, mind you, with only dropping 2 maps if they win this map here.
Yeah,
that is very impressive. I mean, especially considering, like, this group, when we were looking at the group overall, we were like, oh, you know, this is going to be, you know, probably Orglis's group, former Elevate. We were looking at them saying that this was for sure going to be, I think, you know, them on top. But this Team Notorious squad has looked undeniable. I think we both also expected Nave Del Mysterio to come out with a little bit more fever than they did in the first week.
Certainly.
So, this would be an impressive 5-0 group stage for Team Notorious. Joining the ranks of many who have done it before, but maybe not to the same level of dominance. I mean, throughout, when we were going into the second day of action, the closest map Team Notorious had was a 250 to 108 hardpoint.
Yeah.
They were blowing everybody out.
Just, I mean, Yeah, this team, I think we all kind of expected this in stage 1 without a doubt. We'll see if they can continue to try to find the map wins. Have to still close out this offense. And while Eric was on the point, good win from PD to try to get some work done in and around the A point. And the first tick, of course, is locked. Still a minute to play with, so you're not sweating by any means here for Team Notorious. But they are trying to get through PD, and Weedman with the AR chow has no problem doing exactly that. Should open some space up to at least get on A and stop that clock.
Look at the stat lines. 21 and 11, 25 and 18.
Right.
Absolutely. Second tick of progress on A should be good unless PD does take a challenge for a 1v1. Tries to, denied off screen, and that now all of a sudden leads the team Notorious with great control, not just over towards A, but the kills will allow them to get onto B. And how about this? Eric's going to leave the A site and help for the stack. This is going to put a lot of pressure, mostly onto Aroma, who's going to have to come forward. He deals with Sigs for the opener. Maybe a chance to still break back in. First tick of progress, though, is locked. The kill's still coming through for Team Notorious. Weeman on 6. Gets a read onto number 7, but it's Eric who gets the kill. And now the second tick of progress is gone. Third on the way. Kill's still coming, and Noctum are in complete disarray as they eventually make the call to forfeit the B zone and play for A.
Oh, it's never a good moment to have to do that. And while Aroma had just so much on his plate to deal with, he's unable to do so. And I mean, Eric is flying right now. 12 lives remaining here for Noctum. I mean, that's the bigger problem in my mind. A minute 40 on the clock. You cannot afford to give away lives for free, and Eric is just picking them apart. Metals gets to third. That will probably just be the stack for the zone. And my goodness, Team Notorious looking like one of the best EU squads that we have right now throughout challengers in this region. It is a 3-0 sweep, and that is a flawless group stage for the boys.
A little congratulatory tap on the rear end there between teammates. Just a little love tap in the mix.
Out there. Nice hustle.
Yeah, good hustle there, bud. Really laid the lumber on him here, though. I'll tell you what. I mean, that is just... I mean, I'll have to go back and try to take a look at some of the recent results, but I think the only maps that were close for this Team Notorious squad came against Orglis. I mean, maybe. Yeah, that's a blowout. Their only map losses came to Orglis in a series that otherwise the maps that they won were pretty convincing. What? Dude, these guys are filthy.
They're looking disgusting. I mean, and I think a lot of people had, brought up questions, especially after, the stage 1 performance, dropping out of playoffs, I think really early, like, do they at least, make one change? Do they swap it up? I was certainly curious, what that roster would maybe look like as a whole, but they just decide, let's just give it another go. And they have just come to stage 2, man, and they have just stepped it up to a different level that other teams have not really been able to match them on, at least within this group, outside, of course, of what you mentioned there with Orglis. But this has just been, I think, so clean when you're watching over their gameplay. They clutch up, they go big. Eric is also hitting form, which he was struggling a little bit throughout stage 1. So it just feels like all the pieces are just coming together, and it's looking terrifying.
Yeah, they're disgusting right now. And it's not just the fact, again, it's all forms. This is kind of the same conversation that we had about when Elevate won last season. They looked a step above. This Notorious squad has raised the bar that much higher without question. Okay, so that's unbelievable. Now we take a look back towards our featured match. I believe we're going into the Hardpoint here in the near future. And this is going to be one of those maps that, again, if you're Team International, you have to bounce back because the first map looked good, but everything else since then has been extremely one-sided.
I mean, it really has been. It's 228 to 250. We're like, all right, they grabbed the map number 1. Lanave feeling the pressure. They're not feeling any pressure. It's a 6-0. Very well could have been a 3-0 in the control as well after what we had saw in the first 2 rounds. It was just so convincing. Rencor has a map and a half there. But, I mean, the only mode that has worked out for this Team International squad has, in fact, been the Hardpoint. So maybe there's a chance to still get us to a hotel search and destroy. You don't want to count them out, but it's just been so convincing the last 2 maps that it is, a little bit of doubt, I feel like, has to kind of be in their minds going into this map number 4 here that you have to shake off because this Lanave squad just looks like they're running through them at the moment.
Yeah. Wow. I'll say so. Mercado Hardpoint, though, again, it's always tough when you're dealing with 2 squads that are 1 and 3 to kind of find the silver linings because the group stage has not gone terribly well for them. And maybe it's a point where you start to look at the individuals. It's just tough because, we come off watching a full 4-man squad dominate. And now we go to, like, which individual gives their team the best chance to win. It's never a conversation we like to go down as commentators, because we want to see great team play. And to be honest, it's not just, again, winning in. It's, can this team, either of them, make moves in playoffs to be, you know, the bottom seed from their group and maybe pull off upsets along the way. At the moment, we're not seeing, I think, enough from either team to say that for sure. But I will say, if Nave come out as a full group and look good on this Mercado, it will start to influence my mind just a touch more.
Yeah, no, I think so for sure. I mean, the big factor is at least that, you know, we were talking about throughout week number 1 is that Sukari just was not really a part of a lot of the respawns that we were getting. And that's, you know, a bit of a question mark at hand, because you're like, Sukari, you know, after last year, you're thinking like, that should never be a problem. But it was a big problem, you know, double negative, triple negative. It always felt like someone on the Nave was just, you know, one person was having a bad map, and that kind of always costed them when you get these tight hard points, these tight little controls. So as much as, you know, you're looking at a lot of pressure maybe on Team International, Nave, like you said, still have to get the job done, still have to try to close at a hard point. The first one was close, but there were still some mistakes, and they were really relying on a lot of individual gunfights, I think, to really get them there. Yeah,
that's the key point is, you know, as cool as there are some great individual moments, you never want to rely on individual gunfights to get them into the mix. So, yeah, those are all good shouts. Other updates as far as things that are going on around, again, the way that this last set of days works out for both North America and Europe is that there's only 3 matches for each group. So Group A is playing out right now, and the update as far as what's happening with Orglis and Fade, it's a 3-0 for Orglis. I don't think anyone was super surprised by that, but they were tested on a Fortress Hardpoint for map number 1, 250-204 there, but Fade unfortunately will exit Group A without finding a series win. You never love to see it, but you know, it usually happens, unfortunately, for one team somewhere along the lines. And for Fade, you know, they came to the qualifier a bit unexpectedly. They took down some teams in their pathway that I thought were going to be better contenders, but, you know, they just had a good day. So tough scenes overall for them, but that was a debut elite for, I think, all 4 of those members. So,
I believe
you know,
so, yeah.
That's, you know, you get that one out of the way, you start to kind of get your feet underneath you from there on out. That's typically the way it goes, at least.
Absolutely, and you start to get maybe more in the mix with, you know, better scrims potentially too, right? Like going forward. So, you know, you just got to slowly work your way up the ladder. I think that's, you know, always the thing we kind of talk about when we get to EU is I'm sure we'll see a lot of new faces throughout a lot of the elites potentially as well. It is, you know, a battle for those kind of last little 2 to 4 spots, it feels like at times for sure.
Right, absolutely the case. Still waiting for map number 4, though, to kind of get things going here for us. Again, reminder that Group B is going to be following along with this right afterwards. And with that, our focus goes to Team Falcons and Clutch Rain. Not at all, I think, how we expected both of these 2 teams to come out. Returning after Season 1 was largely pretty successful. Both teams had made it to playoffs, but now both teams find themselves at the bottom of their group and a little bit upset by teams like Signs, for instance, and Dave's new squad of retirement pending. So that Group B definitely shook out a little bit differently than I think maybe both of us were expecting, at least for me. I thought that Falcons was going to be able to put together another solid online phase, but apparently not to be, at least not as of yet.
I kind of thought so too. And it's also funny because I think some of those Falcon guys are also like really high ranked right now on 250. So they've been putting more time into rank play than scrims maybe. I don't know what it is, but either way, I think there's a lot of potential. There's a lot of like flashy players that you have on that roster too. So I was kind of expecting them to maybe get through on their respawns because they had a lot of tight respawns. There's a lot of really good squads, even in playoffs. Like they just kind of, you know, fell short by like 20, 30 points. It felt like it was always just kind of, you know, beating them in a lot of those little close maps. But either way, I mean, definitely a fun team to watch. And like you said, I kind of expected them to also maybe have another playoff run in them for sure.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you start to see this point of the year. The teams that start off hot often transition towards, ooh, we have to kind of figure things out now that teams are improving. You know, and that's something that's happened every single year in Challengers. You know, you kind of even had moments in the past that I think the best example of it, you know, you go back to like Cold War, that Western roster in North America was dominant until they weren't. A couple players got picked up that also kind of assists, but then it was like New York Subliners Academy comes in and starts to dominate. So like there almost is like a changing of the guard, it feels like, at this moment, as we're kind of halfway through the elite season or the challenger season kind of at large. You start to see teams either restructure or get picked apart, and new things start to happen, and maybe those provide some kryptonite for you. So those are all the things. Here we go. We're into it, though. Mercado Hardpoint. Must-win situation for Team International. Try to stave off elimination for playoffs and requalification for Season 3. But off the rip, Kills relatively even. No one really in a position of favor to do too much with the hard point, but you look towards the minimap and tally what's kind of currently happening. It's Nave who are in the better position towards the eventual second hard point.
Yeah, that's right. And just to kind of keep in mind here, Lenave, of course, on the right, Team International here on the left. But we'll see what ends up happening for the P1 time. Scrap time now being collected for Team International. They're going to get themselves a little bit of seconds, but not really able to turn it into a lot. Can't get through this mid-push that is being set up as Super takes a long-range gunfight. Will be shut down, but Rancor already posted up, already ready for Ninja.
Should be good to open up the time, although Team International, once more, looking good with numbers on the contest. It actually forces Rencor out of the hard point to try to deal with the mid-tunnel cross, but then snaps to Runner, who was actually contesting through planters. And as the threat is neutralized, Nave get their setup. They're looking convincing on it. Yako try to push out any further contest through mid. Stops his streak on 4, but Nave will appreciate the extra 20 seconds he just earned his team.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, now you're already able to zone off this initial push, and you're finally here, but it's at the 35-second mark. He's still got to get through Super, trying to be a problem, but nice kill there from Trotty. Rancor up top on 4, trying to also get involved here as the players just flood into the point, and it looks like they will be able to overwhelm Lenave. But you take a look at the map already, to be able to give up that scrap time, fight for new. Sukri is good for the first kill, good for the second, and while Trotty is stunned up, nowhere to go. That is a clean rotation coming through here for Lenave.
Have to find something quick here for Team International. Sure, of course, happy to kind of, again, be in this 50-50 opening kind of draw, so to speak, but that's 2 hard points in a row that you've missed out on a rotation. Sukri makes life difficult as Trotty was trying to sneak in, but was not able to, and Team International now forced to have to fight this from the front. Good opening kill from Runner. Super, considering the pinch from the high ground. Doesn't necessarily need to, but does it anyways. Yako and Super just 2v4 Team International. Oh, mercy.
Yeah, I mean, it's moments like that on why we gas somebody like Super. He picks his timing so well and drops down for 2. Now you're just kind of throwing a couple more bodies to see if you can get in here, but you might just feed Super a streak. He's on 5, 9-2 start for him. This is a full 60 that's going to come through for Lenave. So they are more than happy to give that back 20 over to Team International, which is the majority of their points. But they are set up for new. They are here first. However, they are already under pressure.
Yeah, and Sean's going to feel like he's going to get hit from double doors, but the play is actually coming around the back, forces everybody towards the ARs, though. And Runner will pick up both. So good neutralization of the early threat. Trotty gets a read on the player down low. Should be a kill and is. Okay, here we go. Team International with the setup round. Barbershop, and it's a good one at that. Trotty. Oh, that's a big gunfight win against Super while stunned. And at 13 HP, so even more so. Putting a little bit of influence here as Team International look good for the first 30.
And Lenave can't really overwhelm, the middle of the map until they deal with Trotty. So now they're going to call to kind of come through this side of Cantina to see if they can maybe work through the back alley. They do have some numbers, but they got to get through Runner. He is just knocking them down right now. 3 in a row, 4 in a row. Snaps up top, almost makes it 5. Sukri will be able to shut him down, but this is a clean 40 seconds you've been able to gather for yourself, and it might be the back 20 as well.
Yeah.
They respond with a full 60 themselves.
Absolutely picture-perfect hard point from Team International. And they have a chance to threaten new. Trotty, oh, tough gunfight with Rancor. Both players just fly past one another. And it ends up favoring Nave. Back over towards patio we go. Maybe an opportunity for Trotty to hit a timing, but it would be ill-advised considering that Nave have the full setup. Everyone is watching everything pretty much all at once right now. And as the hit for Team International looks like it's going to be coming from the back, Sean tries to hit a pinch from the opposite side, and things are looking decent. Rencor now the last one standing. What can he do from here? The answer is not much. Good break for Team International. 40 seconds still to fight for.
Yep, a lot of time to fight for it. Sean is in. He's about to feel the pressure. Nave diving across, bait and switching. Sean figuring out where do I look at? Where are they coming from? Full flood through the back alley. John able to find the first shots onto the first kill, and well, it's a team kill that comes in. Sukri's the last one up. Would have to pull off a nice little snap here from 1 to 2, and he is still very much alive, but trying to give him the reach out. That means that Team International will start to build themselves up that lead. Scrap time is good. They've been able to bring this one back.
So much better here from Team International, looking like a solid hardpoint team now through a map and a half, so to speak. 118, 105. Sean up top. Much better map for him early. Lots of hard point time earned. Long range shots to Rencor. Cannot finish his food, though. And that kill could be an important one. Nave locking down one of the back alleys, forcing International to have to kind of hit inside of close quarters. Unfortunate team nade comes through. Makes life a little bit easier for Super, who confirms the first kill and definitely knows that Jumbo's nearby. not expect them on the awning, though, and Jumbo will get the double. And for the moment, International have a chance to get onto the hard point, but can they hold? That's the next question, and well, Jumbo's providing some single-handed answers. Last one to deal with is Rencor. You know where he's at. He's playing on the outside staircase, and somehow no one's found him yet.
Jumbo will get there. You'll find him. Might have got a sound cue, but my goodness, talk about doing that and holding it with an AR in hand. Incredible moments coming through there. And that will be yet another hill that is just so convincing for Team International. You're forced to rotate, but the setups just haven't really been holding so far for LaNave. They haven't really been able to fight back versus Team International. Been clean wipes over and over again. Yakko does find a good isolation kill there through the side. That will slow it down just a tad bit. You've got to hold this now if you're LaNave. You have the setup.
Yeah. They've got a good setup for it as well. But as Sukri drops, now Super has to kind of come back to the action. He's trying to cut mid. Everything else, though, is coming off the back alley, and Rencor was more than ready for it. Does his job nicely. Now the cut through mid. Super tags up Runner to critical health. No worries. So, okay. Flawless setup. Nice by design. Better by execution. And now Sukri trying to delay any possible hits around the back. Just, and talk about delay. He's literally just running around. Runner and Jumbo finally get the kills, but they have to get through Rencor on 4 in a row. Good prediction of Jumbo over the top of the heady, but it's a tough gunfight, especially with help. And Yakko, who tries to finesse the last 15 seconds, gets turned away, and Team International will break for scrap.
And it's finally at least a good hill initially here for LaNave. They do a lot of great zoning, do a good job of kind of flipping the map, getting Cantina control. So it's everything that you would want to try to bring this one back and get it in your favor. But Team International still been really good on their breaks, really good. Also, just kind of holding on to these lanes. You can see it, Runner 5 in a row. He's just been locking down mid, looking for kill number 6. Might get it on the Rencor, and he does. So Streak is going to be in the back pocket, still up by about 30. We still got control here through mid from Jumbo.
Look at Team International. They're trying to play around the back control tunnel. Those will come through on both sides of the affair. And as Sukri gets traded, the last one left to find is Super playing inside elbow. Nearly gets a double, but Jumbo turns him away. And now International hold a bit of an advantage as we consider the last 30 seconds here at the first hill. Runner stunned, naded, should fall to this, but somehow still alive for maybe a little bit longer than I think anyone expected. Eventually the kill comes through, and here comes the flood. Oh, very quickly, LaNave trying to get over to P2, but denied. Team International will hold their setup over towards Cantina.
On Super, going to also give his position away. He's waiting for his teammates to be able to get with them before they try to flood on through. Good read from Super, finds one in the back. Teammates, though, all kind of dying through mid. Tim and Sukri trying to make this rotation happen. You got to get through Jumbo up top, and, well, shots might be able to shrug him off the angle. And that's all Super needs. Just needs to get into the house with the submachine gun in hand. Might be able to make some plays, but Jumbo just instantly chows him. But now he's got no support.
Yeah, he would have to do something miraculous once again from this position. This time nades will land, stuns will land, pushes Jumbo out of the action for now. Nave on the hill, but here comes help. Team International looking for a lot of help from the front. Is Runner stuck? Oh, he's calling it a streak. Okay. I was like, Runner's like not moving, and he was like kind of wiggling for a moment, but he was calling it the cruise missile. Forces everybody into Trotty's waiting arms, who gets 4 on this life. Over 200 points go Team International, and LaNave need to put something together here. You need the break, you need the rotation.
Yeah, you certainly do. And well, Yakko, one more with the knife. Oh my goodness, he almost predicts it. If that is old Modern Warfare 2, you get the lunge there, I absolutely promise, but not gonna happen. And my goodness, that is a big moment to be able to get in there for at least some of that time. Puts Team International in a spot where if they break, they could end it here on 10. LaNave are forced to hold this.
Tough prospects, though. The full surround 2-2 split. First kill good for Sukri. Backs away, keeps his life. Rencor's looking for kills mid-map. I don't think they realize how imminent the threat is. Doesn't make much of a difference, though. Sukri gets 3, and then Rencor follows up. Spawns, though, 50-50. It's going to be a foot race to see who gets here next. Jumbo with a kill. Now a chance to hit backside elbow once again. Sukri trying to watch from outside the hard point. Rencor's on the interior. This would be a 2v3 situation for LaNave. Trying to hold on. The snap nearly comes through, but Rencor by himself gets 2. Jumbo the last one left on the hit. Scouted out by Rencor. Wants the kill. Chases it down. And eventually hits the brakes. Help has arrived. No need to get greedy. And well, actually, as the help arrives, he does get greedy. And that will be enough for Nave to get the hold. We have nearly a tie game.
Oh, but he's not going to hit it. Jumbo's just going to try to rotate and maybe use their numbers on rotation to win the back. And they do have influence in the back already. Trotty with a quick trade will shut down Sukri. 221 to 214. Lenave have brought this one back off the tin hill. Now they're forced to get to the back alley. Rencor can't turn for the second. Trotty, good to get the trade. Now just needs to try to stay alive and has got support. He's got his teammates with him. Break once again required.
Yeah, runner's kill mid-map really puts this into a one-dimensional hit from Lenave. But Sean is pushed off of his angle. He's going to get killed. This has opened up the back door a little bit here. Stuns will pause things for a moment. Yako opens the door. Pre-fire in. First kill, not there. Runner Trotty, deal with all of it. It's just super last alive, and he tries to force the peg, but not going to work out at all. And that will be a map 5 forced by Team International. Another nail biter here in the hardpoint, but they survived through it once again.
They survived through it, and it's something about the hard points that is going to work out for Team International again here in this series. I mean, it's something that has been successful for them in the past, but we see the control, we see the S&D, was not close. This one, it is just a slow start for someone like Trotty, who gets back into the mix. Great control through mid. Again, really got to kind of praise the ARs on this team. And then you got Sean, who's happy to soak up the time while his teammates just find the kills around him. So Hardpoint works for them. I mean, it does look solid when you watch them play it on a multitude of maps, but it's always the question of what are we going to get out of this squad when it comes down to the other modes here in the best of 5.
That's, yeah, especially considering the 6-0 sweep fair that we just got. That's really what it comes down to without question. But boy, I'll tell you, this Team International squad's looking pretty solid in their hard point. I mean, again, it's not that they're winning. That's easy for us to say after they win that they're looking good, but it's how they're kind of forming some of these plays. A couple of great special individual moments, but still as a collective, I think they're moving around the map pretty darn well. Just comes down to figuring out the search, figuring out the control, and we'll figure out maybe if it was just the Mercado search wasn't what they wanted, and maybe this one set up for map number 5 will be a little bit more favorable towards them. So that's kind of the proposition that we have in front of us. Otherwise, you know, we're kind of in the point where, you know, it is still a little bit of a guessing game because the convincing map 2, plus on top of that, you know, the deck doesn't really favor you when you look at the statistics. You know, 1 and 4 in the search. Sean goes a goose egg in the first search. Like, that's the player that we needed to see step up, and he was absent in map 2.
And, I mean, there was also another player that I think had only got 1 single kill in that S&D too. So, yeah, you need more players to get involved in plays, to find trades at the very least. But we take a look back over the scoreboard, and it is slaying basically on both sides outside of Sean, right? I said it. He's kind of got 2 minutes in the hill. His teammates are responsible for just picking up the lane, slaying around him. He is happy to play his objective role. And Trotty was the one that I was pointing up because he had a slow start, but he really starts to turn it on and gets involved in a lot of those plays, a lot of those breaks as well. 20 of those 27 non-traded. He goes to the top of the leaderboard here with the top frags.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Okay. Lots of cool things in the mix for the hard point, but we have to wonder what happens for map number 5. We'll step away for just a moment. It's been a bit of a marathon to start off EU. When we come back, map 5, do or die for both of our final 2 teams here in Group A to make playoffs or have to play through requalification. We'll see what happens on the other side. Don't go too far. Welcome back, everybody. Map 5 underway. Do or die time between La Nave del Mysterio and Team International. It's Nave on the opening offense here, Visions, and a heavy stack through mid. They've got to make a decision from here because you're kind of empty information on top bedroom, but you also don't know what's in restaurant. This is a weird spot to be in early.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you can even see like player 3, like Sukri's holding like an angle, like if someone going to push through A as well. So yeah, it definitely leaves you open to just having to watch so many different angles. So you have to wonder when they're going to coordinate, but A probably the play. Yakko waits for the stun, and that will work out, at least for the early kill. Able to open up somewhat of this A site. Super now finds a second, and that makes it a lot easier. Trotty going to be able to get one back, but 2v3 now here in favor of La Nave.
Bomb's not being planted behind this yet. And this seems to be Yakko saying, let me try to find another kill before we commit. And actually, it's Sukri who watches the angle through mid. That'll find the kill, but Trotty behind the play. He's got the timing for it, but the quick response from Nave. Put down the threat. If he gets the second, which is the bomb carrier, that becomes very interesting, but Nave survived the round.
And I love the opening, right? Like that stun, I think, is a little bit more common now. We see it at least off the rip, but holding it to, use it a little bit later, I think was great because Yakko's able to get that forward position through the mid control that they're able to obtain right off the start. And as soon as the stun connects, Yakko, he's stunned, boom, hit it, first blood, easy. Then the trades just start to come on through as they watch all the lanes through mid and in the back. So I think that's a little bit of a different look than what we're used to, but it works out for La Nave. Good first round.
Yeah. Okay. See what they have for their opening defense, while Team International will have the benefit of some trophies and dead silences close to being earned. Super first blood, that's on the cross through mid. No real presence here from Team International. I mean, Jumbo's close, but he doesn't have a free angle to check this. And so now you kind of have to sit and wait, and you may have to wait, actually, for Jumbo to sniff things out at restaurant before you can really commit to a play here at A. Trotty gives it a go, but is pushed away, and now Jumbo makes his move through restaurant.
Yeah, I don't know if you're going to be able to break this without, Jambo finding the play to break it open. It would just be tough gunfights, and well, he has used the dead silence to get around, but he doesn't feel safe. Challenging right away, waits patiently, finds one, but can't escape with his life, but it does open up just a little bit more of mid. Trotty's also pushed back here, and it feels like the play has just not worked out. Team International 2v3, pressure's just coming down on them. Trotty the last one up.
Yeah, that's really tough. The kill is a great one. I think the information from Jumbo is, hey, I'm going to get this kill and rotate through me to get over towards, the kitchen site. And that was exactly what was committed to for Trotty, but the problem was they didn't expect the second. Oh, it's a stick at the end there, okay. Not realize that hit him right in the old knapsack. It's not a knapsack. Why did I say that?
Is that what it was?
No, it wasn't. It was not a knapsack. That is a utility belt.
Well played. 2-0, man. La Nave in control, and I mean, Team International, I hate to say it, but they're still yet to get a single round in the series, and you talk about just the added weight on your shoulders in a match like this. This is a playoff decider for anyone tuning in, and Runner is able to find a first blood. So now Team International, they got a blood. If you can stop this bond from going down, have a really good chance at this defensive round here, but you cannot let the Nave make plays or even up the odds.
Yeah. Oh, and that's trouble.
Huge.
That's trouble for sure. Super caught trying to hit the dead silence. We've also got the watch from Sean through mid. Really no way that you find a way into this bomb site for free, so you have to find kills. Rancor does have dead silence ready. Yakko's trying to sniff things out on the other side of the map, and this is just all blind guesses, maybe hopes and prayers, but Team International disciplined in their setup.
John's also going to see Yakko slowly inch himself across to the bomb. He might just try to stick it. You get it down and exit. There is a chance, but you can see everyone just starting to come through the back, but Rancor finds one up top, and Yakko doesn't stay alive, so Rancor would have to pull off something crazy with the sub in hand. If he has an AR, probably a little bit more possible. No one touching mid here. Just can't finish off the kill. If he gets it, he might be able to clutch it.
Yeah, what was that conversation about if he had an AR?
Right.
Heck of a try, but Team International resound in their setup. We'll allow a little bit of time to pass for any extra specialists to be charged up. Field upgrades. Why did I call it specialists? Hello? What game are we
Black
in?
Ops 4 out. I'll take some Black Ops 4 specialists, though. That'd spice this game up a little bit, wouldn't it? Imagine a Tempest in play, a little,
Oh my
little grab
God.
slam.
Don't tease me.
Think about that kitchen site. No one would be snaking that anymore.
Dude,
if I had
no
a
one.
grab slam.
That, you know what? How do you get rid of all the snaking problems? Add Grand Slam. That's it.
Boom.
God. War Machine, that works too.
Yeah. Better get some trophies out, boy. Let me tell you.
Oh, Treyarch, where are you now? Hit quickly towards B. Stun will get a read that Ruggs is going to be possessed by the offense here for Nave. And they are already moving their defense around to try to resist this play. Which it does kind of feel like Team International want to commit to. But here's the second set of nades that are coming out. And it looks like they will say, never mind, let's back away. And now we start to look to Sukri to see what he finds, if anything, on this defensive setup where he's got a Vaznev on the close corner.
They're going to know that they rotated. Sukri going to get stunned down low, but still has the cross. But I think it's a stretch, and yeah, but it's a good peek. Sukri risks his life to go for it. It will pay off. 2v3 now, still in favor of Team International, but the bomb is down, and Rancor's got the great position to get eyes on the bomb. Shots in the back are clean. Nade's also going to drop. No trade comes through.
Those were the cleanest set of headshots you're going to see this side of the Mississippi. Now the bomb planted, but this 2v2, very doable. Sean, lucky to be alive. Sukri had a great look at him. Now Sukri's kind of out of the play for a while. And if they're going to try to re-wrap back to mid, this is going to take so much time. And Sukri doesn't have dead silence here. I mean, you have to clear desk. If you're going to stack for this, you have to clear desk. And Sean's in a position to watch it. Sukri gets the first, moving quickly. Does find the second gunfight, but it's a tough one. Team International respond. Now 2-2.
All right, I was a little bit worried with the little 2-0 lead that Lenave were building up for themselves here, but we've had some good responses, and it's been, a little bit of a kind of bait back and forth there. Yakko gets a lot of good information because he pushes out in front of the site and says, listen, they're not here anymore, but it's no trophy system down low for Sukri, right? So as soon as that stun comes through, they get the info, they get the trade, and eventually get that bomb down, and we all know how difficult sites are to take, especially on this map once the bomb goes down. Hard to get a read on where everyone is, and Sukri just not enough in the tank there. Pull that one off.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Quick hit from Super right through mid. I mean, he's in bricks at the moment. He'll get the first blood. Has a read on the second as well. And this is all just, this is just nades to get Super forward and let him do his thing, and it worked. Heck of a play, Sean. Next one up just gets tagged to nearly oblivion. But he does keep his life, and that means that he can still try to hold this B setup defensively.
I'd be really interested to see if Lenave try to toy with this site, but oh my, Runner with the pistol. Just found Super up top, but I'm sure now they're going to rotate over to A very happily. Sean's with the sub, and dead silence about to run out here. He has no idea if this player is still cutting the map. Are they through mid? Are they on our side? You're just left with so many unanswered questions. Bomb will go down safely. Now Sean's going to have to do something incredible.
I'll say. Tries to go for a little jump to help him out over the elevated desk, but ends up catching the doorway, and Nave off of Super's aggressive play through mid.
Yeah.
Completely unchecked, mind you. I mean, he gets all the way into secret through rugs and bricks with no one even throwing anything at him. So you got to keep that in the back of your mind here as we eventually will see them on defense again. Like, you have to put together some sort of response to make sure that doesn't happen twice in a row.
Without a doubt. And I mean, I even feel like they get a little ambitious. I think Trotty's the one that kind of jumps over the catwalk there to try to find the trade. But I mean, Super just backtracks and then gets a read on it. So they give away a couple early kills. Really hurts them. International just need to continue to stick with the trades at the very least, like we saw the last two rounds they won. The stun's really going to shake them up a little bit. Don't want them to push forward without getting a little bit more information. You still got an island player. Campbell's been that guy constantly as nades are starting to come through. To clear out some of this space, and they're going to go for another stretch.
Yeah. They'll get this off successfully, but it's just trying to... Whoa, wait a second. The shots actually do push Trotty off, and the nades force him even further out along Super to get the kill. Okay, I thought for a second that was going to be a guaranteed plant, but a questionable post-plant setup. And now it's gone essentially to worse circumstances. Jambo mid-map does Get an elimination onto Yako. That clears out the ability to maybe flex over. Yeah, you can see the defense is a little worried about this. Surgery is watching for the cross, but he won't be able to see everything, especially with the long rep that's coming out.
That's exactly it. Jambo, at the very least, maybe could play a trade as long as he's not the one to get picked, but he's in the prime spot to, one, find the cross, and then maybe get some sound cues as well as they start to rotate back over. But it is absolutely a free plant. They're going to realize that very quickly. Runner is going to drop that bomb. So with 15 seconds left, everyone going to rotate over now for Lanave. Have to play retake. 2 players going to work from the back.
Maybe all 3 players from the back. I mean, the problem with this for Nave is that you've got no intel on what's in the middle. Wall. Oh, quick opening engagement for Super. And then the shots land through mid simultaneously as Sukri kits the trade. I thought that was going to be a lot more hard-pressed to make work, considering that International had the setup that they wanted.
Exactly. I was thinking, like, oh, they got a player watching mid-cross. I mean, this is looking solid. I think, like, the most important, like, part of that retake is the fact that all 3 players back up to their side. Because if one isolated player kind of cuts through mid, Jambo probably gets a sound cue at the very least, right? If Dead Silence isn't active, and he probably finds a freebie and then gets to kind of reinforce and get a part of that play again as he moves back into kitchen. So it's just a good call, I think, to all retake from our side. Player 1 also make sure there's no push through afterwards as well. So I love that call, and Lanave, of course, benefit of it. 4-2 up, 2 more rounds to get that playoff spot.
What do you throw here defensively? Because you got to keep in mind, you have to do something to make sure no one runs through your middle of the map. And look at the quick call from Nave. This time it's just aggression with trophy support to get onto A quickly. The defense is not going to be in a position to deal with this, especially considering that Jambo had to make sure no one is playing through mid. That is literally the definition of cause and effect. Because you get that opening aggression 2 rounds ago on your last offense, the defense has to put a response to it, but they don't have numbers here at A. The bomb hasn't been planted yet, and oh my, Super, how does he get that reaction?
I have no idea, but that's going to seal it. Sean now gonna have to try to clutch up. We'll be able to stop the bomb. AR in hand. Does get at least a little bit of information there. That bomb should go right back down. Sean's gonna reposition up top. Could find the exit. Oh no, he shrugged off. Sukri's gonna hold him. Wall bang's coming through. Sean, no chance. Lanave, 3 rounds coming on through. 1 more. That's all that's needed.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I could sit and talk about offensively how Nave have manipulated the last 2 rounds to essentially almost guarantee them easier looks. That's next level set planning, I would say, from Nave. And if that was a cognitive effort, like, hey, we know they're going to defend mid, so let's just take our numbers to A, like, that is brilliant game calling as well. So 5-2. Has to be 4 in a row from Team International. And it starts here with this offense. Set piece towards A.
If you're going to A again, you have to deal with the player bottom bedroom. And this time, actually, they're not even going to send anyone bottom. Super's going to change the angle up, and Super works for a first blood. I mean, this is all Super. Working angles, working the bedroom area all by himself. He's going to throw another shoulder, and he's going to get more info. He is just putting in so much effort right now to get a read on what's happening here from Team International. And now Trotty's the one that's going to have to try to push up and make a play.
Yeah, but he's got the bomb carrier, yeah. Oh, man. This is troubling. And they're going to play to regain bedroom? Huh?
What
the? Okay. Trades come through, 2v3? I mean, was it a name tag show?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Trotty. 1v3, and well, doesn't look good, does it, Alan? No. Has to get this bomb down, has to get to 3 players. I think Lanave looking good for playoffs here. As Trotty's just going to have to try to take a 1v1, and he's just going to make him work for it. Oh, Trotty does find the kill, but still 2 more players to try to get through. Lanave will have none of it. Looking clinical, looking clean throughout every game mode, maybe besides the hard points, but it's still enough to get the job done here. They will advance to playoffs.
Yeah, and even in the hard point losses, we'll reflect on this later. They didn't play poorly. It's just, yeah, this is, I mean, we didn't get the chance to see the 6-0. Again, I think part of that is probably for the best, but what we saw here on the hotel, Nave's game planning so much better this week than it was last week. That's pretty much all I can say. It felt like last week, just kind of like as an overarching umbrella towards what had happened in the majority of their group stage. It felt like they were reacting to everything, which is never great news. And on top of that, Sucre didn't have a great first week.
Sure.
Not the case here. He played so much better. Super is just as great as always. And the sub support that came out of Yako this week, already much improved from what we had last week. Just by the numbers alone, we could make that claim. So for Nave, they came out the more improved squad. And in my mind, that was the difference maker. Who was going to be able to pick up, not from your top performers, but from everybody else that didn't have a great first week to earn qualification towards playoffs. And we very, I think, convincingly got our answer, because you look over the hard points, and yes, Team International played great, but that wasn't a situation where I ever looked at Team Nave, it was like, oh, they're not playing good hard point. Like, they played good hard point, they just got beat.
Yeah, there was times through the hard points where they actually had the lead, right? Like even that Mercado, like they even had like a full hard point lead coming out of that Tin Hill, and we just had some good responses, basically kind of matching full 60s for full 60, and then even chaining that into some more. So Team International look really good when it comes down to the hard points. It comes down to understanding, you know, the moves that they can make and the setups that they can hold. But when it comes down to S&D and control, it just was not at that same level. And obviously, when you're playing a best of 5 series, especially, you know, for this important of a matchup, that's going to cost you when you're unable to really capitalize in those game modes.
Yeah, absolutely the case. So with that in mind, we can now guarantee our 4 teams from Group A that will make it into playoffs. The subject of where the there's no tiebreakers. We have the order too. And how about it? There it is. Team Notorious.
Boom.
I mean, that's as good as you've ever seen. 5-0. Really clean stuff. They make it out as the first seed. Orglis winning their 3-0 today versus Fade will come out as the second. Noctum finished 3-2. And they will have the third seed all to their lonesome, while Navi Del Misterio will be able to secure the fourth. Team International, Team Fade, they qualified in. They'll have to go back to the drawing board and try to do that again for Season 3. All of our playoff teams, if you're new to Challengers, automatically have earned a spot to come back in Season 3. So that's Group A, done and dusted for the round robin. You'll seed those teams into the bracket as you would normally expect, 1 to 4 across the board. They will play their opposite seeds from Group B, which is now where our focus immediately gets to. And there are some possible movements that can happen as we're already into, actually, the search and destroy here between Signs and the Originals. Signs had a great opening first day, 2-0, and then followed up day 2, 0-2. But the maps were relatively close throughout, and a chance here to improve their seed as they've pretty much, I think, already guaranteed a spot in playoffs.
We'll see what they can do. At the moment, though, Original's going to be able to drop this bomb and get a good look at the setup that they want to have. Furious going to get a read. Potentially the players that come through, but it's a little bit of a double chow. D3 also finds the second, and now Lucky tags up. Oh, they hip fire. Are you kidding me? He's able to find one. Won't be able to get away, but a 1v2 now required here from Henry.
He's in a really bad spot when it comes to reading both of these two players. Pushes through, sees one, gets the shots from the other, so now he's got the intel, but doesn't have a lot of time. Has to take this gunfight. You just have to. Semtex will push him out. Henry checking. Defuse on the way. Has he killed off enough time? No. Both players popped up, secured the kill, just enough time for the defuse, and we'll be tied at 2.
A little windy there. I mean, even if Henry, I think, finds that kill, I think there's enough time to still hop on the defuse with the quick trade. So probably a round that still goes the way of Signs. But, you know, you have to imagine if Henry just finds this kill, maybe snaps just a little bit sooner, there is a chance to be able to pull off this 1v2, but not to happen. E3 with some incredible kills. And I love that slow peek, right? One player kind of working through mid, one just kind of narrowly working through the back alley, just slowly inching up to watch over the top of rooftops to allow entry into that site there. That was huge.
Yeah, absolutely. D3 off to a heater here through 4. Stay on board with him to see if he can continue on those winning ways, as all 4 members for Signs are going to commit to B. The defense for the Originals is not looking for this off the rip, but these nades and stuns that aren't quite landing are going to give it away. And yeah, the Originals are quick to try to put together a response. They may have to wait to play for retake, but there's already some action happening over towards the backside of 10, and unfortunately it does result in a team kill. So we go 3v3 after Lucky gets on the board with the scope, and the bomb is not in a position to get planted. I mean, D3 is the one carrying.
That's right. D3 doesn't really feel confident, and now you're really not going to feel confident. Depa needed to find Gizmo maybe just to give them enough time to drop this bomb safely. Not going to happen, and now you need to really kind of open up with one. There's so many lanes you're going to have to watch, and I think the call is going to be made just to backtrack, maybe work over to A. already had some groundwork done. Dead Silence could be popped to make this happen. So if you get here quick enough, there's a chance. But player 5, I think Gizmo, or rather Henry, it's like, I'm on to something. Gonna just try to get a little bit closer, maybe to get some sound cues, but 30 seconds left, have to drop the bomb.
Yeah, with how much has been committed for the Originals to get over to B, you kind of have to give up the contest for A and play for this 3v2 numbers retake. Just because you're probably spent some of your Dead Silence to get over there. You've probably spent the majority of your utility. And so, yeah, they will forfeit the plant and play with the numbers on the retake. And you have to think that Yumeko's got to be the one to find first blood here if you're Signs. Stop this before it really gets underway. There's the first to cross. Gizmo's watching up top, but Henry will drop. So now 2v2 becomes much more doable. Pinch from Lucky around the back, and Lucky does find one, trying to sniff out the final. 1v1 with Yumeko. Breaks the glass, pushes through the door, predicts it, but Yumeko will take 2 of the 3, and Signs will gain an edge.
Wow, that's a huge 2v3. I was almost thinking Henry was gonna, move over a little bit closer to the site, maybe just to get a read, or maybe just play it for some sound cues at the very least. But I would say overall, they kind of just get a free rotation. It's completely uncontested. Yumeko does a good job of at least using the Dead Silence to clear out that space and allow the bomb carrier to get there safely. But really thinking that, the Originals, I guess, should just hard thought that they're going to come back to B. They are committed to this site, and they cannot play a retake successfully. So incredible round. Signs putting them together, and D3 still putting up the numbers. 10 kills now to his name.
Yeah, I love it. Opening first blood, though, by way of Semtex on the offense here. That's just a distraction. This is not a play towards A. It's full numbers on the B site. Depa's here, and they've got maybe a good read on this. You got a player forward inside of Warehouse. That's Yumeko. But it looks like the Originals will back away, especially with Lucky watching the mid-cross. Maybe he saw another member cross over. He does take down another kill. So 4v2. Gizmo watching the flank. The other 2 Original members looking for the planet A, and they will see a very vacant A site.
Oh, they will. Lucky even doesn't stick around to continue to watch mid, so that was the trade they were really working for. And then Gizmo works for one in the back. Depa might be able to combine for 2. Knows where Gizmo is, but I think that's a shot in the back that connects there. Lucky able to find him. Originals able to get one back there. They'll make sure no 2v4s happen.
Yeah. And that's just, when the plan is executed where it's a 1-3 split, you're just throwing one member's nades towards A to say, hey, look at us, we're going A, as you would expect, and it finds a kill. Oh, man. That is the ultimate bait and switch, because honestly, the Sign just doesn't have an option. You have to hold just in case there is a play over towards A, down numbers. You don't really have the ability to committing towards B, so it all works out as intended for the Originals. And now defensively, they're going to go to a 4-man stack to A, while Signs are going to wait back. I love this. Wait for the nades to be tossed and then throw some of your own. See if you can catch the Originals while they're trying to play for Cantina. The timing is actually really well done here, but the kill still goes the way of Furious for first blood, who stays alive through all the incoming utility, and now a chance for maybe more, but Depa puts together the response to keep us at 3v3.
He does find a huge kill. They can still rotate out if they want to. It's a 3-man stack defensively, and I think that's might be what they're looking to do. Maybe just at least work through mid, try to cut a different angle. And Lucky's responsible for picking it up or reinforcing. 45 seconds left. The bomb has not moved, and they are going to recommit here. Henry's in a key position. He's able to get a read down low, finds the first one.
Man.
Getting a little bit low on time, and Depa now shrugged off the angle as well. No trade comes through. Henry gets the second. That's one up here, D3.
Yeah, that's a tough situation really for both teams. Kind of committed to the A attack and defense simultaneously. But the difference maker is in the 3v3, the Originals still keep a member to watch the mid-cross just in case. So there really isn't this lingering sense of doubt that the defense has to maybe back off this A defense to try to get someone over towards B. They trust that there's going to be enough information gained by that player mid. Whereas for Signs, they don't really have the option of backing away. You have this delayed hit. You didn't put anybody over towards B, so you don't know if maybe there's an aggressive defender on the outside playing the flank. Yeah, small cause it affects things. And now 4-3. Natix looking to get on the board at 0-6. I think we're all on agency watch for this round as Lucky gets first blood through mid.
Sure does. Allows Furious to hit the fast route. Lucky gets a second. Well, there's the 0-7. Has in fact joined the agency, as this is looking like a little bit of a tough round because both defenders now are split. And A should go down safely, and Lucky still got presence through mid, so he's going to get info on both players. That player now caught in the middle of tunnel. Lucky can't hold the angle to still find another shot, but you have at least the info here from Signs, and they're just going to hit it. They're going to send it. E3 gets one, won't be able to find the second. Henry going to fly to B.
Great response here. I mean, once you get the read that both players are in mid-map, Furious makes the right call, getting on top of the hut, and getting one kill was all that was needed. Henry nearly was doubled up, but quick to make the call to take the cross back over to B. Snipe out, snipe in. How about it? Originals take the round, and now up to a 5-3 tally.
There are just so many EU snipers that I just look at, and I just know, like, Lucky's not going to miss this shot, man.
No, he's not.
Like, it's so many kills throughout this S&D. I mean, a lot of his S&Ds are really through a lot of sniper kills, to be fair. But 11-3 now, I think it was for him. 11-4, looking really good. So precise here with the scope. 5-3 up Originals. I mean, in firm control, and Natox is unfortunately, still unable to get involved whatsoever here.
Yeah, agreed. Definitely becoming a punishing element of this search and destroy as Signs are quickly into Cantina. Trophy system denies a lot of the utility towards Plano. Look at the quick flank also on the way from Henry. These tags are good from Furious. Henry gets a kill on the pinch. This is just quick as you'd like, and it's as perfect as you'd like. Flawless round for the Originals. Blink, and you miss it. And that takes the Originals now to 2-0 up in the series with a 6-3 win here in Mercado.
Not messing around in the final round. Originals are like, let's send it. Let's get in there. They want to sit in Cantina. Well, we're going to run at you. Force some gunfights and really force your hand, as it is a 6-3 victory on Mercado. Puts them up in the series 2-0. Signs unable to get things going here. Natox 0-8. Hate to see that. D3 looked great, especially joining in when they had a bit of a lead, right? They're up 3-2. Looking like they were in a solid position.
Yeah.
But it's only the participation, I think, from D3 that we really got out of that entire roster throughout that map.
Yeah, and, it always hurts when you have to drop double digits for the L. But still within that, there was some great moments, I think, for the Originals. Is kind of, again, changing the tempo, changing the looks without really doing too many things that are super crazy until you've got a big cushion to make a play like that happen in the end from Henry. So
sure,
really clean stuff from the Originals. That's kind of exactly as we've come to know it when it comes to that team has put together so far in this season. But we take our focus to Team Falcons and Clutch Rain. Again, we believe that the math has kind of already eliminated both these teams from playoff contention, but we haven't had much of a time to get a look at either of them this season so far. So a chance to really kind of dig in and see more about what these two teams have to offer leading up to Texas, where I believe at least Falcons will be there. Not sure if Clutch Rain will be joining us or not at the third major. But the thing about this is, I think it's just the whiplash from Falcons playing so well in Season 1 to now being in a position where they haven't found a series win, and they've been hard-pressed to really even come across many map wins throughout their first 4 games.
Yeah, it's been, I think, a little bit tough because, again, we just had, I think, really high hopes for this squad coming in because they were the underdogs throughout stage number 1. They had a lot of great series wins. They even had a lot of solid maps throughout the playoffs, as much as they don't go on a run by any means, but they still at least had good looks. So I think we had a lot of expectations like, oh, maybe a little bit more time, this team comes back, and they look a little bit stronger. But I think all the other teams have also evolved, and they haven't really been able to keep up for the most part. So see if they can maybe get at least a win versus Clutch Rain. I'm sure you'd love to be able to get another win up on the board. See what happens. Team Falcons will get the early touch. Clutch Rain just start to work their back.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. Good start here for Falcons. Okay. Twiz, Clousy, just exchanging gunfights in the middle of the map. It does once more favor the largely Saudi team. Play over towards P2 as Vampire's trying to get his first, real engagement. He's taken a couple of shots, gotten some damage, but hasn't been required to do too much. And how about this start from Falcons? Looking good. Kills turning up their way. 13 seconds plus more here on the first. And a little snapper from Exnid. Furthers a little bit of that opening pressure and a chance to still play for P2.
Yeah, it's a good position. Able to get in there for some of the scrap time. Keep the spawns over to the left side of the map right now. Force everyone to try to rotate through the hallways where Exnid be able to actually get some looks. Maybe find some kills. No, Twiz is there. We'll be able to shut him out. And Twiz ends up finding a second as he just runs that Xbox. Is able to clear out some space. So now you're able to at least lock in initial setup here. Just got to try to hold them back. As you can see it, Falcons, they've already made their way over. Kills are coming through.
Yeah. Clousy keep it play alive. Ooh, long-range shots to Pac. Nearly did it all himself. But it will be Falcons. Not getting a read on the spawns here. Just denying the trophy towards the point. Finally, the lesson is learned as Pac will drop and Vampire will be called to action. Stunned. On the corner, though. Oh, nearly. Klausy just got the business, but stays alive a little while longer. Exnid will finish things off, though, alongside King of Body. And Falcons off to a really solid start here through the first two hills.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, they've been controlling the spawns in the back there, able to get some scrap time in the back of P1 and P2. And they're maybe threatening P3, but they're able to find one down low. Nice kill coming up there for him. Twiz again. He's just been lighting it up in the kill feed so far. Another double. Might be able to turn this into some more. He pushes right out inside of Dennis. And the Falcons now are very much pushed back. Need to deal with Twiz before you can deal with the hill. But now you got King of Body working in the back. They don't look throughout the backside of Bridge, and that will open up the point. Falcons now have a chance to get in.
Yeah, and they're looking to take a very early snowball lead. Trainer just kind of desperately throwing shots to the top of the hill, hoping to get some sort of elimination as Twiz will force the play up top. Gets a little bit caught, literally on the stairs, and the trades favor Falcons. Okay, Fabron, last one left. Trying to maybe force the play, but Exnid from behind will deny, and the scrap time should be good. Now over towards rotation. Clutch Rain not necessarily set up in any regard here. They're going to spawn out, at least for a little while longer. At least a couple of the kills come through. That will save the moment for this opening time here for Clutch Rain.
It definitely will. It is a scary little transition you're worried about there. The Falcons might be able to just to fly right through, but kills will follow. Fabron also shuts things down on the second attempt. Now you have a setup. Let's see. The kills continue to follow. Yaza peeks up through mid, and now the right side is covered. You know the hits coming through the hallways, and the kills just continue to rain on in. Pack, though, will do a good job of at least finding that first one, staying alive, trying to reignite the play, as everyone's going to try to flood through the side door and through the hallways.
Kills coming out, though, for Clutch Rain. Just Exnid, last one left. Fabron, not needed. Okay, he'll get the regen off, and Clutch Rain will hold. 27 seconds to the fight for, though. Falcons, I'm sure, will want to try to get this at least one more try, especially with the kills coming through. Oh, my goodness, especially with the kills coming through. Yaza, though, on a 5 spree, looking for 6. Collects it, and with that, also the cruise missile. Scrap time now confirmed, and a chance for Clutch Rain to get over to do quickly.
Yeah, they're already here. Able to just fly right through. Vampire, though, is able to hold the line, but look at this route. Look at the route for Brone. Takes the high ground, drops in from behind, and that is really going to slow things down and stop a lot of the security that was here for the Falcons. They're going to have to do it all over again. They still have to worry about where Brone's about to attack from next. That's 3. Can he make it 4? He's got support now right through P1. He'll take the long-range down through the hallway. No problem for Brone there for 4. And they're right back in the hill.
Oh, my goodness. Fabron. Oh, my goodness. What the sub? 6 in a row for him. Nearly steps away from Pot to keep his life. But there is some sort of a trade. Maybe allowing Falcons one more chance to try to break this. But from the front, they're getting red. And Clutch Rain are dominating frontside cafeteria. Oh, my goodness. Somebody put down Yaza as well. 10 in a row. I mean, I feel for the observers right now. It's like, which streak would you want to go watch? Because literally it's across the entire board of the scoreboard for Clutch Rain. And yeah, the scrap time looking also pretty good overall for Clutch Rain.
Those back 2 hills, I mean, they were something here for Clutch Rain. And it comes off the back end for Brone, making a lot of proactive plays. Right place, right time. Again, he's able to find one of the ARs and, you know, just stop them from getting set up. That is really the big factor right now. The AR is just under so much pressure. And now he's even got one to work with himself. Little peek through the either window here on the side of the building. Brone is still flying around, moving, looking for kills. Might be able to find Vampire. Stunned? No way. He is finessing. He is finessing. Vampire finally puts him down. My goodness, Alan.
It just comes at the cost of so much time, though. Every second that gunfight was delayed, Clutch Rain was able to earn here on the first hill. So the lead continues to grow, at least for a small time. 132-86 the current tally. And Clutch Rain once again find themselves kind of lacking on rotation to P2, but Klausy quickly turns the tides. Kill on to King of Body, flips the map at least largely around, but not enough to fully influence the spawns. P1 will start to finish off, and it'll be Falcons who will be over towards the second hill first.
I feel like the Falcons are playing really fast right now. I mean, you look at the death tally, and it just feels like it is, you know, up there at the moment. Good moment in the back here to try to stop the spawns from being influenced, but holding onto a hill has just been a massive problem here. See if that changes. So far, so good on P2. Exnid trying to get a read on Yaza, who's just blocking at the moment, but his teammates aren't finding any kills. No. And he'll also be punished as soon as he makes his move. So this is much better for the Falcons, finally able to actually set up and do some zoning.
Yeah, this is kind of more along what we seem to expect. And you got to remember that last we were here, they didn't get a great read on where the spawns were coming from for Clutch Rain. King of body for 6 in a row. Goodness. So we've got, I mean, cruise missiles for everybody, it feels like. Thank you. I was just about to say who's got one. Feels like the majority for sure. 18 seconds will be conceded. Clutch Rain going to play for a very bunkered and reserved setup. This is a very reactionary kind of hold, but the kills do start to come through. Good position for Yaza to get a read over towards us in the south. Maybe trying to get Twiz involved, but trades will come through, and Team Falcons will just be able to kind of hopefully dissect this. And whoa, big shots from Pack. That'll open the doors.
Will open the doors. Not a lot of stuns and nades to work with to get rid of the trophies, though. If you were to use a streak, usually it would be this hill. Now for Brone, trying to figure out where to look at. Is it the ladder? Is it the back? It's the back, all right. Vampire's in. King of body pinches through orange. That is a beautiful break out of the Falcons as they get themselves in early.
And Pack's now on 4, so 21 and 18 for him. Kill leader for his squad. Second streak gets called in, not finding any success. Again, here's the third, though. Clutch Rain used everything trying to break, and honestly, that's not maybe even good enough. Semtexes are here, but Pac is still alive. He gets the 6 in a row, finally dealt with. 20 seconds to fight for, and Clutch Rain spent so much to not confirm their break. It's one of those you hate to see it moments without question, sending 2 cruise missiles and not even finding a second of time on the hill.
And again, look at the back. Look at the back. Look how fast Pac has been able to get here. He's been here for like 10, 15 seconds, and Yaza tries to make a play, takes the challenge, is punished for it. Trophy system's going down, but doesn't flare up in time, and well, good recovery it looks like potentially. Falcons still with numbers, but not enough to be able to break through the side door. So, I mean, by the skin of their teeth, Clutch Rain are able to hold on. It was not looking great off the initial break, but they're able to at least stop it. Team Falcons now looking to get back in. King of Body just breaks it open. Are you kidding me? Looking for maybe all 4. Last one is Twiz. He's dancing. He is just looking for kills. Ready to challenge anything that moves.
Wow. Maybe things that aren't moving. Just challenging everything. Klausy gets in for the contest. Takes the challenge. King of Body so patient. Feeling the antsiness of Clutch Rain. Now again on 5. Looking for his second streak in the map. 23 and 18. And now the dead silence will get him forward. Trying to assist onto his teammate. 6th kill. 7th. Oh my. Twiz took some damage there, but it was a tough transfer. That nearly still worked out. 205. 168 the score. Clutch Rain in the hill, but once again, very bunkered.
That's really been the case for the last couple of hills. And the Falcons, they've been great at breaking it open. It's because of their multi-kills. With their entry players doing so much of the work. See if it continues, though. Bringing it back slowly but surely is Clutch Rain. Trying to get a read on where this hit's coming from. Still bunkered up. Trophy systems not really in effect either. Challenge comes through. Pac just waits for the double. Vampire gets the 3rd, but no trade. Oh, Klausy, are you kidding me? He'll find 3 himself, and he'll stop the push for the Falcons.
Good read on the 4th as well. Oh my goodness, this is the most peculiar game of Hardpoint you may ever witness. Very back and forth, and all the dramatics also there to boot. Hit from the front, turned away. And Falcons are still committing numbers. They're kind of stuck in the middle of the map. There's really nowhere for them to go. It's a little bit of a death trap. And just like that, it's not just a tie game. Clutch Rain regained the lead after the miraculous hold from Klausy.
What a hard point this is. It is so back and forth. And now we'll see Klausy also try to keep this spree going. He can maybe make another impact. AR is being shut down. Nexted will drop, and he's going to attack the spawns here right away. And the timing on this is interesting, but doesn't actually commit to it. Going to try to bounce back, maybe reinforce P1. Doesn't want to overcommit and throw away his life for free. But King of Body, he is flying, still cruising. But 233, I mean, you have to play a lot of this P1 time if you're the Falcons.
Yeah, you really do. Maybe not necessarily play it to earn it, but play it to keep it neutral.
Yes.
Klausy, tough gunfight, still wins it. Keeps the numbers limited for Falcons' potential contest, but at the same breath, Clutch Rain also without numbers to get on towards the hardpoint. Klausy just full sends it, my goodness, and Exton puts together a response from top paper. Yaza down low, also denied. Exit off of the reach, and now on 4 in a row. A little bit of time earned here, plus numbers on rotation. Hold on a second here, Visions. We got ourselves another banger.
We absolutely do. The Falcons trying to stay alive, but Klausy, again, might be able to double up. The nade is good. Tags him up. Can't fully push just yet, but the nade does do the job, and the break is in for a second, but Exton might have just saved it. Wiz the last one up. Needs to try to hold on alongside for Brone. They're on the point. They're stacking it, and they're collecting time.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of help through Klausy mid-map. That may be the dagger. It looked good for a moment. Falcons getting a lot of kills from the van side, but the spawn's just too far out. What a map of Embassy Hardpoint. Just dramatic swings, back and forth, back and forth. Everyone earned a cruise missile, just about. And it ends with clutch rain off of, I mean, just a game of heroics on both sides. Eventually edging out Falcons for the map 1 win.
Yeah, really taking turns here with the sprees that we saw. Some hitting some double digits. And you saw it there. Yazza goes on a 10er. And as you mentioned as well, I mean, there's all the streaks. We got like 5 or 6 different cruise missiles coming in there for us. But man, I mean, if you told me that the most entertaining hardpoint of the day was going to be between those 2 squads, I probably wouldn't have believed you. But my goodness, that one just literally went back and forth. And as soon as you thought a team was, in control, they have a lead, you're like, oh, this is where they maybe start to run away with it a bit. No. Quick break, boom, right back, tie game. Just unable to get in there in the end there, unfortunately, for the Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got that many swings back and forth, it's hard to get a feel for, like, what's going right, what's going wrong, because it's just heroics all over the place, right? I mean, it's tough to kind of feel things out as a full-on squad, but nonetheless, an entertaining affair. And I mean, pick your poison as far as what you want to talk about, because, I mean, look at the streaks.
Yeah.
I mean, 10, 6, 6, 6, all over the place. 4s, 3s. Everyone was participating, and I want to say that King of Body had like 3 different 6 sprees that he put together. So, wow, fireworks here in map number 1, but Clutch Rain come out on top. Other results as we're kind of looking through it. Wubble Bob's retirement pending is another interesting match that's playing for seeding at the moment. And Wubble Bobs, who won their opening hardpoint, found themselves just a touch short of the search and destroy. So a 1-1 affair there. We saw the originals and signs in a 2-0 count after we watched the end of the Mercado search and destroy. They're going to a hotel control, which is also the same location that retirement pending and Wubble Bobs will be in. So we'll jump on board with them in a 1-1. It'll be the offense for retirement pending. Kick us off, and it looks like it wants to go towards B, but Reds is making a quick route defensively to try to take away the kitchen, and that is going to force some very interesting interactions without question.
Sure will. Linz just laying down low, waiting for this push to come through as he's got great support over the top, and I don't think this B play offensively is going to work out. Unless he can still slowly work for some peaks, and Linz gets a little bit ambitious there, tries to make a play, so Cobra now has to try to go big, and he is unable to do so. The patience pays off. Dave works the 2-piece, but Abusa, long-range knife kill, not going to work out there. Dave able to find 2 more, 6 in a row, trying to keep this play alive.
And his teammates are just going to freely get over towards A as Dave continues to reap Wubble Bob's members. And this is the thing, defensively, the Wubble Bobs don't necessarily know that it's just Dave here, so they're going to give away a lot of progress and have to kind of respond to this by going through defrag. It would be next up, but the chow through middle is discouraged. And that leaves the Wubble Bobs trying to play around the outside. Long-range shots. Abusa takes care of defrag, and now there's maybe a chance for the defense to consider A, but as the second tick of progress is locked in, it looks like they're just going to kind of allow it to go over and play the 22v22 with a minute 43 on the clock.
Yeah, I felt like they made that decision a little bit ago. Just don't want to give up, too much space in the back or allow them to just swiftly move over to B. Lives will be even. 22 here on each side. A minute 35 on this block. Try to secure B. Prezi going to be shrugged off. Takes the reach out there. Rafi's just going to hold that angle, so no problem picking up that one. Mythics now also finds a second. You get a read on Abusa here. Abusa going to fall, and now it's looking troublesome as they're able to get on the zone.
A little chance for Linz to contest. Good look at the frag. Shots come through. Expects the trade out. And whoa, what a read that is. Changes up the angle as well. Allows the rest of the defense to swarm. Leaving Mythics as the last player left. He's having a great game so far. Yes. 17 and 9. One more player on the corner. And you may have a prediction onto this. Just runs in, unfortunately. Does not see the streak last much longer than that. And we go back to a 16v15. Defrag around the back. Trying to create something. Stuns himself, unfortunately. And that will put everything back to level with 55 on the clock.
Yeah, I think he was hoping for a little bit more of a bank there off that stun. Doesn't do it. Just about halfway on that first tick at B. Dave still set up through mid. Has the cruise missile. Really going to find maybe an angle to use it in the attack, but we'll have to see. Prezi, a lot to deal with in the back. Almost good for that second, but Mythic's able to get through. So going to have to try to control the back. Do not let Mythics make a big play and start to spawn you out. That is really the biggest factor here for the Wubble Bobs with 30 seconds left.
Yep. Needs something to start to break through. And Rafi controlling mid. Maybe how you want to put a setup together. He's actually going to give up front desk and go deep. Ooh. Don't know about this call. Wins a kill in the back, but this is taking time. 8 from the front. He's got Cobra trying to play the backside bar. Abuser up top, still possessing bedroom with trophies to keep him safe. Dave will stop the clock, but it's only so long. Brezzy with 3 on the rebreak, and I don't know. I'm a little bit puzzled that Rafi gives away front desk like that for free, because that's how Brezzy walks in to get 3.
Yeah, no, I agree. Especially after you find the tough gunfight, right? Like, you did the hard work. You ripped him off the desk. Now you can take it for yourself, or, you know, try to look for a second after a regen. But, man, oh man, Brezzy gets in there, cleans up 3. Has the sub in hand as well. Brezzy's still looking pretty solid with the swap up of weapons that we've seen from kind of map to map or game mode to game mode. And he's able to at least stop that push right there. So 1-1 the tally. Both teams looks like they're able to at least secure their defensive side.
Yeah. Indeed. Okay. What next? It just feels like today's going to be a day of explosions, though, doesn't it? Like, after that last hard point, I don't know. It felt like it just kind of turned the whole mood. More pop-offs as Abuse is on 5. Brezzy still on the same 3 he carried. Cobra kill through mid. Cruise missiles forcing players around by the sound of it. Dave up top. He has been a problem. And continues to be so as the Semtex lands. Brezzy off the pinch. Almost gets all 3. Lynn's there for the quick follow-up and a chance for him to stop the clock, but he is without help.
Spawns are pretty deep right now. It's really just player 8 in the back. Mythics that's going to have to work for a kill, maybe. He does get info there onto Linz, but he's still going to have to work through just some tough angles. You also got presence through mid now. Rafi trying to pinch this play up, but it does get them off the zone. So now Wubble Bob's just simply playing for kills. Cobra is also finding them, and oh no, the patience pays off yet again, and Wubble Bob's just get out the zone, make them peek, find the kills, and now they're on the point.
Yeah, and this is a 3-stack. This zone is gone. And you can see retirement pending. Will concede, try to get deep in towards kitchen and set up an aggressive defense where they will have to hold 2 ticks of progress at A for nearly 2 full minutes. Tough gunfight for Mythics, or is it? Made me second guess that. Very cleanly won. And that stalls out Wubble Bob's pretty convincingly, who are still kind of searching for something on the outsides. But Dave, perfect read, great assistance, great intel from his teammates, and it's retirement pending, who come away with every kill.
Sure is. Still fighting for kitchen control here is Brezzy. And Olwe gets a read from behind here. Cobra gives him a call out. Cobra, I mean, it's so tough to confidently just sprint through that door, especially knowing there's now 2 members in. He's just wallbanging and spraying, but Brezzy comes off spawn, able to deal with 1. Cobra then wins the second. It's a long gunfight. The Mythics wants to try to come behind the play again, potentially, or at least maybe bait the kill cam and pull 1 player back. Cobra is going to stick back here, and he's going to re-hit it. Mythics has played this perfectly, but can he get here, still influence the play?
Second tick's going to get locked. Defrag does not anticipate the challenge. Oh, boy. You saw it kind of on both sides, how it would be successful. Retirement pending, just don't quite find the timings to get back in. Wubble Bob's brute force into the zone, and that's just kind of a subject that we saw throughout all of Season 1. It's just some days these guys don't look like they can miss, and that was just one instance of many where that comes true.
Without a doubt. I think one of the teams in Challengers that just has one of the highest ceilings. You just do not know when these guys are going to be able to start to take over. And even when they do, you know, some of these swap-ups within different weapons, you know what I mean? Cobra picking up this AR and Rez using the sub, they still look just as good. Offensive win, retirement pending. Now needs some of that flair themselves to try to stay alive in the control. Brezzy right away. Challenge is coming through. Is on 4. That spree will be shut down. Mythic's good for that first blood, and that will be an early touch on A.
Yep, stops the clock. Frag can just kind of sit here, poke and prod. Great Semtex usage. That will guarantee the first tick. More to be done here, though, through arches. Oh, my goodness. You feeling a little bit of a hot hand here. Jeez. Flies forward, nearly takes down 3, but it's Linz with the double on response. And here comes a pinch from Abusa, who gets a sound cue onto defrag. And now you have Linz trying to pinch from the opposite side, testing Mythics, and wins the gunfight just before the second tick gets locked.
Oh, it's a big moment for Abusa to also cut right through mid. Watch this cross and stop them from making a play on the other side of the map. Kills are still raiding through, and look at where they're spawning. They're spawning B. You feel like you're going to have to try to make something happen through B, or either backtrack all the way to regain kitchen control. This is just not a spot you ever want to be in on the attack, but kills maybe are starting to look a little bit better for them. 3 players going to drop down. B is now open for the taking.
Yeah. So on they'll go. Clock stopped. Bob's. How do they get the kill so quick? I mean, you would think that Defrag would just stay prone. He would be out of line, out of sight, but nope. It's just, man, uses 26 and 12. What do you say? Stat lines definitely start to speak for themselves with this Bob's team. But on towards the A zone, second tick will be finished. Lynn's trying to get the same challenge. This time not going to be as successful, but Cobra follows up. And again, the timing is just so perfect. These hits are so well coordinated.
And it's just slowly chipping away at the life lead too, right? Like, just like that constant little, here's a kill there, kill there, force you off the zone. Have to dedicate more resources, and then you got beautiful cuts right through it yet again. Abusa just having a game, and we see this more often than not, but a little bit of white does pour into that feed. Maybe a chance for a quick transition. You got some bedroom control. You're able to push out. Mythic's also trying to pinch through mid, but Lynn's going to be able to cut him up, shut him down. Might be able to finesse his life for a second here, too.
Resi up top. Next problem that Retirement Pending will have to solve, and okay. Pretty clean, but it's a 13v9. Lots of time to play with, but if you're Retirement Pending, you have to be clean on these engagements. You have to take some really smart chows here. And the problem about it is the Wubble don't have to do anything besides sit and wait. That's exactly what we're seeing. Abusa is just not dying. No one is shooting back at him, it feels like. It takes for the double, though. Opens up time and space to get to B. Forces Linz to not have to hit her out top bedroom. He does find one cleanly. Expects the second. Wins it against Dave. And the second tick of progress now, all of a sudden under question. Abusa gets his 30th elimination. And it completely pushes Retirement Pending down to their last lives.
It sure does. 4 lives remaining. Has to be perfect from here on out. You got a little bit of time. You don't have to just sprint to the zone right away. You're also going to have to do it in convincing fashion. So 25 seconds. Everyone waiting for a peek, and Wubble Bobs aren't budging, not moving. The back is secure. Linz might have an angle on a couple of kills here. He's able to find the first. Challenge is out for the second, and there it is. Set in stone. It is done. The Wubble Bobs, they hold on. They lock it in, and they'll close out the Control 3-1.
It's just, and maybe I'm the only one who reacts this way. Maybe you feel the same way. I don't know. But it's just, there are these matches where the Wubble Bobs look like they're in a grueler, like tight matchup. Like both teams hitting each other hard. And then all of a sudden there's like this spark. And everyone just takes their game to another level. It's bold, aggressive challenges that start to get won. The team starts to fly. And when that tempo switch comes through, it doesn't feel like there's a way to respond to it. Like, it's like, oh, we're in this game. We're fighting. And then like Wubble Bobs find that gap. They charge at you, and it feels like it's lights out from there. I don't know if there's another team quite like it that does it. And maybe that's just because the Wubble like have to like feel out where the openings are, and then once they get that awareness, that's when it's all action. Whereas other teams that just dominate from start to finish, like see an example of Team Notorious this stage, like they're just right off the gun, know that they're about to be better than you. I don't know. Something to ponder as we jump back over towards Team Falcons and Clutch Rain. Much cleaner here from Falcons, I'll say. 4-1 up. Xnid still hot, 9-3 with 3 in a row.
Not too bad.
Seen worse?
Absolutely seen worse. On the day, too. But for Brown, might be able to actually pop up and kind of finesse this and snake it a little bit. But Xnid actually just goes prone, works the angle, and now turns this into a 1v2. You still got time to work with, and the bomb isn't too far away, but getting a read on both of these players is going to be a little bit tough.
Yeah, I'll say. That's so funny. It's like, it's not a boy.
Hold up.
Okay, those are some perfect shots. I was just about to say, it's like the mind game of the snake. You know, who's the snake charmer? And Exit just goes prone, and I imagine at some point for moments like, where did he go?
I like it. Certainly a good attempt, and like you said, clean shots, right? Like, just snaps on the head of the player in the back. Able to find it. We'll see a nice little replay of... Oh! Whoa! It's a collateral! Oh my goodness, Pack! He's just lights out.
Everybody, just don't get in his way.
Really not.
That was sick. Quick hit towards B. Falcon's going to give up some of the high ground in order to play a lot of this defense through orange. And King of Body's going to get first blood. But the bomb's still planted in the same effort. And Fabrone is going to stay right here on this lone server that just is, for some reason, not in tennis. Mid-map, though, Clousy does not get the pitch towards zone, making sure that now this defense has to focus on the front. But Fabrone, okay. Oh, my goodness. Shots landing all over the place. Vampire takes down Yaza, now leaving Fabrone needed to get the ace in a 1v2. Running through a little bait and switch situation. Fabrone, no! Doesn't quite get all four. It's King of Body who puts him down, if only just barely to get to 5.
Yeah, he makes some work and work hard for that kill. I mean, it doesn't get any tougher than that. Gets a look at the first two, backs up, and he's trying to get a read on the second player, you know, throughout this entire fight. But I think King of Body is lucky that he gets across the way he does, and he doesn't get finished off first. Because if he gets finished off first on that dolphin dive, I think Fabrone clutches that without a doubt. It's just having to deal with two overwhelming players bouncing in front of you, trying to snake you as well. It's so much, but he has a real good look at it, that's for sure.
Wow. How different this map could be if you get to a 3-4 instead of a 5-2 as well. Lots of things to play implication. But instead, it's now map point for Falcons, looking to square up this series. Quick hit to bathroom, stunned up his King of Body. Ooh. Didn't actually fully shrug off the concussive effect, but still stays alive, and now he's going to try to hit a little bit of a route. Creating a little bit of distraction through mid. Twiz, tagged up by the trucks exploding around him, still confirms first blood. Clutch Train with the numbers.
4 versus 3. Twiz with his door open, though, doesn't really feel safe, and this is why Falcons trying to overwhelm him, but Twiz is not having any problems whatsoever. Pack is still in the back, and he will work the angle for the shot, but job is done for Twiz. Gets a 2 for 1. Bomb, of course, can be picked up, but look at the spot that they're in. B, I don't know how you would ever get to it. A, I feel like has to be the target here.
There's just no information at all. Couple of stray shots through mid. Fabrone, no problems. Leaving Pac now. Hopefully put something on Reddit. Doesn't look good for it. Pops a dead silence. Wants to continue to make this play happen. Bit bold, I'd say. Gets the first, resets. Bomb can be collected. And Clutch Rain have now, of course, gotten the realization this will for sure be a play towards A. And Pac is going to go for the kills.
Who beats the bomb?
Yeah, and apparently not him, but he'd be wrong. He would do it. Kill comes through regardless.
Yeah, it does come through. I think maybe he just realizes there's not a lot he can do in the situation, but I mean, why pop the dead silence in the first place, I guess? I'm always a big fan of like finding like the first kill. If you put it into like a 1v2, it's like, okay, now we can pop Teddy and maybe turn this into something, but I feel like it's always a little bit of a waste when you go into the next round. You have to fully start it up again. Either way, Falcons are still up, so it's not the end of the world by any means. But at least Clutch Rain able to finally put something away and have a much better start to a round as well and kind of shut things down. That was a great little initial play there from Twiz to do that.
Yep, I agree. Over the cross? No, everyone's going to go top this time. And then, are they all jumping out window here? Oh, they sure are. Vampire stunned and naded. He cannot contest this. There is no response defensively for this play. First blood confirmed. Bomb has made its way through and on top of B. The only defender nearby is King of Body, who does get first blood and gets away with his life. Now the bomb is down. Challenge red. Oh, my. And how about the extension of King of Body's life? Bomb collected, but now they run towards Pac's direction, and that will actually be enough to put it all onto King of Body, who would need the ace. Shots were decent, but not enough for the kill. But King of Body wants to go quick to try to challenge this.
He does. He is flying, and unfortunately, there's a massive heady there just outside of the doorway. So Clutch Rain still staying alive, and they're just great with some of these opening engagements. I also love the idea of just flying through the window after just bombarding the middle of the map with nades and stuns. It's like, you want to sit mid, that's fine, but I hope you got support, and if you don't, you're probably going to drop, and that's exactly what happens. They work for that first blood. It's a good angle that's picked up from Fabrone to cut the map as well, and just give them a little bit of that start they needed just to get into the site. That's been a huge problem for them to get to the other side of the map. It's also been problemsome, but 5-4, Team Falcons up by a bit, starting to let it slip so far.
How different things could be if Fabrone gets that clutch. There'd be a difference maker in it. Uh-oh, Vampire's got to get out of dodge. Lucky to be alive, honestly. At 24 HP, a single bullet from Yaza would have finished it off, and oh no. Yaz's nade, I think, was intended for top window. Doesn't work out. He does make up for his mistakes by still confirming a kill into King of Body. But Twiz has to be the playmaker, and he's going to run out of dead silence. As it now will be a 1v3.
Someone locked the doors inside. Took Twiz a little bit to get out. Might be able to find a kill in the pack unless he snaps. He tries, but the kill does come through. So now he's on this side of the map with a sub. And you should be able to drop this bomb or rotate it. And they are going to stick it out. Drop this at B, but Twiz, he's going to be spotted. He'll be taken down. Falcons takes them a little bit to get there, but in the end, they do so. And they'll grab themselves a huge map here. Map number 2.
Yep. Not one of those situations where we often say like they needed to win this map, but definitely nice to have it. Get yourself, especially after a grueling for opening hardpoint, tied up into the series. Extend this to see another one where who knows what will happen when we get to map 4. At this point, all bets are off. I'll say that much.
Yes, absolutely.
We swap into, speaking of map 4s, Wubble Bob's retirement pending. Wubble Bob's up 2-1 after their control mastery here on Hotel. Now find them on the hardpoint and digging in to try to get this game back to tie. Brezzy, oh goodness gracious, nearly takes down Mythics. But as the hardpoint opens up, it'll be retirement pending in.
In for the time. We'll be able to zone through the back a little bit here too. And you're gonna have to just kind of sprint through mid. You can just see how difficult it is. Just searching for kills, lingering in and around the restaurant area. Not even gonna commit for Linz and just force him to kind of sit and wait. But Wubble Bob's now all to kind of flood through the back of Chandelier and see if they can get themselves in. First 30 seconds has been secured so far. Linz through the side, needs to try to open something up, and the kills just have not come through. Defrag and Dave both good for their ones. And now there's only one more player. That's Brezzy. Has to make a big play individually.
Yeah. You know he's going to be probably good for some special moments, but will it be right here? Not quite. On the other side, it's retirement pending, who still holds solid. 13 seconds of scrap time, and this is a large cushion for retirement pending to work with. They're going to try to exit in through kitchen here. Getting over towards noon. Not even really focused on mid-map at all. Linz kind of working with Brezzy. That'll work out for the 2-for-1 exchange. More to come. Goes to the drop shot. Mythic still wants it, and Linz will put him down in his place. So hardpoint opens up on roofs. Wubble Bob's in some really good control here, not just on the hill, but more so in the middle of the map.
Without a doubt, they're also a little bit spread. Plays are still not working solo through the back of kitchen. The spawns will stay in the hands of Wubble Bob's. They're now just worried about what's happening from the front, and so far they've been able to handle it with ease. The retirement pending. Now all have to kind of flood through the middle or the front of the point. Abuse is starting to eat up some damage. It will be a contest. Double hit does come through, and they will be able to break it, but it's only for a quick moment. We'll see Wubble Bob's flip out, be able to get themselves right back to the front, but Dave adds in the support. Long-range shots from Dave. Mythic's nade will also help out, and they'll be able to break back in.
This is kind of a more opinionated reaction, but doesn't it kind of feel like Dave has found his form again? Like, he wasn't bad last season, but I just had a moment watching that last set of gunfights and a couple of here for retirement pending where it's just like, this feels like Dave, like from Modern Warfare 19.
Yeah, I think so too. I think almost any AR that's in this game that used to be like a hard lockdown AR from back in the day is having more fun in this game, just because you don't have to worry about the slide canceling as much, right? Like, it's like, you get the golden iron, pure gunny, and I think that suits someone like Dave for sure.
Definitely feeling solid so far as this team enjoys pretty sizable lead of 50 seconds. Dave just kind of turning, burning, hitting shots, and nearly puts down Brezzy. At least softens him up enough to make Mythic's life much easier to confirm the trade. Rafi in, no worries there. Up top, gets the read into Abuser, but oh my goodness, dude. He's on 2 HP. Stays alive through it, and the Wubble Bobs have a chance to neutralize Dave in the hard point and maybe find a little bit of scrap time of their own as they work over towards the right side of the minimap.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure on Mythic. He's been great so far in the series. Has to have a big moment here. Support not going to be with him just yet. Suns and nades starting to come through. No trophy out. And that means that players are going to be able to actually set up the team push that they want. Mythics finds one in the back. The push comes through the side. That will allow retirement pending to get themselves into the point. That is a quick break. Not usually what we see, but a Wubble Bobs, they're striking back. Kills are looking solid, but still need to deal with Dave.
He's just snaking it up. Try to kill off a little bit of time, but help, you would think, was on the way for Wubble Bobs. They're still spawning in, and retirement pending don't know that fully yet. I mean, Mythics is still kind of watching for this, but he is the only one on the hunt. And as the kills come through, Wubble Bob's little surprise spawn does work out for the break. So eventually kind of the status that we got, which looked like it was going to be a guaranteed break, does come through, but it comes at a pretty steep cost, retirement pending over that 200-point threshold.
Without a doubt, Wubble Bobs are just in that situation where they need every single second, can no longer afford to give up time. And Defrag has just made his way to the back. He's not going to move for quite a while, I have to imagine, but Cobra is there. He'll be able to find him. And his 3 teammates now are just coming off of ult, all going to push through P6 and see if they can just work to the back here. We'll see what happens. Cobra's got a lot to deal with in front of him. He's good on the first.
Yeah, looking solid from this position, just blocking down the route. Forcing retirement pending to have to consider a different way. Long-range shots with Dave. Help over the middle of the map, not quite there. They're still trying to take Cobra down. They eventually get the kill, so that should block, if not flip the spawns completely. And Wubble Bob's trying to hug the front of the hard point, trying to do what they can to neutralize. And retirement pending are not hitting this as a collective. This is a lot of individual gunfights, and it turns out beautifully. Abusa actually shooting at his teammate, and that's actually enough for Defrag to take care of the damage that was dealt. And the break does come through.
The break comes through, and I mean, that's just the chaos of Kitchen sometimes. You just don't know where your teammates are spawning. You're just hearing call-outs. You're just trying to shoot at whatever comes flying through. And, well, in the end, it does hurt them just a tad bit for that scrap time. You would have loved to have had it. Wubble Bobs now need a full 60 on a hill that is not easy to hold full 60s on by any means.
Yeah,
There's a lot of ways to get in here and contest.
Absolutely agreed. Trades back and forth. Resi trying to turn the tides, but no, it's retirement pending, looking clean. These break attempts have been really solid from them. I mean, outside of a couple of mismanaged individual plays, collectively, when they're getting their first looks at these breaks, they've been pretty darn solid, and that is maybe the reason for the lead. Resi trying to force something in. Maybe the last hope here for Wubble Bob, says the pinch from the front and back is pretty short-handed. Abusa trying to find a transfer. 249 and 250 locked in, retirement pending. Looking to try to supplant a Wubble Bob's in the overall seeding going to playoffs. Both teams confirmed, but lots on the line still as they head to a map 5.
Lots on the line, still have to get it done in the search, but always feels good when you're able to outplay a team like a Wubble Bob's with just the slaying power and just the individual talent that you have on this roster. So to be able to outplay them, outwork them, and, you know, build up a couple really nice holds there, that is great to see out of the retirement pending boys, who have looked, you know, extremely good when you're watching over a lot of their games. They've had a lot of great moments throughout this entire season 2, and I mean, a lot of great moments with that old roster as well in season 1. But have to now get it done in the S&D and a chance to be able to still fight for seeding.
Yeah, it's one of those things that, you know, retirement pending has, I would say, improved going into the season, but it's not into like a significant margin where it's like, oh my god, this new team is incredible. It just feels like they're getting better, which is easy again to say, but hey, those are things that you look for, I think, when you're evaluating the strength of your squad after coming off of performances at Boston that weren't where you wanted them to be in through season 2 so far. Competitive with the top teams, which is always hopeful, and I assume it sets you up for what will likely be some desires towards not just the playoffs, but also what may happen in Dallas, pending, of course, that they are going to show up for that. Not sure if that's the case or not. Even slaying across the board. You want to talk about sharing the load. 22 kills pretty much for everybody in the server. So a pretty tight affair as far as the kill death is concerned, but the difference maker is once again over towards that hill time category. Almost all 4 members at or above a minute, and maybe even 2 minutes for Mythics for the side of retirement pending.
Yeah, and I mean, it always just feels good when you're a team and you look at the scoreboard and you see that, right? Like, it's not just one player took over or, you know, saved the game for you and had a clutch moment, right? Like, that is just everybody, you know, pulling their weight, which is just huge. When you talk about having to go up against some of the top squads that, you know, you need this every single map when you're going up against some of those guys. So great to see. And Mythics also, a lot of great moments. He's looked great throughout this entire stage. I mean, we talked about him a little bit last year at the beginning when he had kind of come in as that rookie and didn't really find his footing through a Vanguard, but my goodness, looking a lot better here in Modern Warfare 2.
Absolutely. So there's the look at the series thus far. We've caught the majority of it, except for really the Embassy Hardpoint and parts of the Mercado Surge. So Fortress is next up for these two squads. Again, fighting for seeding is what's on the line here, just to re-hit that one last time there for you, friends. And for retirement pending, their Fortress has been played pretty regularly for the Search and Destroy. So, you know, they've played it 3 different times, 2 and 1 on the map. Wubble Bobs in their Fortress Search have not played it yet. They've only had to play through El Asilo and Mercado. That's kind of a byproduct of once again, being a pretty dominant squad, you don't see a lot of map 5s. In fact, they've seen none of them here so far throughout this season. So kind of hard to get a read as far as if Wubble will be happy about this or not.
Yeah, we'll have to see as we get into it, but never an easy map to decipher by any means, man. It's just hard to be creative, I feel like, when you look at this map as a whole. And a chance to be able to take down Wubble, I mean, that also does a lot for you as a retirement pending going into playoffs, right? Just knowing you took out at least one of those top squads. We have it in us. We can do it. It is possible. So to get the job done here in an S&D, man, would feel absolutely amazing. But it's always like you get a Wubble to the edge, you almost get them, and then they just fight back, or one crazy play happens from like Abusa, Linz, Brezzy, anyone else on that roster, and things can go awry very quickly. So, you know, have to stay disciplined, have to stay very on top of your trades, and you can't let anyone just start to take over.
Yeah, agreed with that. It's the last thing you want is to see momentum just turned away from you as we jump right on into round number 1. Map 5, search, Wubble retirement pending. And so Wubble on the offense with a relatively free look to A. Rafi is watching the cross through the slit in the double doors. The frag playing close, may have heard Brezzy above him, but the stun will actually be information for Wubble, who may want to try to dissect this problem of this mid-map defender. Yeah, that's, I think, kind of the call. Brezzy kind of makes a gut check read, but not able to do too much. Shots will land. Rafi gets the second, and an early 4v2 here for the defenders.
Oh, it's tough. If he gets across and at least is able to maybe contest the bomb plan, it's a much more manageable round. But Rafi just finding the head on that dolphin dive really hurts you. So Linz needs to find Dave now, and he will. So he'll work slowly for that kill. That's going to loosen up this side of the map. Maybe draw 1 or 2 more members over to watching it. Still got presence here from Abusa. Takes a tough chow. Mythics will have no problem putting that one away. 1v3 now required for Linz.
Oh, what a semtex.
Perfect.
Landed in his back pocket. Okay. Clean defense for retirement pending. And I get it if you're Wubble. You know, you get the stun to connect. You get a read in the player. Close on towards your bottom double windows. You feel like you may get an opportunity to throw extra nades and take a challenge. Maybe just come away with a 1-for-1 that opens up that defense a little bit more. But it doesn't work out. And that's pretty much the round from there. So good stuff from retirement pending. Now we get into the ever so critical second round with those field upgrades earned pretty much across the board.
Couple early stuns come on out. And the only thing that you'll see creatively defensively is, you know, popping up to the window, picking a good timing, or kind of working around the back. Other than that, it's just a lot of a waiting game. Look at Fortress, but see a hop up there as soon as we swapped away. Maybe a chance to attack up top. Meanwhile, Mythics should be able to get this down safely.
Yep.
4v4 retake now required.
Lots of stress on this. Retake long-range shots, though, from Linz. It opens up the back, which this post plant will have to respond to. Cobra, you saw it through the X-ray. He just dolphin dived right into the site. Maybe did enough damage to make something happen, but Mythics will take down 2, clearing out the flank. Linz now by himself. Little loop-de-loop up top takes care of Rafi. 1v1. Linz the one required to defuse, though. Means that Mythics has a small advantage, but the dead silence play from Linz runs up behind him, and instead of it being Mythics, the spotlighted player through 2 rounds, it's Linz 5-1 on 4 in a row.
Yeah, I was about to come in and just gas the hell out of Mythics, but like, my goodness, that 2-piece, insane, plays it so well. Now he's going to work the clock, and I mean, it's just a great read that comes through for Linz, right? He has every single kill right now on his squad, and he is able to just pull off a incredible play, especially off that first one. As soon as he finds Dave, the back is now completely exposed, and Linz just breaks it open, slowly gets through to every single player here. Just a heck of a round to make sure that Wubble are on the board. Yeah.
Doing it all himself. And how about this? Gut check call over towards B. Stun lands. And look at Dave. He's in position for this. You don't often see a defender playing over towards the top like this. And he actually has fallen down. I thought he was on top of the staircase. Not the case. So now how do you retake this? I mean, through the stun, Wubble just forced it into B. And now you've got a scope and an SMG trying to retake B if you're retirement pending.
Yeah. It's not too often you have to play B retake, right? You don't practice it too much, so see what they decide to do. Mythics, I think, maybe has a read on Brezzy, and the timing here. See what he can do. Stun's going to come out. Brezzy sees him kind of through the leaves, I guess, there. Gets the first reaction. Linz is still the only one with kills on his team. And, well, Linz might be able to get this one, too.
No way!
I don't know. Did he get it?
He did, yeah.
Oh, my God. Literally has all the kills to the first 3 rounds, Alan. What is happening?
And the ace here, 9-1.
Dude.
Little boop. Oh my god, dude.
When this is happening, you ask Linz, what do you want to do next round? What can I do to set you up and help you, right? Like, those are the questions I'm asking.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think we've ever seen something quite like this. I told you, explosions all day today.
Nailed it, Alan. On the money.
I like money. Did Dave get hit by those stuns? First, the lenses didn't. But maybe the secondary one did. Semtex for sure confirms it. Linz looking for double digits. It's Abusa who finally gets another kill. Besides Linz for Obabobs. And defensively, there are so many luxuries afforded off of that first blood. Even more so that you've cleared out further in the back. I was going to say Linz could get a free second floor here. Retirement Pending have no intel on what's around, and they have to force the play, and Cobra shuts down the Chow from defrag.
Sure does. Mythics might grab one. And maybe get away. I thought there'd be a quick trade, but, I mean, he's also now pinned in. Only good news, he has the bomb. So if he gets another isolated gunfight, maybe there's a chance to run to B, or, of course, he's not going to know B is totally open. See what he can do. Got a stun, got a nade, gets info. But they know exactly where he is.
Yeah. It would be bold to hard commit to B as well. So here comes the challenge. Cobra doesn't need to worry about pulling out the sub. Teammate handles it for him. And a 3-1 tally for Wubble after what looked to be a pretty solid start for Retirement Pending. Everything just kind of changes when Linz does Linz things. 10-1 for 4 rounds in.
How about that?
How about that? Catch him outside. How about that?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to, but he is that guy right now. 10-1, just cooking them. And I mean, there's a lot of freedom that I think Wubble are also working with. Like, Linz has been able to hit like that top double jump now twice on the defensive side.
Correct, yeah.
And it comes off the back end of a lot of these initial engagements, just opening up the map a lot more. See if anything could be stopped here. Retirement Pending just have not really been able to find an answer. Ralphie's continued to hold on to this cross. They had a great first round stopping this push, but it's been a lot more patience, a lot more working the map out of Wubble since then. And Linz is going to call on the streak, and he finds 2. That's round number 4.
That had to be miscommunication. You see the trophy system just faltering right in front of Mythics. Someone must have said to the call, like, we're fine. The trophy will take care of it. Nope, not at all. And now all of a sudden, this map has not just snowballed out of control. It's ran away. And how do you regain right now if you're Retirement Pending? I mean,
yeah. It's almost like they're not even finding like straight up gunfights either. So like they're a little bit frustrated, right? So I mean that's been a factor. Linz has just been going rogue, running around. It's just, man, it's so overwhelming, and it's got to feel just so frustrating right now for Retirement Pending. We're just simply looking for some kills, looking to try to open up, get a bomb down, maybe. That's what you're looking for, but 8 stuns all come out. Linz again looking to make a play, and they can afford it. He's got 3 rounds up, so he can make some more risky plays if he wants to.
Misses the jump, though. And as they lose Abusa, that Semtex... Oh, my...
What is in that gun?
Wow. Dude, seriously. That was the quickest... Okay. Okay, finally! Golly, I thought for a second he was just about to do it all himself. Again.
Feels that way. I mean, what, his teammates got 4, 5, 6. He's got double his teammates' kills and more. Come on. 1v2. Not impossible. However, the Chow might come through. No, he gets around the wall in time, but the sound cues are there. But Cobra can really shoot back, so kind of gives him a free look at 1 in almost a second. But Brezzy able to hold on there. It's a little dicey. Almost a 1v3, but just can't put in the final shots there to finish off Brezzy.
And Brezzy's just off regen as well. I mean, this was as tight as it gets. Oh, my goodness. Okay, 5-1. Match point. Map 5, Wubble have not been tested on a Map 5 yet this season. But boy, are they looking solid. Keep in mind that with Originals taking their win, this is essentially and effectively a battle for second place seeding-wise in the group. Going into playoffs. Mythics, no. Get out of here. Not interested, said Linz. 15-2. I already know Ant on the rotation has already screen capped it. Ready with some high-tier meme. Nope, not yet, Ant. Get 16 on the scoreboard first. Holy cow.
I mean, that might be one of the most insane individual performances we've seen from somebody in S&D and Challenges so far. Like,
Period.
Dude. Lynn's just had a map. And it's the map 5 of all of them, too. So it's the perfect time to drop 16 kills. Let me tell you, Brezzy, Abuse, and Cobra just like, do your thing. We're just here for the ride, baby.
16 through 7 rounds. Shut up.
Not okay.
That's dumb. All right, that series is over. Into this one. Final match of EU group play. Falcons, Clutch Rain, tied up at 1 apiece on the control. Clutch Rain up big early here in the hotel control, 2-0 up. And defensively, they've done well so far. Minute 4 on the clock. That'll be moved to 2 minutes and 4 as the progress at A will be locked. King of Body still feeling spicy, 19-17. He's played well today.
He has looked really good. Created a lot of big offensive moments, a lot of big breaks throughout the hardpoint that we saw in map 1 there. Catches fire. Kid is dangerous. Xnid gonna use the dead silence, come all the way around the back here. And everyone just kind of posted up. You got time to work with, so you don't have to make a really fast play. You can see it. Both teams currently 0-4, so someone getting their first win. And it might just be Clutch Rain, as they're doing a good job of defending so far, but you got to worry about Vampire in the back alongside King of Body.
A lot in the back here. I mean, Fabrone is nearby. King of Body gets the read on him laying prone, so that's the kill. And now the rest of the defense has to hit through mid-map. They don't even have desk control, so Pack is going to really put a problem into effect here for Clutch Rain. Clousy down low, and you've got Yaza close on the nearby desk. Clousy only gets one. Yaza, 1v1 with Pack, tries to get back up top, and, well, this gets pushed off. So now Falcons with numbers can stack. They've got 2 on, but it could be as many as 4 if they want it to be. Second tick of progress on the way. Falcons still looking for kills, and they are coming. So the second tick of progress is locked. And the last chances of any hit towards mid have largely been pushed away by nades and AR gunfire. Third tick locked in. No worries. On to round 4.
Wow. We come right into it, and Falcons get themselves into the back. It's just a slow play from Vampire, who's, in the back of Spa. He's blocking that close spawn. So you don't have your defenders to get here as quick as you would want to, and then they follow that play up with King of Body, and then another player even pinches through mid, so they just overwhelm the back and just take the site, or rather take the zone by storm, get in there, start to get a couple members on, and the kills follow. So Falcons, a lot of work to do, but we're able to at least grab one of the harder parts. They grab the offensive round. Now just got to lock it down on defense.
Well, we say the harder rounds, right? I mean, with quotations around it.
Well, should be harder, technically. Gotta run at them, right?
That's fair. Stun control for King of Body. Speaking of running at people, holy. Nearly does it all himself, but Yaza stays alive. Keeps the clock paused. Defense swarming, trying to get over towards Rugs. But a double stack in for Clutch Rain. Second tick of progress, already halfway through. So there's now 3 members on, and Falcons need to make a decision here. Are they playing for the retake? Are they playing for exits? They're kind of half committed. Here comes the challenge. I mean, the zone's already gone. The kills do come through, but all in all, Clutch Rain got what they came for.
Yeah, they got what they came for. It's a good moment from King of Body. It happens a second or two earlier. Maybe you get there to stop it. But off-screen, Xnade is still putting in some good work there. He is just keeping them kind of pinned in the back of this spawn. He's now earned himself a cruise. So this is looking a lot better for the Falcons.
Yeah, I'll say.
Howsy will fly through, will be cut down. Vampire also good for another up top. The kills are starting to come through. Lots of time to work with. Good mid-map control as well. We'll start to see them make their push in, but they are not being able to do it convincingly. They're having to fight through stuns, nades, and everything else.
Well, they've already survived through them. Now the gunfights start to come out, and the trades actually do favor Clutch Rain. I'm just as surprised, I think, maybe as you were in the midst of that, saying, how have they survived through all of these nades? I mean, they threw everything at them. King of Body, though, repossesses topside bedroom. Has a 1v1 with Twiz. Those are clean shots. It's actually the stun that gets the job done. Unfortunate team nade, though, once again, kind of halts Clutch Rain in their move forward. Vampire, once more, through bedroom. Kills come out. 20 plays 12, and Team Falcons look like they're in a good spot to force around 5. Although all 4 members are stacked bedroom here. This is puzzling.
This is interesting. I mean, it's pretty hard to read this, but as soon as you find a kill or two, it could go really wrong really fast. And they are going to stop the clock here. They're going to force the hand. Pack is still able to get him off, and Pack is actually able to transition for 2. For Prone is like, where are the other members at? I know you're around here somewhere. Is able to find the shots. Takes out King of Body. And you've been able to eliminate a lot of time off this clock. Clutch Ray now down to 8 lives.
And look at the spawns for Team Falcons. The really only place they could contest is through mid. Pack's nade alongside Vampire through that mid cross. Worked out for 3 of the 4 kills. Yaza last one left. Nearly lines up 2, but the stun affects him maybe a little bit too heavily. A little off-angle play here from King of Body. Just prone in the last place you'd expect him. 13 plays, 2. We're going to go to round 5.
Wow, good wins. But for Bone, it's just simply playing for a couple additional kills. And imagine a 2v11 is going to happen here with just about 2 ticks. Low weight up the clock. Falcons should be able to hold on. Their questionable 4-stack inside of the bedroom somehow manages to work out because they stay alive long enough for the reinforcements to then get back to the middle of the map to reinforce. And, well, down 0-2. They bring it back with 2 rounds in a row, Alan. We're going round 5.
Yes, we are. 2 pretty convincing rounds for what it's worth as well, mind you. I mean, we didn't get a chance to see how the first 2 rounds came to go, but Clutch Train find themselves maybe with backs up against the wall here a little bit in map number 3 after a lot of convincing action has unfolded here on both the defensive and offensive sides for Team Falcons. So, see how it all turns out. It will be the defense for Team Falcons. Look at the amount of sheer engagements. You talked about their death tally before, but 31 and 19, 30 and 24, these guys are all over the map all the time.
Yeah, no, it just feels that way for sure. Without a doubt. I also feel like King of Body, he's got like a speed buff that other players don't have, I think, as well. He moves a little quicker, I find, at times. He flies there, doesn't win the opening engagement. But we will see a lot of early progress potentially go over here. Maybe make some fast moves. Yeah, Twiz is going to pop the Deddy. Wins that battle. Maybe he gets to threaten something at the back of B, but one else here for the Falcons, I think we'll just simply hold on and wait, play for exits, start to surround the zone. Very early first take. And actually, the streak comes through there, but the zone is already gone.
Well, they still get a couple of exit kills, but yeah, wow, that's very puzzling. See the commitment to the cruise missile. It's almost the exact same timing that Team Falcons tried to play the defensive retake at A last round, where it's like, the zone's pretty much already gone, but we're still going to throw 3 members at this. Still works out for kills plus lives. Plowsy, mid-map, 3 in a row. He's played really well today, by the way. For the new guy on the block for Clutch Train, he's been impressive. It has to be said.
Yeah, no, he has been. Just like key moments from him. You can see it in his gameplay. He's finding a lot of great entries into different zones, different sites, whatever it might be. And at 40 to work with, Yaza. He's got a great spot. Oh, I think he might have saw him just as he flies out. The shots come through, but not enough to take him out. Exited with a huge one to make sure death control stays in favor of the Falcons. But Clousy again, back up the spray, looking for 5. He'll connect, and that will stop the clock here. They're on the zone.
Trophy to try to keep them safe, at least on this left-hand perspective side of the zone. Vampire first blood. Oh, I thought for sure that trophy was going to be good for the deny of any possible streaks. And once again, I think Clutch Train thought the same because no one moved. After it was called in, trade still coming back and forth, and we got a minute 15, 18 plays 18. But this is still 50-50 battles. I mean, Clutch Train are still spawning relatively close. There's only 2 defenders that are here. First take is locked.
They're still here. No one's cutting through mid. Everyone for the Falcons is trying to retake this from their side. Rowan still able to keep his life, but the nade from King of Body might be good. Tries to snap for 2. It doesn't happen. And well, finally, the Falcons may be able to get a small breath of fresh air, but the pressure just keeps coming. Twiz is still forcing from the front.
Wow.
He's going to fly out, and Vampire will find the trade. It is just an absolute war here on the point, but staying alive and keeping the defense in will be the Falcons.
Dude, it just feels like passions flare up in this series. I mean, that's 4 HP, that shell from Twiz. He says, let me have it. 10v10. 38 seconds on the clock. Oh, Pac actually able to get 2. Yaza has to keep his life. He's actually going to track back towards mid, and he does find Vampire lurking. Sounds like a great heavy metal rock band name. As next in top bedroom may have created a bit of a buffer here. 40 and 23 from Pac, mind you. Last chance saloon for Clutch Train.
Last chance, and it's looking dire. 42 kills for Pack. You gotta get through him in the back. You don't feel like that's gonna be possible. Players in bedroom. Players on desk. Have to touch. Have to stop the clock. The pinch through mid. Is it gonna work out? And no, can't get a touch. Can't find the kills. The Falcons down 0-2 as we join in. They're able to hold on, find 3 rounds in a row, and bring it back.
In a hot series where it just is fire is quick to come by, winning 3 rounds in a row like that could be a huge mental advantage moving into the Hardpoint, where it just feels like any situation feels winnable. And Clutch Rain all of a sudden dropped 3 rounds in a row. You've got Pack who goes 42-24. Hot damn. And I'll just say this much. If Vampire does want to start a heavy metal band, he's got enough aggression around him to probably make it work.
Probably. I bet, without a doubt. Probably some screaming, some yelling in there for sure. But man, it's so fun. It's just, again, like, so surprising that these are the 2 teams that are just putting up one of the most entertaining series that we've seen so far. I mean, they are fighting. Like you said, the passion is flowing. It's showing through their gameplay. Big plays are happening on both sides of the board throughout all of the maps. And when you have something like this where it's just so back and forth, man, it is so fun. It is just an absolute treat.
100%. Wow. Okay, so this series has been immensely entertaining for all of the craziest of reasons. As we look over how it's all come to be so far. I mean, a really tight Embassy Hardpoint. I mean, sure. Literally everybody had streaks that map. And then the Search and Destroy was just as tight as ever. Lots of individual pop-off plays there, and no shortage of it really in this series anywhere. And then, like you mentioned, the 3 in a row here in the Hotel Control keeps us on Hotel for Hardpoint, with another potential Map 5 Fortress Search and Destroy waiting. Again, this is more of a pride match, I think, than anything else. I think especially with the map count the way it's gone, I don't see a world where Clutch Rain in the midst of a 3-way, 2-3 tiebreaker would be able to come through, because if I'm not mistaken, Clutch Rain has lost to both Retirement Pending and Signs. Don't quote me on that, but I think that's the case. So that would be where the tiebreaker would, I think, rest. Actually, no, Clutch Rain beat Signs, so maybe there is still a pathway here. I'm not 100% sure. I'm saying words and I don't know 100%, so maybe.
We'll say maybe. We'll say maybe. But have to now win the map number 4 and map number 5 to make that possible.
Correct.
So there is still a little bit of a pathway to maybe make some magic happen here throughout the tiebreakers, but we'll leave that up to GB Evans or maybe Brody. Brody probably has I don't know, a bunch of pages over to the right side that he's ready to bring up. Probably, I don't know, whole presentation. But either way, this is still a little bit of a road for them, and it just feels like it's hard to give like one team the edge in a series like this when you just see like the fire come out of nowhere. Like a team's down by 60, they get full 60 done, and then boom, like the next hill, it's like a quick rotation into like taking away space into first 30 seconds locked. So it's like really hard to give one team the edge going into this. It's almost a matter of literally who wants it more, which is always a funny thing to say as a commentator, but I mean, it does feel like that is the case, at hand here in both these squads.
Yeah, it's been an unpredictable series, and that leads to some really fun COD, because it gets to a point where it's just like we're breaking down all the little things, all the micro differences that are kind of leading to advantages or disadvantages one way or the other. And this series is like, don't try to predict a thing, just sit back and enjoy what you're seeing happen on screen. Okay, so Hotel Hardpoint is up next for us, trying to very scrappily and move our way over to see kind of what the stats kind of look like for both of these two teams on this map mode combo. 0-1 for Clutch Rain. Not really much to say there. Obviously, it's not really enough for us to say too much on it. Whereas for Falcons, 1-1 on it. So not a ton of play time, but in a series, in a season rather, where they have not really done all that well, and haven't won very many maps. The fact that you've played it twice out of your 7 hard points is, pretty significant in certain ways.
Sure. You got at least a little bit of time on it, on broadcast potentially as well, or at least, in some of these tight matchups. So yeah, I'm with you there. A little bit of experience potentially plays a factor. I think the last time Clutch Rain played it, it was like 168 to about 250. So you'd get beat up a little bit more on it. And I mean, the good things that we did see out of the Embassy was, their proactivity, right? Like I think the sub specifically just picked a lot of good moments to stop the ARs. Like someone like Pack, stop him from getting set up in the power positions when he constantly, forced him into gunfights, especially close range with the Vaznev, and you just put him into a lot of tough spots. I think you start to see a little bit more success go the way of Clutch Rain when he's not dropping 42 kills in something like a Control. Because you let that man get set up on a heady, he just starts to pick you off, and it becomes very difficult to shut that man down. So if they can do what they did, very similar to that map 1, then maybe we get ourselves a map number 5 here between these two juggernauts.
We shall see, but for now, it looks like there's some discussion about a possible lag out that had happened at the end of that map. I personally did not see that, but it looks like they're going to look into that, make sure that everything's all straightened away before we jump into map number 4. So we will step away for just a brief break and come back with either some replay action of that round 5 or moving into map number 4. We'll see you in the backside of the break. Don't go far. Welcome back, everybody. The result will stand, and we'll move on into the series. So Team Falcons find themselves up 2-1, and we have been also told that depending on the outcome of this match, Clutch Rain were to find a way to win, we would have some very nasty tiebreakers that the admins have sent away to the lab. They've got some expert mathematicians and rocket scientists looking into all the tiebreakers. I've been told that Infinity was not contacted for his expertise.
What the?
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things. But here we go. It's going to be a hotel hardpoint. And the first things first, if you're Clutch Rain, you have to get through this one and the Fortress Search and Destroy to force all of those considerations.
Yeah, that's exactly it, right? Like, it's one thing to say, oh, there's a chance, but you still got to win this series, and the Falcons are not making it easy for them. If you're just tuning in, 0-2, down. The Falcons win 3 rounds in a row. It has definitely been, a spicy matchup, very entertaining, back and forth the whole way through, and I mean, that's probably what we're in for when we talk about the hotel hardpoint as well, based off of at least what we saw there in the embassy there, Alan.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those situations that now all of a sudden the problem has kind of compounded on itself, where you give away 3 and then you have like this moment where you're trying to dispute the outcome, doesn't go your way. Twiz in the chat was like, it's all good, we're French, we don't know what that means. But either I'm happy for you, I'm sorry that happened. I don't know which to say. Regardless of the outcome, the thing about it is, again, for both of these two squads, it's not been necessarily the greatest road for either of them when it comes to hardpoint. More so for Clutch Rain than Falcons, but hey, we saw some really great signs of life from them on the embassy, talking specifically about Falcons, and a lot of it's been coming out of King of Body, who's looked great today.
Yes, King of Body has looked really good. I said it in the control. He just looks like he's moving a little bit faster than everyone else that we have in the lobby. And Pack also drops 42 kills. Like, my goodness. In control, that's absurd. That is a lot of 1v1 gunfights. He is single-handedly winning you. But let's see if that continues here into the map number 4, Hotel Hardpoint. Clutch Rain need it. And then the map 5 if they want to stay alive and have a shot at playoffs.
First blood good. Back and forth. Pinch trap kill feed. Do some neutralization around the hill itself. Twiz feeling pretty saucy, though. It's got a really good angle to kind of keep going back and forth between Secret and the hill. But Accident Vampire, first 2 kills for them off their second life will be good to get Falcons back onto the hardpoint and now start to make moves across the map, where Accident unfortunately gets turned away by Yaza. And with that, a 1v1 over towards the back on the right side of the map. You've got Clousy, who's been great, and King of Body, who's been great. Both fighting for some presence on the right side of the minimap.
Yeah, and they should know that he was there, and they do finally finish him off. That trade kind of happened in around where the zone would have been initially on the cross. So Clousy's there for it. Vampire in the back. Now needs to also try to make something happen, and the spawns might come in, but no. A little bit of a contest from Yaza. Extend is there to punish. Clousy will also drop. This is a good little effort in the back here coming through for the Falcons. Able to bait and switch, but still haven't got themselves into the hill and got control just yet.
It's contest time for now. Twiz with Fabrone are doing all of the work. Twiz kind of following up. He was supposed to be there for trades. None were needed at the moment. Spawns again continue to go back and forth. But Falcons from the front, convincing kills in the main. Clousy, Yaza trying to work their way back. Back and forth we continue to go until finally Clutch Rain convincingly take a number of kills. Exnid trying to force in one final finesse. Will be turned away. But the spawns are actually still blocked here, and that actually is dire circumstances for what I thought was going to be Falcons, who may not expect the quick hit from Clutch Rain, but they won the opening gunfight, no real follow-up, and as the hardpoint will about to open, it's going to be Falcons with the numbers.
Yeah, it's Falcons with the numbers. Have to hold on, and because he's actually gotten around the back, he's found one. Twiz gets a second. Now you're going to have to bunker down in the point. This is so quick out of Clutch Rain. They are schmoving. They are here. Gunfights need to come through, though, and King of Body turns, able to get 2, Pack last one up, able to play his life, shuts down the spree as well, and makes sure no streaks are coming in early for Clutch Rain.
This is quite literally the definition of a game that just has no way to predict what's about to happen. It looks like it's about to go one way, and it goes the opposite. Clousy on the break. This is by himself right now. Help is on the way, but it wasn't quite here for the coordinated pinch, and with that, Falcons will take advantage of the staggered hit. But Yaza on 2 just forces Pack to have to pop up and deal with them. That'll be good for now 4 in a row as Falcons will lock down the scrap, and Exnit is reaping at new.
Clutch Rain is just a little bit slow to get to the new hills and to also hold on to scrap time, and it's obviously hurting them right now.
What?
Down by about 30. Exnit is just eating Semtexes here for lunch. No problem whatsoever. Finally, the Semtex does its job, finishes him off, but got to get through King of Body. I mean, he is just such a tough kill. Makes it very difficult for you to enter in for free. This is really going to try to hold on to this from the front. So far, so good. He's got the heady to work with now, too.
I mean, I've seen Battle Hardened do some stuff, but I mean, that was like 3 Semtexes and a Buick that was just thrown at him. He survives through it all. Twiz, down low. Oh, tough gunfight. Pack gets the better of him. Fibron still with help, though, coming through Spa. Team Falcons looking to hit from the front here, and this is just Fabron just holding down the trigger, just hoping, praying he can find the kill. Runs out of ammunition. Now Falcons on the break attempt, and it's exited deep. Oh my goodness, he's been so good on these breaks.
Oh, it really has been. And I mean, despite the spawns, right? Despite the numbers, doesn't feel like Clutch Rain have been too good around the hard point, holding it, breaking it. Maybe a moment here where it's looking a little better. Twiz finds a couple kills in rotation. A body, though, still alive, almost able to find another one up close after being taken very low. But Twiz has a huge moment, 3 on transition, puts himself into time, and Clutch Rain, they need the time.
Yeah, you need to start to see Clousy getting back in the mix again. He has had a great series up until this particular moment. Just 6 and 11, stunned up. Second gunfight opportunity, but King of Body follows up after the concussion, does its job. Back and forth kills still leads to a very 50-50 hard point. Exit on 5, turned away for eventually fighting the cruise missile. But again, these kills just come through so quickly, and
yeah,
it's hard to get a read on who holds the edge so far.
Definitely. 20 seconds to fight for, and King of Body will finally be taken out. Pack could still maybe do some damage here, but no. Clousy finally call for it. Starting to bring it back just a tad bit here off of the restaurant hill. And this is time that we said Clutch Rain needed, and they finally actually lock in some crucial time. There's still a fight to try to push through from the Falcons to see if they can get to the back, but that has just been, for the most part, kind of shut down as they grabbed a couple extra seconds on the back end of it. But early touch looking better. Clutch Rain on rotation will get here first. Now just need to stop this push through kitchen.
Okay, Falcons are nowhere near this hard point. I mean, nowhere near this hard point. Vampire's double does at least put a little bit of pressure on the spawns. But Twiz will spawn mid-map. He'll be able to reinforce the hard point, no worries, as Clousy continues to search for this final kill. Eventually gets it. Yaza spawns out. He actually can use this as an opportunity to pinch this hit. As Twiz tries to lock things from the front. Stun Semtex is out. Falcons on the hard point for now. Through bottom glass, Twiz tries to jump up and will get the vacancy to do just that. Yaza clears the way, and Clutch Rain in the hard point as they will tie this game and take a lead.
How about it, right? You're seeing Falcons like, oh no, 50-point lead, and then all of a sudden, boom, Clutch Rain have a good P5 into P6, and they've just turned it completely around. Scrap time might be up for grabs here for the Falcons, but either way, you've at least brought it back. And well, so was Clousy, right? Said he needed to really bring things back. He's now 12 and 15, so slowly but surely it is happening. Clutch Rain doing everything they can to stay alive, to keep their playoff run alive. Pack is shut down for Brown with a good transition into new. 2 kills already come through. Clutch Rain right back in control.
Falcons can contest this, though. They've got the ability to pinch here from the side. Twiz watching, forces King of Body to reconsider his angle, and as he tries to jump in from the catwalk, he's denied at range. Vampire now up top. We'll at least get 1 deep, making life a little bit easier on this breakthrough couches. And dead tied, we stay. 138, 132. Fibron through double arch. Gets 2. Yaza there for the 3rd. And now look at Clutch Rain quickly across the map. More focused on new than the time itself. But to get through pack on 3. Nearly snaps to Clousy for the 4th. Clutch Rain still pressured, but largely surviving here on the right side of the map. Pending they have an anticipation that exit into the back. Apparently Fabron may have had an idea of it, but the kill comes through, and Falcons doing well to also, in the meantime, neutralize any scrap time here on 1.
Wow, the spawns got really weird there. Both teams kind of spawn behind one another inside of kitchen, and then Clutch Rain get the furthest spawn possible. And it was spawn across the map. Clousy does a good job of being the only one here to try to do some damage, but hasn't worked out. Falcons able to hold on. The early rotation will work out in their favor. Can they continue to hold here, trying to work an angle, and King of Body's just holding it up close? Not going to expect that, and then even pushes out for the challenge alongside Xtad. They'll shut down the push through chandeliers.
Yeah, it's great timing on that little bump in towards the shops area, that chandelier main kind of foyer. Forces Clutch Rain now to have to kind of consider their setup, if they even want to go for this at all. They're kind of hitting the brakes. And I don't know, there's an opportunity there to still try to hit this for scrap, because now you're essentially allowing Falcons to exit for free and challenge this rotation up nearly 40 points here, as they will get the scrap time without any contest at all. King of Body. Spamming. Stun. Semtext. Eventually drops. Okay, so Falcons will not have a chance to go scrap to initial. Clutch Rain will hold, but it comes at the cost of a lot of time.
Certainly does. Have to hold it now. Asked last time, and they did deliver. But this time, they're starting to surround the point, and Yaz is not really a part of this play just yet. He's coming in from behind, so you have to hold here over top of the desk. Well, so far, so good. Clousy there alongside Twiz. Get the work done, and it's good work at that. They're able to even now push out, start the zone away, and see if they can force some earlier engagements.
Yeah, and Clousy's just really starting to heat up. 3 in a row, 18 and 19, right back to essentially even. And the spawn for Fabron will allow him to kind of keep safe to mid. So now if you're Yaza, you should know that the only contest could possibly be for the front. King of Body has to force himself forward, takes on a teammate, and Fabron will find the final elimination. So 60 here, 60 there, essentially. Dead tie. Clutch Rain right back in the lead, though, at the scrap time.
I tell you, we're not lying when we say this one is just so back and forth. It is unbelievable. Clutch Rain in control. Falcons with a chance to get it back. Good shots here from Pack. Back in that same spot, we were seeing him be so dominant there in the control on the desk, posted up, exited with a couple more to kind of cut things down, slow it down from Clutch Rain. Well, you take a look at the spawns. Everyone funneling through mid, ready to hit this and break it open right through the front. Need a break here. Falcons collecting a lot of free time.
On Vampire falling mid-map is not great news. Opportunity for pinches to come out. King of Body overwhelmed. Yeah, just really not a great engagement from Team Falcons. They were kind of bunkered up. I don't even know if they had a trophy down as stuns and nades were starting to fly through. So Clutch Rain will repossess the hill. Kills, though, for Falcons off of the respawn will quickly turn this into a re-break. Oh, my goodness. Just when you thought Clutch Rain did it just enough convincingly, turn things aside, Falcons respond. Little battle for the finesse over scrap, which this is a pretty important 10 seconds. Clutch Rain will get this, giving them back the lead, but they will be shorthanded on this rotation to Restaurant.
They certainly will be. Kills are also looking good. So far, Falcons haven't really lost anyone, and everyone's going to be bunkered up inside the restaurant. The kills are still looking good on the entry.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. King of Body jumps out for 2. Team Falcons now in a spot where they could really run away with the game right here. If they hold on, and the kills, they are still flowing.
Yeah, Vampire's just going to try to play for intel. Snake the backside. Boots. Do whatever damage you can. 228, 213. Break attempt on the way, and it just walks in through rugs. No comms there whatsoever, and it's a 4-man feed, a full team wipe for Clutch Rain on the break. 27 seconds to fight. A good read here from Twiz on the 1 deep. Goes to the Semtex, forces out the engagement, but King of Body from the pinch has now created kind of 2 problems that Clutch Rain have to put a response to.
This scrap time is huge for Falcons.
Yeah, it is.
Clutch Rain got to hold on. Are they going to be able to? So far, so good. Twiz again. Jeff able to find 2. My goodness. And they're just going to leave that scrap time and try to sprint to new. Yaza has already made the rotation, but the kills are not convincing. It is all Team Falcons. They have the spawns, and they're on new.
But the hit from the front will be allowed to move forward very, very far here for Clutch Rain. 3 members trying to hit quickly. Trophy down. Oh, but it doesn't get down in time! The cruise missile connects! 242, 239. Who's gonna make the play for Clutch Rain? Clousy up the back. Gets 1, not the second. And he trades from Yaza. No, doesn't predict it correctly. And the tick comes through just before the zone goes into contest form, and Team Falcons take map forward. With that, the series.
Oh, I mean, what a series it is, but that will end it there for Clutch Rain. They needed this map number 4 to get it to a map 5 to win the series. But it is not to be, and well, frustration, of course, across the board here for the Clutch Rain guys. Not able to get it done, but my goodness, Falcons, they are just out here. They are putting on a show. They're fighting, Allen. I am here for it. It has been gritty. It has been chaos. But it has been fun, most of all. And those guys, I'm sure, are feeling really good. As much as they don't, put themselves in the spot to make playoffs, they at least get themselves a good win here. So, great stuff out of those guys, putting up a hell of a show.
It's a momentum builder, right? I mean, so often we see the team that is pretty much guaranteed to finish at the bottom of the pool, whether it's dead last or out of playoffs. They just kind of phone it in, give it away. Maybe they already know that changes are happening going into the cup, but not these boys. Sticking it through, and they looked good throughout all 4 of these maps. The opening embassy hardpoint was as electric as we've ever seen. Just unbelievable stuff.
Was.
And if that were to be surpassed in stature, it may have happened here in the hotel hardpoint. Just so much back and forth. And I will say, like, I can appreciate the tempo that Team Falcons is attempting to play at.
Right.
But I will say, like, this is against a clutch rain squad that, let's put them globally, top 16, maybe. You know, do you have the ability of, you know, coming out at Boston and playing this play style and taking down teams? I mean, if you're coming in, especially with, like, they had like a top 64 finish at Boston, like, you're not going to have a great seed likely going into Dallas. Like, you have to be able to put, I think, maybe a little bit of restraint, a little bit of control, because individually they're popping off. They're making great plays happen when they set up the right plays.
That's right. Yeah, and I think that was something I hit on during the map one, was like there was just an overwhelming amount of deaths, at least on the Falcon side, right? And that's, you know, usually meaning that you're playing a little bit too fast and not slowing down to be able to at least, you know, wait, hold the iron, play the kill, then move, right? But still, there is a tempo that they like to play at, and if they can at least get everyone on the same page at all the time, then maybe something special happens. But they're still an electric team, still very fun. And I still am really big on the respawns, as much as their hardpoint wasn't as good this season as it was last season.
So that brings us to the conclusion of group play in Europe. Earlier today, we saw the conclusion of Group A. That was I would say, pretty self-explanatory group overall. There was obviously just the 1-for-1, you win, you're in, you lose, you're out, between La Nave del Mysterio and Team International. Nave looking just a touch above, able to secure themselves another playoffs and an instant qualification to Season 3, where Team International and Fade will have to re-qualify. Noctum, I think, the big surprise, but the group is highlighted by the team on top. Team Notorious, dominant from start to finish.
Can't not talk about those guys. My goodness. I mean, just everything we've seen from them, it is very, very polished right now, and they're going to be a problem throughout the playoffs, especially against the top teams in the other group. I mean, everything that we've seen from them has just been so on point, so good. All four players, and they also have now unlocked Eric a little bit, it feels like, right? He was kind of, you know, the player that was maybe playing the objective more, wasn't finding as many big pop-off kind of moments that we're used to seeing from him, but he has now really found his own, and I think they've been able to enable him a lot more, so he's looked way more dangerous, and this team as a whole, obviously, is just completely terrifying.
Now, the drum roll. Well, not really, because Coltrane would have had to force three-way tiebreak. It didn't happen. I don't know why I set that up with so much drama.
Give you one if you want one.
I know, right? Please. Just not. You don't have to do it physically. Just like emotionally. Just give
emotionally.
You
just in my. Okay, I did that for you. Just so you know.
Just as dominant as Notorious was on overall series win-loss and map win-loss, the Originals provided something similar here in Group B, a group that we kind of expected would be a battle between Originals and Wubble Bobs to be at the top. That was indeed the case. Signs retirement pending would follow up in the 3 and the 4. And then Team Falcons Clutch Rain, they will have to play for requalification next time around. Any kind of reactions here? I mean, the big thing here is the immediate response from Signs coming out looking much better here in this second season.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think that's one of the biggest teams that we've seen at least improvement from when it comes down to, you know, coming back in and looking a lot better. I think that's definitely, you know, one of the big ones that you would talk about. I mean, everything that we saw from retirement pending, like, I think these guys also look solid. Like, there's upset potential. But I think it's trying to, you know, consistently clean up some of their respawns, and I think they look a lot more dangerous going forward. But at the top, I mean, I kind of want to see that clash, right? Versus, you know, the Team Notorious versus these other guys in that group, man. Like, what's going to happen there? We got to find out.
Oh, boy. And here's the thing is, like, we had a lot of high expectations for some of our squads going into playoffs after similar performances.
Yeah.
And they didn't quite live up to those same expectations. You know, we saw Elevate then. You know, they came off of a 3-2 group, surprisingly, and then smoked everybody in the winner's bracket. Yeah. So there is, I think, you know, a great shout there where it comes to that. Those group records, as impressive or maybe as middling as they may be, are not true indications of what we could expect for the playoff bracket. And kind of, I don't know if we have a chance to look at that bracket or not before we start to set up NA. But, you know, we will have, you know, again, this way the seeding works is, you know, number 1 from Group A will play number 4 from Group B and so forth and so on to kind of get us through that potential bracket. And that means that those 2 and those 3 seeds very well may be in a position to, again, provide some upsets. But we do not have bracket ready, unfortunately, for us, so we'll have to kind of wait until that is posted graphically otherwise. Any kind of final thoughts over Europe before we send things off to an extended break and set up North America for today?
Yeah, I mean, everything that we got from Europe today was extremely spicy, it felt like. A lot of close maps, a lot of close series. But I'm just really excited to see, I think, how the top dogs really match up against each other, especially with Elevate being a 3-2 team in Season 1 and then going on to win the entire thing in, like, dominating fashion, like dropping, like, a single map. You always want to see how those guys are just going to match up against each other, who's the top dog, right? So other than that, I think we got some potential upsets that could come through as well for our 3rd and 4th seeds.
Well, with that, we say farewell to Europe for the group stage, and we take our eyes and attention to North America. Woo, it's going to be an interesting day. Lots of teams that could be finding themselves in do-or-die moments, and a lot of seeding matchups that will kind of plague both of our groups after what has been a very tight affair across both of them in that North American region. That action, an hour away, 6:30 p.m. Eastern start time. We'll keep the stream on. You can vibe out to the replays and all of the wonderful CDL music while we wait. And we'll catch you guys back in an hour for North America's final day of group play for Season 2. Don't go too far. We'll be back in an hour.
and you're on.
Everybody, welcome here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. It's time for the North American region and all the wonderful action that comes with it. My name is Infinity. Joining me on the custom desk, as always, is Proper. Hey, today we've done a spectacular job, not only because we're here casting Call of Duty, of course, but because we've almost aligned at least our fashion today. Almost. Yeah, absolutely we do. So as you said, this is the final day here of North American round robin action. But before we get into any of the action itself, we should probably run down how everything has gone down more or less so far with the standings from each of our groups. Let's kick things off, of course, with Group A, the first of the two to talk about. We will say coming into this, of course, this being the final day of action, generally speaking, coming into what you expect, like, X team has to beat Y team to qualify for playoffs. That isn't the case here with Group A, Andy, is it? Everybody has already qualified. Yeah, well, I don't think we can hear Andy right now, but we'll get him back on in just a second here. Regardless, yeah, everything has already been sorted here. Rocker Academy, Hype Esports, Twisted Theory, and Team 4. All of those teams have already qualified in the 1 through 4 spots, although not necessarily in that order. I think Team War have already been sorted out in 4th place, but Rocker Academy, Hype Esports, and Twisted Theory all being 3 and 1. All of them could still grab that elusive first seed out of the group. Unfortunately for Omit and Aphelion Esports, things haven't exactly gone well. While we're on the topic here, Andy, I mean, Aphelion Esports, I think, down at 0-4, they're obviously making the changes coming into this season. Haven't had the best season 1 overall, or season 2 overall, excuse me.
Yeah, no, I mean, as far as season 2 is concerned, like, for Rocker Academy, I mean, you couldn't have asked for anything better to come out of for season 2, especially from season 1. This is your #1 overall seed. Sorry, I was settling a whole bunch of different mic issues. Not too sure what ended up happening there, so just wanted to make sure that we're good, and apparently everybody can hear me now. So, yeah, no, I mean, things are looking pretty darn good in Stellar for these top teams. I mean, Rocker Academy 3 and 1. They only have that one loss to speak of, and that was a map 5 loss versus Twisted Theory. They weren't the only team that got reverse swept, so I guess you got that saving grace.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's look over towards Group A, then let's quickly get through Group B. Infinitely more interesting, I think, and I don't mean that in a negative way towards Group A, but Group B is still wide open. Convoy Gaming and LAG Academy currently topping this group at 3 and 1 apiece. Those teams have qualified regardless of what happens today. The Smog Alpha, Decimate, Jokers on You, and Boston Academy. Things a little less certain, I think, right? All of these teams, Andy, can still qualify.
Yeah, I mean, mostly all eyes is going to be on that Decimate Joke is on You. That's actually going on in our second set of matches. Again, we're doing all Group A. We got 3 matches in each slot. Group A is first, Group B being in our second slot. And Decimate is actually going up against Joke is on You. That matchup is very, very important for a lot of different reasons, right? Obviously, if Decimate win it, that's going to be your best bet, especially when you're thinking about the roster that is represented for Decimate this time around. But even more so than that, Joke is on You can play upset to a lot of people's hopes and dreams when it comes down to that playoff bracket, Brody.
Yeah, absolutely. For 3 of those teams, it's a win and you're in situation. For Boston Academy, everybody's fan favorite team, not so much. They do definitely rely on that Decimate Jokers on You matchup. The result of that one will determine, as well as their own matchup, which teams make it out of Group A over towards Group B. So we're keeping an eagle eye on those matches later on today. But which eye should we be looking at these matches? Where should we be looking over towards today for our schedule? Of course, we always have 2 streams running, folks. The stream that you're watching right now here at Call of Duty Bravo will be tackling Rocker Academy and Omit, and then later on down the line, LAG Academy versus Convoy Gaming in an all-important seeding affair. But we do need to keep an eye on those matches going on around the ground, so we can take a look over at We Are Clutch GG, at Aphelion Esports, and not named Boys a Liar anymore. It's now Hyped Esports, as well as Jokers on You and Decimate Gaming. So that second matchup, again, folks, that is the big, important one that we're going to be coming up with flashing red lights for. That is the one that matters for qualification.
Yep, okay, get your tabs open because there's a lot of matches still left to get through. Seeding implications, obviously who's going to be making it to playoffs. Group A has been settled more or less. Obviously some seeding can be kind of tossed around depending on who decides to play upset here, but when we get into that second half, yeah, I urge you all to at least go over towards that secondary stream. Keep both tabs open because both matches are very, very important.
Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on them anyway. We'll be popping in from time to time, just like a good friend would. But those are the focus matchups we'll be focusing on. And the first match we will be focusing on will be Rocker Academy and Omit. Let's take a look at these teams then to get into today. Of course, as we said, these teams, they've already decided who qualifies and who won't. Rocker Academy currently sitting in first position for the group. These guys, I mean, I don't think it's a surprise. Put it that way, Andy, right? These guys, of course, have just had a phenomenal season so far, but that elusive land victory, that's really been the big thing for them.
Yeah, you just don't want to succumb to being Silver Surfers throughout the entirety of the year, right? I mean, it's frustrating for sure when you're thinking about GodRx and Pander. I mean, how many times, especially through the Cold War year, when these two started combining forces on that Built by Gamers roster, that they started succumbing to the second place Silver Surfing mentality. I mean, they looked great throughout that entirety of the weekend at the Boston Open. This is obviously keeping all of your eyes set on Texas when it comes down to the upcoming Open for challengers. But if you can somehow go back-to-back in Season 1 and Season 2 as your elite champions, I think that this team, along with Coach Silly, you see there in the bottom right side, are going to be feeling pretty darn skippy about themselves. Again, the only loss that they have is against Twisted Theory, and that was in a reverse sweep. They've only lost a total of 4 maps.
And, you know, if Twisted Theory is the only roster that can take matches away from them, Andy, well, I mean, they've just changed roster, right? So, you know, maybe that's something that we can consider here with this Rocker Academy team that are looking pretty good to try and take a second elite championship this season. But on the flip side of the conversation, we have an Omit team that, obviously, as we said, they're already out regardless of what happens today. Look, I think the one thing I will say about this roster is they've gone from strength to strength this season, despite not so much impressing in the preseason before Raleigh, you know, going into Season 1, placing in the way that they did, and then of course over at Boston as well. This roster has gained a lot of mindshare over the last couple of months.
A lot of eyes have obviously been put on this team. You know, that player is second in from the left, right? Snoopy is just truly that guy. He's playing Search and Destroy almost all the way into the waking hours of the morning, but I mean, he's coupled that along with a lot of good LATAM individuals, right? Thresh, we got to see erupt on the scene just last year. We know what Infinite brings to the table. And Roofer has also been stepping up in such a big way, and it makes Snoopy's job so much more imperative. Obviously, Omit will be missing out on playoffs, but I mean, nonetheless, this roster is nothing to scoff at, especially with that Team Notorious victory that they got at Boston. A lot of people have gained a certain amount of respect when it comes down to this 4-player roster.
I gotta say, Snoopy's smile is kind of infectious. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just sitting there smiling, just looking at him, man. He's such a wonderful guy, and obviously we'll be focusing on him. And another player here coming into this matchup. We decided to kind of shake things up a little bit here in terms of the players that we usually look at. And Snoopy has been a highly impressive player. We want to look at him and Real as our focus players in towards this one, because those guys have been, I think, one way or another, really important for these guys. I think starting the conversation on the left side then with Real, of course, that player, maybe not so much the flashiest player on the team, right? But I will say this about Real, he's the flankiest flanker. I don't know if that's a thing. We can make it a thing that I know in this game. Like, if Real's on the map, he's probably flanking.
Yeah, if you want to make that your thing, you go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and just start incorporating that into every single hardpoint. I mean, 1.05 overall KD, 1.09 versus for Snoopy. It's not so much, obviously, as far as the consistency is concerned through Season 2, because these guys are always delivering, but trust me when I tell you that when one of these two players are going off, the rest of the team always follows suit. I'd have to take off my socks to count as high as the amount of times that I've casted over Rocker Academy through the entirety of this year. And when Real is going completely AWOL on the map, that team is just absolutely difficult to deal with. But the same could be said for Snoopy, right? You know, you see that 1.14 in Hardpoint, the consistency reaching all the way into Control. Yeah, it could step things up in the Search and Destroy 0.89, but when this guy is just moving across the map, he's fighting those first blood engagements, whether it's to break the hard point, whether it's to break the setup and control, or whether it's even an offensive round in Search and Destroy, it almost seems like it is very plausible for the rest of that Omit roster to follow suit. It's just about being able to find that consistency for the Omit roster as a whole, from that map number 1 all the way into the map number 5. We're going to be keeping a close eye on those two players to be, I guess, the flankiest flankers, as you like to call them.
Yeah, the flankiest flankers, absolutely. And it's kind of funny in a way, isn't it? Because Snoopy, I think, as a player, right, he joined this roster right around the time that they started getting better. You could maybe argue that he is a cataclysmic point as to why they have been getting better as a team. So definitely a really good player to look out for on this roster, as is Real to Rocker Academy. Just before we take a look at the best of 5, just a quick shout out towards Twitch chat. Right now, there is a poll live. If you guys have already seen us kind of tee up this match, getting into the best of 5 here, go put your channel points down to see who you think is going to win this one between Rocker Academy and Omit. But I did just talk about the best of 5. Here it is for this series. An interesting one for sure, again, because we already got a look at this before we came in towards this kind of pre-show section here, Andy. Hydro Hardpoint, Elasilo Search and Destroy, Elasilo Control, and a double Mercado to finish things off in this best of 5. It's a really interesting affair, I think, especially looking over towards that map number 2.
Yeah, no, I mean, map number 2 and 3, right? The last time these two teams faced, in fact, was online. This was actually the same last group match that both these teams had, even when Omit were playing underneath the Smog Alpha banner. Map 1 was a Fortress Hardpoint, of which they lost this Omit roster by a whopping 26 points, but Zarkal Hydroelectric comes through, and the maps 2 and 3 were also El Asilo. We'll talk more about those maps 2 and 3 later on, because we got ourselves a little bit of Hydro action, and Real's already hitting the swims.
Yeah, absolutely. We love it. Our head-to-head matchup. Snoopy versus Real already going down a little bit preemptively there inside the water routes, and Snoopy will win that 1 versus 1 with the pistol for Omit. How much space does that buy right off the start of this one? Well, not a lot when Panda doing some dirty things in the middle of the map here. His AR control at the moment has been a brilliant start here for Rocker Academy. Generally, this is 4 in a row for Panda. Look for number 5. He gets it against Snoopy. Goodness me. It's Panda just doing Panda things. I'm not surprised at this point.
Oh, man, if he finds that 6th kill in his first life, I absolutely lose it. Because if you can see from top to bottom as far as opening engagements are concerned, the only one to win it for Rocker Academy was, in fact, Pander. But you're at least finding the right kills in towards the back, or are you? You got to be able to get that trade on an Infinite. Real will be able to do just that. That would have been very annoying to deal with, but it seems that the job was done, at least marginally. And we'll end up spawning out effectively 4 P3 north to south spawns more or less for at least one player as Infinite's hitting a route while P2 starts to become active.
He might actually be pretty integral here to the whole Rocker Academy. Yeah, he's cutting players up across the middle map. Turns into a 3 versus 3 as Rupa unable to get anywhere close, and Infinite gets stuck in the water and wasn't looking towards the top there, so don't know if somebody lagged out or whatever happened, but we weren't very far into that game, so I suspect that's probably just going to be a full replay. We'll keep an eye on what's going on with that one, but we're going from Hydro to Hydro here into another series. Again, both of these two teams, Twisted Theory and Team War, have already qualified, so this is effectively a fight for the seeding.
Yeah, and it needs to be talked about, right? You know, everybody saw Hixie end up getting pulled up to the starting roster after Toronto Ultra ended up benching Standy, so who's going to be filling that void for Twisted Theory's 4th? Vickle's longtime duo is now replaced by Dak. And if you're unfamiliar with Dak brings to the table, he was on that Phase 1 esports roster, made a crazy run in Raleigh. We're also looking very good at Boston, so interested to see how he slots on into this team, especially around with Hollow and Vickle. On this map mode combination, they are absolutely piecing 14-8, 16-8, respectively, 123 to 72-point lead.
Yeah, this isn't all that surprising to see these kind of performances out of players like Hollow and Vickle, especially, you know, given we know what Vickle can do in a challenger set, and he's been doing it all of Season 2 so far, and Hollow, especially in preseason, especially over at Raleigh, he was definitely an impressive player on that Decimate Gaming roster. So these players, I think, just performing really up to standard of what we expect from them here on Twisted Theory, and at the moment, as you say, they're having a pretty good game versus Team War, but they want to get better. Right now, Team War currently sitting actually on the worst side of the map, it would seem. The colors are kind of flipped for us here on the mini-map. Geo trying to find his way through the jump-up. Dak still sitting inside, though. 8 and 10 going to end up falling there to that jump-up player. Lau now looking to push his way through for Team War. For Team War at the moment, you're down by quite a large margin. Lau has to go big to try and break these early spawns for P2. And 2 will most certainly help. Trying to play for the 3rd. No help, unfortunately, from his teammates, but Lau at least creates an opening here for Team War for that rotation.
It's a little bit of a split affair, though, coming through. You can see 2 players are actually coming around the back of Red for Twisted Theory. And now if you're Geo inside of this hardpoint, you need to be taking a look at Red. Does have some assistance, but a water out is being hit by Hollow. Vickle is in the hardpoint, just dicing people up. That might be an opportunity to maybe hit through Dome, but you can see the mini-map, bottom right side of your screen is where we're going to be rotating towards Team War. They have the rotation. They have the close spawns, now trailing by 40.
Yeah, this is a massive rotation from Team War, but they really have to hold it, ideally, for at least a 30-30 split. Not going to eat an aid from the water side. Hollow's still alive over here, and I don't think know about it. Wardy had a little look over towards the water side, but didn't spot him out. Now for War, just trying to stop any of these players like that one from filtering through. Geo catches one player over towards Ruin's side, but gets cut down from another. So Twisted Theory now a good look towards this hill, and it's going to be the pinch play coming from Dak and Mock around the back line. We said a 30-30 split was okay here for Team War. It's not ideal, but still, it's at least somewhat favorable. Hollow, though, on 5 in a row in and around this hard point. If he gets number 6, well, it might well be game over. He will be cut down, though, by Wardy in the middle map.
It's going to turn into a bad situation and to be even further disastrous. You say a 30-30 split is okay, but now you're still trailing down by 60. Really do feel like that you have to go at least 40 for maybe 10 at most. When it comes down to one of the more mixier hard points, it mostly just comes down to finding exits, and well, Tom's going to do well. Gravity finds 2 on the exit, so that'll keep all of Twisted Theory spawning effectively in by P2. You got to make sure that this flank stays secure. Spawns for P3 are a fickle thing.
Again, another crucial moment here for Team War as they get the early control of P3. Now they've got to hold it, hollow around the back line.
Spawns.
Had a phenomenal game so far at 22 and 12. And yeah, you say it, the spawns now coming on through Twisted Theory around the back line. I don't think that's so problematic, especially as those kills do come through from Wardy and Lout. And Dak and Mock now following up with some kills of their own. Some real pressure starting to apply on towards this hardpoint. Wardy getting attacked from all angles. Mock from the middle of the map, causing all sorts of problems. He's going to get number 3 as well. Hunting down number 4, Tom Gravity still hanging around this hardpoint. Finally does get dealt with, and again, it's another 30-30 or so situation. Twisted Theory still hold a solid lead.
And it's that leader's advantage you're going to start feeling here sooner rather than later for Twisted Theory as they get closer towards 200 points. But it's not so much as the spawns that kind of break up that the monotony that was P3. It's about the inherent pinch that Mock had as he was playing closer towards the bridge. But we'll talk about that if it's the utmost turning point. Again, it's Team War with the close spawns. For this rotation over by P4, are they going to expect Mock to be coming through the middle of the map? Well, they should know now as he takes down Gravity. He is still setting up a pinch in towards the back. Dak, Beagle, Mock, they all get involved. And the break comes through lickety-split for Twisted Theory yet again.
And would you believe it, Andy, about 35 seconds left on the hard point, and Twisted Theory, they find their way in. This is not good for Team War. This is the 3rd hill in a row where this has occurred, and off the back of that, the kill's going their way as well. And these spawns don't help. To be honest, these spawns do not help whatsoever around the back line for Team War. Like, yeah, you get the back 15, but now you got to run a marathon to get towards the other side of the map.
Yeah, you almost want to chalk about the back 5 seconds so you can get all 4 players maybe moving across the double arches and maybe try to overwhelm these players that are already set up here inside of P5. Player number 8 is Geo. We can see on screen. Well, he's trying to at least find himself an entry, but where's the follow-up? I mean, the follow-up is like 2 seconds too late through the cubby into the window. 3 kills come through so quickly for Twisted Theory, Brody. And this is turning into a bad situation. Mock also reads the players in towards the back. Twisted Theory still looking to close map 1 here.
Yeah, the spawn reads are in for Twisted Theory. They're looking pretty good again. 4th in a row now where they're taking an indomitable amount of time away from Team War. Beagle looking for kills around that backside. Going to get cut down. And now a couple of kills do come through from Team War here. So they might have a good look towards this hard point. Dak will find himself on his lonesome trying to fight a 1 versus 3 and, well, loses it at the first hurdle. Just trying to fight to stay alive here. Twisted Theory, they only need 13 seconds. From the top rope comes Vehicle, or from the top bar, we should say, and Geo and Wardy combined for 3 again. Team War, they will survive this hard point, but there is a long road ahead of them for victory here.
Yeah, again, you can sink your teeth in anywhere. If you are Twisted Theory, it just takes 1 good break. 12 seconds are all that are required, and they even go for a late break. See, this is the annoying part that is Team War. You're 2 seconds behind being over 200 points. But you can only allow 10 seconds to come through for Twisted Theory before they can close out the game. So you got to be looking everywhere in between. Trades need to be there continuously for Team War if they want to come back into this game fully.
Yeah, Wardy just fell around the back line as well. It would have been a nice flank if it came out to play, but still, Twisted Theory, they managed to get 5 of those crucial seconds. They could maybe break rotation if they wanted to as well, or maybe they might just get it on P1 here. Vehicle from the water, able to pick up 1, Hollow with 2, and all of this now effectively relying on Lau. Can he get anything done? Lau actually going to pick up 1, but cut short is Lau there towards the end, despite a good effort there towards those final rotations towards P1 and P2. Team War, I think just the final 4 or 5 hard points here, Andy, they just couldn't get the control they desired.
Yeah, and again, it goes back to when we hopped into this game. You know, we kept on talking, just like, you know, going 30 for 30 is okay on P2. Going for 30-30 again on P3, that's where things start to get a little weird, because you are only allowed to offer so many 30 for 30s until that leader's advantage is truly on sunken in. So then you will remain the same. Teams will end up being different. This is our main focus matchup. Rocker Academy, your number 1 seeded team, going up against Omit.
I mean, this might well be my favorite day of Call of Duty ever. We're getting a lot of Hydro to start off today's broadcast. And Rocker Academy at the moment having a hell of a fun time here on Hydro. 96 to 21 points up over Omit. Omit looking for the back 25 here. Double from Snoopy might well secure it, as the back spawns will be through again. Might not be as advantageous as you might think, as long as Omit are able to get across the middle of the map, they could still turn it so, but kills now starting to come in. A big double from Godorex on the scrap time, and now for Omit. It's a scrappy rotation coming on through. Real's actually caught off guard inside the water by Rupik here, so this is not a bad rotation from them, to be honest.
You still have one player that's fighting at all, that's Snoopy, so you're going to be able to maybe get that close spawn in towards the backside of Red, but Reaper was trying to cause a little bit more of a ruckus. You also got to be worried about player number 7. Godorex is watching that mid lane cut. He has a lot of work to do, you would think. Finds the first off-screen over by L. So now Snoopy needs to go on a Herculean effort here at P5. Just simply can't come up with anything at all. I mean, Omit, we're so focused on trying to deal with Godorex in the middle of the map that this is just taking such a long time. Maybe look at a break at P5.
It needs to be a break. You can't afford to give this time away to Rocker Academy. Real in the corner, though, he just doesn't care. Team shots on towards a second as well. Fame more than happy to put a third in his shopping basket. And, well, he's going all the way to check out at the moment. Real looking for more towards P3 side. Going to overextend and just push Omit away from another crucial 20 seconds. Like, Andy, Omit, they're just not in the conversation at the moment. Now, look, there is a path here. You know, we look at the kind of their positioning on the map. They could maybe chain P1 and P2 together, but that's a big maybe at this point.
Yeah, you know, I mean, we hopped into this at the tail end of the first set of Hardpoint, so I guess realistically what we can say is that Omit just have to do what Rocker did, but better. Coming in towards the second set. At least you find that trade. You don't allow Godorex to fully work his way in towards the back, but it already flips out the spawns. You can see Godorex respawns over by back to P2. This top dome position is everything for Rupert. He knows Godorex is in the back. He knows that the spawn and rotation over towards P2 isn't exactly secure, but kills are starting to come through for Rocker Academy. They have a 110-point lead. They can start playing with their food a little bit here. Just keep tiptoeing around the P1. Maintain that rotation towards P2.
And they've got a bit of time off the back of P1, but again, Rocker Academy, we always talk about it, right? Leader's advantage here for Rocker Academy is so strong in this position that they are more than happy to just try and sit back and make sure they do get the rotation towards P2. A couple of kills, though, coming on through now for Omit as they try to force their way through P1. We'll get the back 10 seconds. Now Rocker Academy in these power positions. The AR's back at it again. It's Godorex. It's Godorex looking for number 3. Fame will take that kill away, but it doesn't matter too much who gets the kills as long as somebody gets them on Rocker Academy. And now for Omit, trying to find their way through inside. Fame in the middle of the map. He's already got that streak in the back pocket of 15 and 10 now off the back of that death. The first wave of gunfights has gone the way of Rocker Academy. Here, things looking pretty splendid.
It could be worse. You could be in Omit shoes if you're Rocker Academy, but you're not. You're up by 130 points. A little water battle. Godorex, he brought a knife to the utmost water duel. And Real just sitting here holding the cross. The jump comes through. Rupert gets the trade, but as the only kill in the string of 4 that Omit are going to find for themselves. You can fight for the scrap time. Try as you might. Rocker Academy are running away with this game.
10 seconds, you're fighting for it around the back line, and would you believe it, Andy, it's worst case scenario. Yet again, those back spawns might well have been favorable about 30, 40 seconds ago. Not now. Again, mid-map coverage being provided by the likes of Real and Godorex on opposite sides. Real does fall here, so an opening to at least reverse the middle of the map for Omit, but nonetheless, they're treacherous waters, and I mean that both literally and figuratively. Kills now starting to come through from Omit. Infinite, can he crack this egg? Looking for kills. That just gets absolutely spat on by Real there. Rupert is going to have a look towards the hard point. You're taking time away from Rocker Academy here. Thresh managed to get in along the side, but again, it just isn't enough. Those back spawns have not been unstabilized.
You can't close it out here, but Rocker Academy are just, again, they were running away with this hill, or this hard point, this map number 1. The tail end of the first set of hills. Snoopy trying to influence, maybe a little bit of an opening for Rupert to try to follow up on, but nobody's there influencing the back spawns. I mean, this hit is all for a 15 seconds when you're thinking about it for Omit, and you're kind of forced to do it at that point. You got to send 2-3 players to maybe try to commit towards this late break, but because it's taken so long and Infinite's still trying to finesse for a couple of late kills, spawns will go completely awry. Fame spawns completely on the other side of the map. He will pick up at least 1 kill. The rotation is almost just gifted. Fame even has a streak to call it in. This might just be the final cruise missile in the coffin.
Hey, Rocker Academy, they've brought the premium settings to this matchup. They're just laying back. They're feeling pretty comfortable at the moment. Every single time, spawns have been going in their way. Maybe Omit with a chance here to take time away from Rocker Academy. There were 2 versus 3 on the point. One of them will fall. Now Fame around the back line here, and close spawns in the middle of the map. Kills being brought down to the table here by Real and Fame. There is no way you should win this 1 versus 1 against Thresh in the back line. Thresh will win it. But again, Rocker Academy just a few seconds away from victory here. Thresh towards that back line. need to try and buy some time from his teammates to make their way through ruins. The stuns are good, the kills are good as well. They will not fall just yet. The 15 seconds should go their way, but again, Rocker Academy should be good for the rotation. Maybe not, actually. Rupert wins a big one.
Got one player to worry about. It's going to be Gunnar Rexon towards the back, but it doesn't even matter because you just overwhelmed the old hill, and, well, yep.
That's tough.
I mean, you talk about the rotation, it doesn't even matter. I mean, you got 20 seconds to get inside the old hill, and you were talking about leader's advantage at the end of the first set of hard points. 250 to 75. My heavens. Rocker Academy roster are just gung-ho on making sure that they are the #1 overall team. The only team that might end up beckoning that could be Twisted Theory, but more of a conversation for a later date. And it really does come down to, I mean, I know it's Zarqual Hydroelectric, and it's very, very difficult. I've experienced it. I see it every day when I'm watching either scrims or pro matches. It's very hard for an SMG to find comfort on a map like Hydro, especially with these very longer lines of sights, especially when you're thinking about the rotation. But it really does feel like, albeit not the sexiest KD ratio in the world for Real, his influence on the map with an SMG comparatively to Snoopy, who was getting into tons of engagements, were just not as influential. You know, Infinite was a non-benefactor. This was all be backed up once we end up taking a look at the stats, of course. But, I mean, when you're looking at it continuously from the point of view of Pander, 24 and 17, 2,800 damage, is getting followed up by Real continuously, 11 to 16 kills, non-traded, by the way. Everybody else is going positive beyond belief. Infinite double negative, 10 and 22, just barely under 1,300 damage, and Snoopy just barely at 1,800 damage at 16 and 24. Again, getting into engagements, but never really following up on those line of sights that were being held by Rupert and Thresh. They were holding down these longer lines of sights continuously. Thresh still able to escape away with going at least positive by +1. But it just mostly comes down to that cohesion, that teamwork that we keep on talking about with this Rocker Academy roster. This is why a map mode combination like Hydroelectric Hardpoint works so well for them, because they can just post up with 3 ARs. You know what, Kevin Fame loves that AR in his hand. And Real can just go all crazy with around whatever hill is active.
I mean, yeah, you say it right. It is just the team cohesion from Rocker Academy. They're so good at Hardpoint. They're one of the better Hardpoint teams to come out of Season 1 of North America. Of course, they ended up winning Season 1 of North America, even though Hardpoint was ultimately their weakest game mode. It's just like, they're that good. They are just that good. They are one of the best teams in North American Challengers. Let's go over towards 2 other teams, though, that are also pretty good here in North American Challengers. Of course, as we said earlier on, Theory and Team War, both of these teams qualify regardless of what happens today. But Twisted Theory are fighting tooth and nail for that first seed coming out of this group. Of course, that earlier victory at the very beginning of Season 1 against Rocker Academy has given a good look at that. And this series so far, Eddie's going pretty well for them at 1-0.
Yeah, you're almost just hoping. I mean, Twisted Theory, all of their series wins so far have been reverse sweeps. Do they lose the plot armor by winning map 1? That's exactly what happened versus Hype Esports last week. We'll have to see what happens here on the Search and Destroy. Hey, man, I'm just calling a spade here. But Team War on offense, trying to take this A site very quickly.
A bad juju. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, Twisted Theory, 1 man up here on this prevention of the bomb going down. Team War, looking a good look there. Gravity, maybe if he gets away with a kill on towards Vehicle, makes the situation more manageable. I will say this much: if Team War were able to successfully rotate away from the A site, I guess they don't have much knowledge in this situation as to where these players are, but on that look that Gravity got, they might be in a good chance of getting the bomb down over towards B, but I don't think they want that. I think they're definitely going to double down here over towards A, and again, those shots towards Vehicle just kind of confirm that for Twisted Theory. More than happy to just sit in this situation, but Team War do have 1 player pushed all the way up. That's Wardy.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's hard not to commit towards the A site, unless Wardy pops that sound, so maybe he cuts all the way through the catwalk area, but you're treading into the unknown. So Team War, they try to double down, they try to extend this plant, but Vehicle, he repositions from luggage, bottom bedroom, takes down the bomb carrier. Running out of time here.
Gio gonna pick up 1 versus 4 there. It feels like it's outside of the realms of possibility with 10 seconds left. Gotta be Quicksilver to make your way across to get all those kills in time, and it's just not gonna happen. And, well, just like Quicksilver, didn't end so well.
Yeah, and it's interesting, isn't it, right? Because, I mean, when you typically end up getting that push that happens over towards this bomb site, more often than not, you either try to keep a player through the double arches, if not, maybe trying to make an overextension play happen all the way through Restaurant, but, I mean, you're just so overcommitted at that point. Wardy's already top luggage. I think he utilized his dead silence maybe just to get there earlier on. Just doesn't find a pick. He comes up with absolutely nothing at all. And it's systematic for Twisted Theory. You could play the trade games as you might, just holding their irons, knowing that they have to push towards that A bomb, running out of time. 2-1 lead here for Twisted Theory in the search.
Looking pretty good, despite only recently adding Dak to the lineup. I will say a lot of this in this one has been off the form of Mark. He was on 4 in a row. Big kill there from Loud to take him out of the equation. So now this should put a cork in Twisted Theory. They're definitely going to slow up in this position. They've got no map control whatsoever here.
Playing for a pick. I mean, Hollow's the bomb carrier out in Island, just back bar. No one's overextending, though. Eagle does pop dead silence. Be looking for a little bit more. This is egregious. Yeah, he's going to get caught out by gravity or by couches. Oh, in a 2v4 scenario, you feel like you need to be able to find this pick in couches. Can't find it. It's just trading more information to Team War, who still have numbers.
A lot of shots going out from Olo here. Trying to get anything at all. Wardy, of course, was super weak off the back of that engagement. Trying to gain his information as to where he's gone. Now they know. Dak flying across here. Will the bait of Wardy work out? That stun should be good here. Wardy, yeah, not going to move anything. It's like you're in some really thick jam. Dak takes him down here. So Holly's going to get this bomb down. What does the post-plant setup look like? What does the kind of collapse look like from Team War here? Well, it looks pretty good as well. Going to catch Hollow as he tries to escape that. Dead silence has been utilized to escape that situation and reposition for the bomb defusal. He might be able to stop this bomb panic here, but shots against gravity, just not good. Loud going to get that defuse.
It's just so tough, right? Because, I mean, like, in a 3v2, you lose your bomb planter as he's trying to swan dive his way over towards bottom luggage. And when that nade comes through, when Dak checks bottom luggage, Lau hops on the bomb immediately, but Dak doesn't see him. That if he holds his irons, even with the Vaznev for a little while longer, that's what the bomb effectively was planted for, either D2 or luggage. He just can't find it. Tries to reposition all the way back over towards bottom bedroom, which is just a very easy pickup for Team War to even things back up going into round number 5. Just playing the picks. Hotel search and destroy. That first blood, if you can get away with that first blood and stay alive, keep your numbers. Almost a guarantee a round win more often than not.
2-for-2 at the moment. Team War now trying to bait out players towards A. If it is a bait, it's working pretty well here. Hollow's been stunned up. He will recover from that stun in time to take at least one challenge and recognizes the player coming on the flank, but just not good enough to get the kill versus Wardy. So, Team War now in control over the B site, but they're not comfortable with the control they've just got. Just yet, and Wardy having to flip around for the kill. Will get the first Geo towards the back line for the second as well. And Vikal now finds himself. It was a 1 versus 3. He's traded out Wardy at least for the 1v2.
He's expecting a challenge to come through top catwalk. Waiting for dead silence. Pops it. Oh, the centering from Beagle is pristine. 1v1. 30 seconds remaining. Geo doesn't have dead silence. He's a trophy player this round. Oh, no.
Oh, I mean,
Beagle's on the flank. He's going to expect this corner to be at least looked at. Should.
He should. Should.
Hello,
Beagle? No, he didn't see him. Beagle. Ah, should have gone to Spec Savers. That's crazy. That's tough.
Oh, no.
You guys have Spec Savers? The US? I think.
I don't know, man. All I can tell you is that there's a certain amount of spaghetti on the floor of the kitchen right now, and that's just unfortunate.
That's tough.
As, man. I mean, to be fair, right? I mean, you got to give him the benefit of the doubt. I mean, we've been there. We played a lot of rank yesterday. You get so twisted that, like, you just go for that jump challenge on the backside of Freezer, and, like, you're expecting him to maybe be on the right trash can. He's just, like, in between.
There's a lot of spots refrigerators, right?
Yeah. Could be snaking one of the tables. Hotel, baby. 2 in a row, though, for Team War. They'll take a 1-round lead.
How about this from Twisted Theory on this round? Barreling towards me. Whoa! Vehicle! Geo whips him out of the round just like that. And what was a pretty advantageous position for Twisted Theory, generally speaking. The emphasis on towards the middle of the map for Team War will work out. That won't, Wardy. Wardy gives too much of a good look there to hold Hollow. Numbers, though, still in favor of Team War as they do trade out.
Want more? Dak recovers the bomb. He wants more. He's looking for this trade, trying to keep things 2v2. Pops dead silence. He is treading into the unknown, Brody. And he gets caught in the jam, but it's good cover from Mock. 2v2 now. The centering from Dak even better. Geo, 1v2. Bomb should be going down here momentarily.
Certainly doesn't feel like this is a round that War should lose, so a lot of pressure here on Geo to 1 versus 2. Does have the element of surprise, no longer the case. Cast to cast it just there and then as Dak will fly across. The reposition does come through from Twisted Theory. Geo, though, he's caught this one perfectly. Needs to catch both guys off guard, and, well, there's just too much there to handle. Twisted Theory, again, I mean, I called it there in that 1 versus 2 situation. That is around arguably that Team War starting as well as they did, should have won.
You saw off that first blood down through the middle of the map. And it's just crazy that Twisted Theory, I mean, team shots galore. Wardy's throwing shoulders, but, I mean, the second he throws the first and shots are already being thrown towards bottom bedroom, I mean, you just gotta back up. No reason to throw a second shoulder there. You can just play that line of sight and just expect maybe the A push to come all the way through because B was at least being looked at. Interesting decision-making coming through for Team War in that defense, but offense is going to be a fast hit towards A.
Will it work out a lot better than Twisted Theory's attempt in the last round, at least initially? Well, Twisted Theory here on the defense looking pretty hot. The call, it's just too courageous. Gravity's nade will be the thing that kills him in the end. Now Mock and Hollow here, a little bit separated. On towards Lau though, despite Lau expecting that flank coming through. Does give them something to work with, but just being peppered up from afar is Mock, and now Hollow finds himself in a 1 versus 2. One will go down.
Those are not dragon skin luggage boxes back there. You can shoot through those. It's centering shots. Not much better across the D2 head glitch box, so keep on trading rounds, but it was Team War that answered back with 2 of their own when Twisted Theory had at least a 2-1 lead. They'll at least continue on with this war of attrition, trading rounds back and forth up to 4-3. The fast hit does, in fact, work out. It's just systematic, right? You got yourself some trophies. Maybe one player with that silence. You fast hit, you clear bottom bedroom, get a player up towards luggage. You look towards the middle of the map where the majority of these kills start to come through. 9-3 for Geo, as the AR for this team has just been electric on making these very aggressive pushes happening.
This again from Twisted Theory. Trying to pull a blinder on him with heavy emphasis over towards B, but Hollow with the bomb will sit over towards A, and well, the bait has been taken well and truly. Can Twisted Theory convert any of this? So that's the question. Mop taken down inside 3s there. There is a trade from Dak over there, but Hollow should have free reign now to just get this bomb down. He's just going to waltz off whistling into the sunset.
On planet at A, Lau quickly just collapses inside a kitchen. Hollow, no dead silence. Gets gunned. Top valet and all. And Team War, with their aggression included, are just running circles around Twisted Theory. They completely stop any sort of antics that were happening over by Restaurant. They get mid-map control. They isolate the players continuously. And the only player that makes it out was the bomb carrier. He gets his way all the way over towards the A bomb. And as soon as he's playing it, all his comrades are gone. Team War got themselves up on map point. It's a very scary situation to find yourself in if you are Twisted Theory. Obviously, just map 2. You won map 1. But let me tell you something. This Team War roster, if they start getting heated up as far as the series is concerned, you start leaning on towards what their gunny looks like. Oh, it can get scary really fast, especially for a team like Twisted Theory that just went through a roster swap themselves.
That round was just weird. I gotta say, I mean, like, I generally speaking support 1-man bait plays. 3? I don't know. That was a lot of emphasis there on the bait towards kitchen side. It's one of those strategies that, you know, it takes a lot to make work, and it just doesn't in the end. Now Team War find themselves with the 2-round advantage here over Twisted Theory. Really the first big advantage for any team in the Search and Destroy so far. What are you looking to put this one to rest? Against Dak would be nice, and he will find it inside connector. That's a lot of noise over towards B again. And the question is, do Twisted Theory pull their leg over towards B? The answer is no. They will stand strong for the moment.
So I got Wardy, though. His dead silence seemingly going to be running out. He's going to be playing for an exit, maybe all the way out through Freezer. That should secure at least the flank if they push all the way through Restaurants. But mid-map is more or less open, depending on where Gravity goes in this post plant. Got one player down low. It's going to be Lau playing in bottom bedroom. This is going to be a lot of individual gunfights. Vico gets some shots over by D2. Can't find the kill, though. Geo playing with his food. We'll get that kill.
This one should be done. Yeah, okay. I was going to say, if Mock maybe wins the 1v1, yeah, he's okay. That round's all good, but no, Team War just way too much control over the site again. Twisted Theory try as they might to debate. Not much debate to be had there, to be honest with you. Or in those final 3 rounds, just eclectic. And Twisted Theory, not really much in a way of response. Just, again, I think Twisted Theory, there is an element of, and I don't want to make excuses because they are still, technically speaking, only 1-1 in this series. I don't think it's that much of a surprise to see them lose the Search and Destroy to War here. Just given the fact that, obviously, I think Twisted Theory is still going to be kind of settling themselves in towards the roster change.
No, not at all. Have to get it down to the respawns, you would think. That's 4 rounds in a row. Got our X. He's got a subby. Search and Destroy on El Asilo has been a playground and a half for this Rocker Academy roster because they do things like this, where GodRx pulls out a submachine gun, but still down by 2 rounds. Bomb being planted. Thresh into 1v4. Good luck, have fun.
Yeah, they're just like so heavily reliant on just throwing players toward the defensive side and just routes that you never quite expect. And I have to imagine, I mean, we saw GodRx pick up 2 there at the start of the round, Andy, but I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest, if that's what happened there for Rocker Academy. They are currently down, as we said, though. Omit having a pretty good go of things on El Asilo.
Last time these 2 teams did play in the group stage for Season 1, this was Map 2. Well, Rocker Academy, they won 6-1. Things are looking better. They're looking much better. By 2 rounds, in fact. But even more so than that, gonna have to see what Omit start to do, because we know what Fame, GodRx, and Real, honestly. I mean, this Rocker Academy is weird. Like, Fame could either be with an AR, they could have 3 SMGs for all I know. They do some zany setups, but Omit, as far as an offense is concerned, starting to look like they're committing for this building control.
Looking for something. Rocker Academy uncharacteristically have somebody in the A site. We know that's not something they normally do. That throw Omit off guard. A noise being made by Omit at the moment. Not much in the way of value for it. Real now being tagged up with a stun and hasn't actually been capitalized on. The second stun, surely Snoopy should. And there you go, flying out for the first blood. Finally, Omit, they make the move. They haven't dealt with players, though, in their own base like GodRx.
Depending on where that bomb is planted for, GodRx might find a freebie. The head glitch. Rooper won't be able to get the better of GodRx. Still, numbers in a post plant. Pander's on the flank, trying to find where the rest of these players are located at. And now it's all down to Casey. 1v3, throw some shots, whether it's a desk pop or not. I think Pander on this 3 spree might just be looking for a couple more kills. He's going to probably just know that this round is chalk for sure.
Yeah, first blood again. You know, it is kind of intriguing, isn't it, in a way that we look at kind of Rocker Academy and their Search and Destroy and the way they play El Asilo, of course, one of their better map mode combinations, just generally speaking, across the board. And, they never really put somebody in the A site, and I think that kind of proves why they just feel a lot more comfortable sending players on flanks. Real, they're kind of out of position compared to what we normally expect from a player of his caliber. Just gets caught out by Omit. And again, 4-2 up now, Omit. This would be a massive victory for them, especially when we talk about kind of the wider context of the series here, Andy, where Omit got decimated over on Hydro Hardpoint.
Yeah, I'm sure Real's probably talking to his team right now. I'm never going back inside that A-bomb now without any sort of assistance. How about this from Omit? Immediate A-lane control. They have players top catwalk over towards the tower as well. I mean, Pander was not expecting Rupert to be over by that rock, and now your backline is not secure.
You've traded things out there. Good on GodRx to take down Infinite, who was pretty deep inside the flank. GodRx just trying to bait Rooper out. If that lands, I swear, he won't. Rooper's just escaped. Real falls now. A lot of the secrecy that Rocker Academy had has almost dissipated in a way. GodRx again, though, somehow finds a trade for the second time here in this round. The bomb will go down.
Trying to clear more at B. Where do you go if you are Fame? Like he's going to be hugging towards at least those double doors, looking to be on the backside of the bar, but he's isolated from his teammate of GodRx, Thresh Rupert. Commandoing their way together across that A lane. They get some shots. I think they know where Fame's located at, but gotta hop on that bomb. The defuse is already on. GodRx can't get the wall bangs. You gotta go check that sooner rather than later. If you GodRx, the door needs to be open. He checks it, but the bomb gets defused. Oh no. That is, put that in the file cabinet underneath the folder of things you hate to see.
I'm confusion. I'm not gonna lie, I'm confusion. Expected the shots to hit, they don't. Check it, please. Just doesn't happen. Full of confidence on side for Rocker Academy, and a lot of that melting away here. Omit again. Now 5 rounds for the 2 of Rocker. Just one more. They put the Search and Destroy away and extend the series at least to the second hard point. First blood, though, here in this one will go the way of Rocker Academy. Fame taking that one fresh to the grave. Snoopy now looking to trade things out. And, gets caught out. Heard there by Real as he sits in the corner. Now numbers absolutely in favor here of Rocker Academy.
Yeah, now Infinite's all by his lonesome. Nades coming in. He won't get tagged. So they didn't know that Infinite's actually playing on lockers. Rupert will take down Pander. 3v2. Infinite's still inside this A bomb site. You feel like that if you're Rocker, you got to clear this. And while taking down Rupert, door being slammed open. You know where Infinite's located at. And yeah, he will be taken down. So Wonderfully done by Rocker again, like we were talking about in the previous defense to that one. If you're Real, you're probably sitting there saying, I am never going back inside that A-bomb by myself ever again. And that's not going to be the case, not at all. It's just playing inside of tools this time around. Very standardized defense, just waiting for this Omit roster to waltz on into their line of sight. They find the kills required. Keep themselves alive in the search and destroy. Got a Rex, by the way. I mean, the majority of these kills are all with the submachine guns. This is so fun to watch, especially for Godorex, who, again, historically has been that AR that loves to hold his irons. Double positive.
Yeah, Godorex, of course. Been in and around the scene for a very, very long time. They get back in towards the CDL here after a static performance on this Rocker Academy squad. Early utility being thrown out across the freight. Much of it actually connecting. They're now going to be tagged up. It's Real. And shots across from the field side. Rocker Academy. They're picking up a ton of smokes and mirrors at the moment, trying to bait somebody from Omit out. This isn't working, though. Omit, they're not having it.
No, you got 2 players inside the A-bomb. Keep in mind, Reaper actually continues to hit all the way over by the truck, and he will take down Real, trying to exit back towards Billiards. Now the bomb in hands of Fame. Really reliant on Pander, maybe to try to find this pick. Reaper's still over here. Pander caught mid-sprint. Reaper sees him. There's help top kitchen window.
Cut short his Pander there in that situation. Now got a Rex and Fame. Find themselves in a 2 versus 4. I was going to see how much utility they actually had on side. Fame is the one with the dead silence. And yeah, Godorex, he just has to play it slow. There's not really much chance to, no quarter, to do anything in that situation. And the last player doesn't either. Omit, stunning here on map number 2. A brilliant performance from them as they take down Rocker Academy on one of their best map mode combinations.
Yeah, you know, I can't really, like, put too much stock into this, but I feel like that it does need to have a little bit of a slight argument. You know, if the one thing that does change, obviously, Omit going for an entire roster change, keep in mind you, this is not the same Omit roster that was represented at Boston, much less through Season 1 of the Elite. This is old Smog Alpha. What comes along with Omit is actually Coach Mystic. That guy's nuts when it comes down to search and destroy. I can only imagine he's got those boys in the lab when it comes down to the search.
Yeah, Omit looking pretty good again. They are looking for those improvements ahead of the Texas Open. That's what we're looking for from that team. So keep an eye on that one and that match, generally speaking, as it progresses. Of course, Rocker Academy now 1-1 with Omit. But another series is currently 1-1 here between Team 4 and Twisted Theory. Already here into round number 1 of this control. Team War on the offense. And in terms of trying to get control of B, well, they've got 1 tick of progression so far, but not much map control for the second hit.
Again, Twisted Theory, 1 map 1, 250 to 200, 6-3 for Team War. They're in the hotel search and destroy. Venue will remain the same here for the control. That single segment, like you were talking about here at B, very, very big to speak of. Just looking at how the map is just spread. I mean, you're trying to at least clear all back Jacuzzi. You got 2 players back here, is Gravity and Wardy. All will at least find a trade. By the looks on the minimap, those were not easy shots. Will be traded out himself. It's all about bedroom control. Gio's going to be able to get it at least.
I gets traded out, though. Wardy, there's a lot relying on him here in this situation. Doesn't get tagged by that nade, actually, so that's pretty good in terms of Wardy trying to keep himself unrevealed. And so kills come in around the map here for Wardy. He's looking for a little bit more than that. Able to take down Vehicle in the middle of the map, though. Now War. An opportunity here to fly towards B. Shots being connected over towards Mock on D2. Dangerous check collect for Dak, though, and what they do is a little bit late. Dak, though, now traded out. War, an opportunity here to try and capture some more progression on the point. Kills just not going in their favor. Lau goes down. Gravity now the last one left alive, and Gravity has himself in the argument at least, but he falls to Vehicle. Gio, what can you do here? You're finding yourselves in a 2 versus 4 alongside 40. You're looking for some serious heroics. Wardy attempts around the back line is going to be cut down, and now Gio 1v4, just a little bit too much there, and yeah. Attempts towards B, they were most certainly made, but for the vast majority, at least over our time here, looking in towards this round, Twisted Theory had a lot of map control.
4 segments to speak of, keep in mind you, and it was mostly just all on the back end of just constantly setting players, whether it's through the middle of the map, and even when they ended up losing bedroom control, you gotta kind of credit the discipline that's being represented for Twisted Theory in that moment of time, right? Is that they don't just immediately send players flying towards top or bottom bedroom. They understand that the respawns could very much so be parallel over by the B zone, especially with how much mid-map control Twisted Theory did have for themselves. So 4 segments are all Team War going to find for themselves here on the Hotel Control Map 3. Big swing map mode combination, and potentially even a bigger round here, especially as Twisted Theory, they can do no wrong. in the opening break. It's just down to Geo. He's on the back display case. Will find one. Should be inevitably traded, and the clock should be sold out here, you would think.
I was gonna say, it's not actually that solid just yet. You still need a couple more kills, and yeah, I was gonna say, you need somebody like Hollow in the backline to do exactly this. He's already picked up the double, looking for number 3. Well, he will get it with the nade and the Basnev to close things out. This second tick now looking to come on through as the stack will be in. Team Warp going to be a one-dimensional hit here from the backline. Nobody in the middle of the map. Can they get it done with the double challenge? Jack, well, he's going to cut down the first. Wardy has traded things out, but the numbers not good enough to stop, and Vico will be the one to close things out. So kills looking pretty good here, and because Team War put a last-ditch effort in, the close spawns of Twisted Theory are good over towards kitchen side. Now needs to make a quick rush to try and defend A. That is not working.
Oh, dear. No kitchen control. 2 minutes. Clock stalled out. 23 versus 18. You couldn't have asked for more things to be stacked against you if you are Team War. Second segment on the way. You gotta hit this all the way through. Why? Nobody's watching. Gravity hits the flank. He'll find the 2 kills. Still needs more. Is getting the snake on. Middle of the A zone. Keeps it secure for now.
All right, well, that's a last-ditch save coming out. The Hail Mary play from Gravity, a triple that will save them for the moment. How can they stabilize? Follow-up kill from Gravity yet again, who now finds himself on 4 in a row. Starting to look towards that cruise missile for later on in this control. But look at Twisted Theory. They're playing at the moment around the map. Mock, mate.
Dang.
What are you doing? He is absolutely
actually
cracked out of his mind. He is, yeah, he's tweaking. Taking shots in absolutely nothing. Seeing poltergeists. And now the kill's starting to come through. For Twisted Theory, the collapse on the way. Hollow, well, can help out his teammate, or help out Team War there in taking out a teammate. The trades are in, but trades in favor ultimately of Twisted Theory here in the situation. One player over towards the connector side to deal with. That's going to be Geo, and it won't be long before he falls. So now Team War trying to come through that jewelry side. They do not get there in time. And to me, Andy, I got to say, I mean, even though Gravity came out with that sensational triple to try and clutch up on the point, and you know, he absolutely did clutch up. Again, it's the transition that was allowed to happen that I think was the slip up there.
You gotta appreciate the commitment that comes through from Team War, probably exclaiming in their team comms, just like, no, we can stop this, we're close, we got people inside a spa, but you always want to make sure that you send at least one player to maybe try to get over towards kitchen, because even if you do stop that B zone from being tacked on over, with so much focus over by B, like you called out there, Brody, it forced all of Twisted Theory to spawn parallel over towards A. A bit of a fumble of the bag. Now Team War find themselves down 0-2 in the control.
Team War, they want to try and make the Hail Mary play happen. Try and salvage something here in this control with an early B here. A couple of kills do come through, but again, not much in terms of positioning actually on B. So they might have to default away here, and that looks like what's happening, especially as the close spawn comes in. Fecal looking in and around bedroom to make sure there's no sneaky players trying to be all problematic for Twisted Theory. But War there are much more focused on this effort over towards A. Wardy trying to deal with Mock, and he will do exactly that. This is really good from Team War. They do have to be cautious, though, because Twisted Theory, they are enacting a flank.
Long-time duo is actually going crazy right now. 14-8 for Mock, 16-11 for Hollow, and they've completely flanked around inside a kitchen, but the kill's that much better for Wardy and Geo. That should be the A zone completely tacked on over. I don't think you want to over-invest too many players if you are Twisted Theory. You're just going to leave Gravity behind to try to get this A zone in their favor. You do have Dak and Hollow, and they're in a position maybe to take down Gravity, but they're taking the long way around. Hollow will actually find him. There's one more player in a position to try to get this last segment over by A. It's going to be Wardy. Big 1v1 for the zone. Won't be able to find it, but Team War, quick as you like, already over by the desk. They're at P4, trying to get the B zone now.
Twisted Theory is doing a great job at clearing A, but players falling over towards B. This is a really good look coming out from Team War. Hollow around the back line, trying to save it. Also in the middle of the map will be Dak, but Dak is going to fall to a nade from Lau, so Hollow's positioning becomes significantly more important. He gets caught with his pants down by Geo, and this vertical progression just a whisker away from being captured, but no. Be called Dak. They are here. They will not allow the point to fall just yet. The second tick is good, though. The Team War in a really good position at the moment. They have the numbers here as long as they take out Hollow to try and capture on A and get the extra 60 seconds on the board. That is exactly what will happen, but only one push really required over towards B now.
Yeah, you really do feel like it's just that one good break, that one segment. You got players inside a statue. Dak doubles down, though. That's a big 2-piece of half of yourself. Your flank is not fully secured, though. Player number 8 is Vico. He was actually over by Jacuzzi about like 20 seconds ago. Now, he is reflanking Wardy, who is over by Jules. Bedroom control is here. Slightly. It's Mock that's up top by himself. This defense worked out quite nicely for Twisted Theory in that first round.
Still low trades. Really working too much in favor of Team War here if they want to get this final pick. At least they've got control of bedroom, which they didn't have on the first round. That will benefit them for the close spawns towards luggage. Now kills starting to come through. Geo and Gravity can combine for 2. Mock here over towards D1. He's going to get shut down, and this is the look that Team War wanted. Wardy's starting to push forward through Statue's side, but he does get cut down here. So Twisted Theory gives us one good look on the defense, and they'll all be taken out of the equation. Team War, they win the offense required.
You got to be able to answer back with the defense. Keep in mind, it was only 4 segments that Team War were able to get when we hopped in towards that initial round. So total segment progression as far as that battle is concerned for a round 5 defense is 10-6. But we always end up having this argument, do we even want defense? It's Total Control. It has the highest conversion rate as far as offensive rounds are concerned, for crying out loud. So got players heating up in all the right ways. Wardy's hitting a lot of routes. Geo is continuing on with their antics. We got to see them pop off in a big way in that map number 2. Gravity's also there as well. So it's just about finding consistency within these rounds. These opening breaks have been very, very good for Twisted Theory. Hollow still on a heater, 22-18. They're trying to shift a lot of this focus over by Wine. I got to respect this coming out from Twisted Theory. Not playing with their food, not going through the middle of the map, not trying to go for B. They're going for kills and maybe try to convert over towards A, but it does not work out.
Stop to have. You've got to get some kills on the board at the moment. You've only managed to find 1. Finally, that second does come through, and now it should be enough to jump on the point at least. But would you Adam and leave it? It's somebody coming in the back line here. It's Lau looking for a 1. He's only to find the first, the second. The shots are good on towards Dak, and Dak is just going to lay there, stick himself to the floor as much as humanly possible to try and flake his life. But it is just too little, too late. As Lau looking for number 5, and he is despicable in this situation. The cruise missile in the back pocket already, but he's looking for number 6. Lau is on an absolute tear. And Twisted Theory, I mean, they're still spawning close here, but they're running straight into the El Trigger of Lau. He was still alive, still just snaking and baking around this point. Finally, he goes down. But that was a lot of carnage caused by Lau there.
Yeah, but it's like you called it. I mean, if you are Twisted Theory, again, you just gung-ho your way over towards the backside of double arches, and maybe find a couple of kills. You spawn parallel over towards A. You're going to overwhelm it with numbers eventually, but Lau hits a very quick flank. And like you said, he already has a cruise missile in his back pocket. The trades will stop that B zone from being tacked on over. Twisted Theory, we're just trying to make Team War a little bit further uncomfortable, maybe finding themselves a couple of kills, but Team War, they chalk the A zone. They have stabilized in the middle of the map. They got a 3-life lead, bedroom control to speak of as well.
It's an okay position here from a Twisted Theory. Attempting early flank. Gravity, there's 1. There's 2. He's actually going to take the second down. He gets a good look at Hollow as well. But that gunfight will not go his way. And now Team War find themselves sandwiched between a 2-2 split from Twisted Theory. Players coming off spawn. Lau, I really thought he was about to get that second there. I was about to scream some profanities. But that's not necessary. Lau does fall. Now for Twisted Theory. Able to get players through the bedroom side. Hollow on the flank. Would have been nice if he could find 1, but gets caught with his pants down by Gravity from Statue's side. And Gravity gets a second as well. The secret weapons around the backline have been removed from those power positions. And also now over towards bedroom. Wardy starting to unearth some of these players on the offense.
Yeah, Wardy hits all the way through Atrium. He does the hop up over towards top garage, and he flanks inside top bedroom. It's Tom Gravity that conveys all this information to Wardy, who will inevitably be traded out. Now, Gravity's trying to take a little bit more space. Not exactly the right timing to be doing that, but Lau, dead silence. How good has he been in this round? He is finding so many kills. Double the amount of lives Team War have over Twisted Theory.
Yeah, you know what's wild to me is the fact that Lau, you know, before this kind of round, was incredible round from him, was not having that good of a time here on this control, so he's absolutely had an electric go of things. But look at this from Theory. Remember, I'm talking about Lau. These guys starting to get the kills required, and they remove Geo from the position in top bedroom. And yeah, oh no, absolutely the right expression having the situation. The cruise missile comes down, but it doesn't get anything. And now Twisted Theory, they're advancing towards the point. They're advancing past the point as well. Mid-map coverage being offered up by Mock, who does turn away at the wrong time, but it's okay. He turns right back to pick up those gunfights. And now Team War trying to get in towards this point to try and save this control. It's a long flank from Wardy. They have to time this correctly, and they have to really do this in a timely manner. The kills starting to come through from Twisted Theory, though. There's another one. The flank from Wardy, though. Is it good? Looking for the 1 versus 2. Fecal and Dak to take down. Fecal not the last remaining player, but nobody else can dive on towards the point. The flank was not good enough in the end. And Twisted Theory, with a last-minute surge of energy, able to get it done.
Yeah, that's really tough, especially for Twisted, or for Team War's perspective, excuse me, because, I mean, you have Loud make a pop-off play like this, keeps the A-zone in your favor. You held lives, as far as an advantage is concerned for Team War, through the entirety of the round, but I don't know how many times we're going to sound like a broken record by the end of the year here, Brody. It just takes one good push, and that wave of kills was just so emphatic for Twisted Theory to be able to get the map positioning, set all of Team War packing over towards Jules. They'll be able to take the swing map mode there in 3.
All right, well, Rocker Academy and Omit now. We talked about this one already. This is our main focus matchup here on the first match of the day. Omit finally found some resistance in this series off the back of a search and destroy, and that was after the Hydra hardpoint. We won't talk any more about that for the Omit fans' sake, but here in this control, Omit actually being pretty good overall. I know that's not very good English, but they're doing pretty well. That's what I'm trying to say here. Omit now with a life advantage. They're 1-1. They're going to try and keep Rocker Academy away from this B point. They've got a good look. Mid-map coverage is in control for them. Real looking to find his way on the point, but Rupa slashes him up with a knife. Now with 2 versus 4 on the point. Fame got to pull off a astonishing 1 versus 4. And just he's out of magic tricks in that situation.
Down to 38 seconds, 5v12. Really do feel like Omit's going to be walking away with this defense. And you saw the little blurb pop up there. 1.37 overall, Team KD. Or Rocker Academy. They only played this once, and it was a round 5 incursion versus Team War. Omit looking to close out this defense. Don't know where segments are at, but it seems it's only going to be 4 that come through in this offensive attempt for Rocker Academy, more or less. Again, last time these two teams played, Omit lost this 3-1. They already won themselves that search and destroy, that map number 2, 6-3. Looking to take the swing map mode combination here and put Rocker on the back burner, potentially.
We've got to emphasize it as well, right? Even though that map number 1 didn't exactly go their way, that's fair to say. You know, it would be a big victory, I think, for them, right? You know, going into Texas as well, that's kind of the baseline for them here, is just trying to end this season, even if they aren't going to make it in towards playoffs, on a high note to say, look, hey, you know, we're taking down a team like Rocker Academy. In this situation, be massive from them. But regardless, Omit now find themselves 2-1 up in this control, looking to close things out on a round number 4 offense. Can they get it done? Snoopy gonna get stunned up off the start of this one. This should slow things down.
Also important to note, in Season 1 of the Elite Rocker Academy, they played a CeeLo control 6 times. They won it 6 times. Resurgence of Omit. Streak got called in. A-zone being looked at immediately, and Snoopy is just flying at them. My goodness. Is able to at least go 1 for 1 in that moment of time, but top tower control is what's going to be most damning for Rocker Academy if we try to recontest this. It's just 1 player on the zone, and Infinite just had too much to do.
First attempt hasn't exactly gone swimmingly. Still presence around A to deal with. Rupa in this pound position up top, though. Try and provide some coverage here that Omit can work with to get control of A, and he's doing a really good job of that at the moment. That kill against GodRx. Trade's now going in favor of Omit as well. They're looking pretty good. Rupa, by the way, we have to discuss this really. Rupa is still on 9 in a row at the moment going in towards this round. He is having a hell of a go of things. Snoopy is left up on his lonesome as Rupa trying to provide the coverage from up top. He will go down, and now Rupa is just over here just trying to pick up any players he can.
Real just toying with him, jumping all over the place. Rupa will take him down. And remember, it was his cruise missile that opened up this round for Rocker Academy, which is why they find themselves at least for this 1 segment, but I mean, you can keep top tower control all that you want, but you gotta get some players over here if you are Omit. You gotta get control over by these double doors. Fresh, snapping left, snapping right. The chow comes through, but still so much left to do if you are Rocker Academy. They are trying to retake this. We'll end up getting it. It's just Rupa again, whose top tower finally gets cut down. 28 seconds remaining here for Omit in their offensive attempt.
Rupa was just so integral to that entire play as Snoopy falls as well. Omit, you gotta pull out a trap card in this situation. Fly over towards B. That kill for Fresh will actually open things up, so they should get at least a touch on B here. Will they get any more than that? That's the question. Trophy system now going to be down on the point. Fresh, though, still on his lonesome for a second, and his teammates are falling around him in the middle of the map as well. It would have been nice if they had the coverage, but Fresh will actually get the jump shot on towards 1. No more than that, though, as Rocker Academy should be good to close this one out. Rupa, you got 4 seconds to fly towards the point. He whips out the knife to get it done, and in doing so, opens himself up towards a kill from Rocker Academy in the end. A great end towards that round for Rocker Academy as we go to round 5.
Yeah, really well done there by Real at the very end. You know, you're understanding that it's just 1 player over by B. Your teammates are conveying that information. So Real making sure that nobody can get over towards that A zone for that final segment, kind of give a final hope for Omit in that offensive affair to try to get themselves an extra 60 seconds. Just goes up towards the inside of the shack, and just even going 1-for-1 just keeps things really, really dicey for the rest of the Omit roster to try to get themselves over towards A. It took them a long time to finally back up Rupper's play, who opened up that round with a cruise missile. That's one resource that Omit do not have in this upcoming offense. Did not get enough ticks of progression to try to flip out the defensive side for this round 5. Rocker Academy will have it for this round 5.
Oh, Reaper. Okay, those stuns can be really disorientating at times. Off the back of a stun, his own stun doesn't exactly go as far as he wanted it to. Rocker Academy, this is brilliant. 3 kills for them on the defensive side. They've only got 1 left to deal with. Infinite's already been peppered up by 1. Pretty weak in this situation. Still left to his own devices here for a moment, though, so Infinite could well cause some serious havoc and around Checkers, but they know that they really need to clear out these players that have managed to break the defensive line. One of those players is Fame, who's already started this round on 2 in a row. So Infinite now, I think, is going to kind of reposition himself over towards A, get his priorities back in order as they try to get something on A moving. And Infinite will actually outplay Real in that situation. Snoopy and Rupert now following up with kills on their own. And this A push actually starting to look pretty good.
Gotta get more players on there. The 3-player stack is now fully in. You got 1 player that's up top by Rupert. He loves that position probably more than Visions, but even more so than that, that should be 60 seconds added on towards the board. Godorex looking for a couple exits. Get some damage on a Rupert. The kill will finally come through, but that's all Godorex is going to be able to find for themselves. Now you got to look towards the interior. You need to slow down this push if you are Rocker Academy. You want to maintain building control. And it's a heads-up play coming through from Fame, trying to get himself house control. At least make sure that numbers should be marginalized. Pander clears up top, having an uncharacteristic game at 15 and 31, but those are 2 big kills to have for himself when it comes down to this life alone.
Fame looking for more as well. Gets a good look at Rupert there. The second, but double will be denied. And Omit. They're trying to nerf these players once again. Panda up top inside Arcade. Manages to catch one off guard. Not quite ready for Snoopy to climb up the ladder there in that situation, so now advanced positioning here for Omit has been obtained. Can they do anything with it? And Snoopy just trying to double up here, checking every single corner possible. Now they've got to check top AC as well. This is a lot of noise being made by Infinite. Surely Godorex up here knows, and actually no, Godorex, with all the noise being made around the point, does not recognize that Infinite is in this position. Snoopy, however, has been dealt with towards the point, and now Infinite here finds himself in a 1 versus 2, getting cut down by Fame. Rocker Academy, they clear their points.
Yeah, they'll clear the point. Again, it's a little bit mistimed. Yes, Infinite needs to be flying on in to maybe cause a little bit of distress, but if your ARs are being gunned down by range, then you have no map control to speak of, especially with the setup that Rocker Academy have for themselves, even trying to transition through the middle of the map now. Real also inside of Billiards, just making it so tough for Omit just to move their way from the spawn. Even off-screen finds a gunfight. 12 seconds remaining, and the only player that can maybe try to do anything is going to be Snoopy.
He's already picked up 1, but Panda's going to cut him short, or Godorex, excuse me, going to cut him short. Panda is actually going to get a kill towards the end, but this one's done. Omit, they look good over towards A. They managed to get that point, but their attempts towards B somewhat less solid, as in the end, despite Omit being 2-1 up here in the control, it's Rocker Academy able to put together back-to-back rounds to close out this control. And ultimately, I think we will say this much, Andy. It's a map we expect them to win, ultimately. I mean, El Asilo has always been a really good control map for this one.
32 and 25 for Fame is just having his way. And yeah, it's a good map mode. They haven't lost it in both the elites so far, Brody. I think that can definitely be backed up with some statistics. There's map 4, though. Twisted Theory. Up 2-1 versus Seymour off of a crazy final round in the control. Palau is heated up in a way that I feel like you just cannot deny. 17 and 8 is still causing a ruckus inside a restaurant. 35 seconds left to play for, and his team's telling him to bump.
Aggressive body will allow, excuse me, in these positions. Oh, okay, gets so aggressive. He actually put some shots to his teammate there, but it's okay. Now, just trying to get any shots he can into anybody. He is absolutely tweaked at the moment in that position. Runs straight ahead first gunfight. Now kills starting to come through here for Twisted Theory as they're looking to get the back 15 seconds or so. Smog just trying to catch any players on the exit and will not be able to do so. So right now, Team Walk got double the points here of Twisted Theory in the situation, but it will be Twisted Theory in control of the rotation for the moment.
Surround these players. Palau just hits it. Rip stack is sunder. Mock find more than one. Yes, he can. Gravity was trying to get that trade. just Wardy that's left alive inside of Kitchen for the meantime. He's going to be scouted out, at least by Beakle, making a lot of noise over here, I'm sure of it. But you should know now, if you are Twisted Theory Hollow inside the Hardpoint, the majority of this hit is all going to be coming from the front.
And you should know, finding yourselves in a 2 versus 3 in that situation, a dance over towards the Kitchen side that Wardy will win against Beakle. And now the pressure towards the front is a little bit too much to handle here for Twisted Theory. Mock now the last remaining player as his teammate's going to spawn out in Narnia. Big back 20 for Team War, especially with the leader's advantage that they've built up over the course of the first half of this game. Geo starting to push out of the hard point. It's up another one. Twisted Theory will get this one last look for 10 seconds. Again, it is crucial time, really, but you've just got way too much coverage from Wardy and Gravity there inside Team War. They're looking stellar at the moment here, looking to force a game number 5.
Yeah, they look like that they are the administration of this Greenberg Hotel for the time being, going in towards another set of hard points, 11-9, now 11-10 for Gravity. Geo is 16-12, 19-11, 18-11 for Lau, Wardy respectfully. Wardy's on that 5 spree, by the way, and you feel like that if you get that 6th kill, you can really start to over-invest into a lot of these hard points, and you can start sinking your teeth into this leader's advantage that is an 80-point lead here on the hotel map. It is Greenberg, man. You can string together these hard points very, very well if you do start to get control of the middle of the map. That's what Twisted Theory are trying to get themselves ready for. It all starts here with Beakle just trying to keep these players at bay ahead of the P2 rotation.
Yeah, big rotational battles being won here by Twisted Theory for the back 20. And for that rotation, as you say, work isn't done just yet, though. You've got to make sure there's no stragglers making their way off the back. That's long-range shots coming out from Dak, of course, the new addition to this roster, who maybe isn't having the best game so far. Understatement of the year at 10-20. Still has a ways to go here before we can quite count out this Twisted Theory roster. Now Team War looking at transfer from P1 to P2. Should notice that somebody's over towards the help desk, and Lau, well, he's going to ring the buzzer. Kill and will not find it. Kill's starting to go in favor of Twisted Theory. The first defense looking pretty good, but maybe not so much anymore as Wardy managing to break on through. Geo, Gravity, they're all picking up gunfights here, Randy, and Vehicle is absolutely tagged up by so much. Overwhelmed today. War will find their way in.
Split spawns in towards the back. There's a lot of focus coming through the statue side. If you are Twisted Theory, you have to break this. Lau, though, from Spa is just layering in damage. Our numbers going to be favorable. Spawn still close for Team War. Although Gravity, he did spawn out. That's a heads-up play. Again, it is an 80-point advantage that Team War have over Twisted Theory. And try as you might, it's just 14 seconds you have for yourself. Geo's also going to try to hit this one more time just because of what he got the spawn for it. It's Gravity, like I said some time ago, hit the rotation all the way towards the back, but he knows he has to wait for some teammates' assistance. Twisted Theory have numbers inside the kitchen.
It'll be a make-or-break moment here in this series. Twisted Theory, can they hold versus a Team War roster that are starting to pressure around this back line? Gravity's nade will not land on towards anything. Geo towards the side door, though, who's already picked up one. Lau for another one. Gravity, unfortunately, taken down. More hollow. Can't get it done as Team War. They're able to find their way through. They could well finish it here on this one. Twisted Theory spawning up towards Rug's side. They have the numbers specifically inside the hard point. It's a 2 versus 4 here for Geo and Lau. And Geo just lines up 3. Lau looking to close things out with number 4. He will do so. Twisted Theory continues to knock at the door, though. 40 trying to get kills outside the hard point, and he is finding them. And it is Team War at the moment that it is piecing towards the back half of this game. Twisted Theory now spawning towards the back line. Can they find their way through? Hollow. He's going to try through the side door, but the number's just too much again for Team War. One last look from Twisted Theory, and Lau cuts them all down for a triple. 2 triples there inside the kitchen as Team War will close out the game.
Yeah, desperation sunk in, right? I mean, you're basically forced to double hit through rugs. You're forced to try to reconvene all the way through the side door. It's just such easy pickings when it comes down to Team War with all the audio cues that I'm sure that they are getting, Brody. It is just absurd. There's that lineup there for Geo. How good has he been in the respawns for these for this Team War roster? Finishes at 28-17, 29-16 for Lau off of a Herculean effort that we got to see there. As far as the control is concerned, yeah, they inevitably lost it from a last-ditch effort that came through from Twisted Theory, but nonetheless, I mean, that is a big map 4 win when you're thinking of 4 Team War. We'll extend that series just to a map number 5. And again, look, man, is the plot armor just not there? I mean, Twisted Theory won the map number 1. Now, all jokes aside, it's just really, really awesome to be able to see Team War really battle their way back, especially after that very unfortunate demise that was that round number 4 of the control. Here's that stat line. I mean, I'm going to steal your line here, buddy. It's the usual suspects that just show up for Team War. On the other side, though, for Twisted Theory, not a whole lot to speak of. I mean, Dak is the newest addition. Again, Hixie got called up for Toronto Ultra, so this Twisted Theory roster needed a fill, and 13 and 27 on a map like Greenberg Hotel isn't going to cut it. But even more so than that, the ARs just could not get things going. They were layering down the damage were Mock and Hollow, but I mean, the pressure just was not being picked up by Beagle and Dak.
Yeah, you know, the one thing I will say is, you know, when we kind of compare Twisted Theory, like, pre-DAC and post-DAC, I don't know if that's kind of like a BC kind of thing, situation, a dating thing, I don't know. Regardless, you know, DAC is a very different player to Hixie in terms of the way that he plays, right? I think in terms of, like, you know, how we look at DAC, what he brings to a roster, he is absolutely like this major slaying SMG, whereas I think for Hixie, while he can do that, generally speaking, I think Hixie is the kind of player to, maybe in a more mature fashion, do kind of the dirty work, the intangibles on the team, although he can absolutely slay out. And I think for DAC there, you know, not being able to bring that value there in that map is just kind of, it's not the entire thing that goes wrong for Twisted Theory. Obviously, the entire roster doesn't have a good go at things there, but it doesn't help. When DAC, you kind of expect putting up numbers. We've seen that so far here in the Modern Warfare 2 season. DAC has been a real standout early on in this year in North America. Let's take a look at the best of 5 then to show you guys what's happening here with Twisted Theory and or, of course, it's been a pinstripe best of 5. We're going to make that a thing moving forward. Twisted Theory taking the Hydra Hardpoint and the Hotel Control. Team War taking the Hotel Search and Destroying the Hotel Hardpoint. And this all comes to a head here with Fortress Search and Destroy for a map number 5. Ooh, we do love a bit of this.
You know, it's funny about that map number 5, especially for Fortress Search and Destroy. This is actually Twisted Theory's most played Search and Destroy. Again, this is the first time that we are looking at them with Dak, so we'll put an asterisk on there, but they do have a lot of time spent on it. They started off in their first 2 series. This was map 5, both of those times when they reverse swept Omit, and then when they reverse swept Rocker, they won those 6-2, 6-3 respectfully, but then they lost to Aphelion 4-6. I believe this was their map number 2. They finished there on a 6-4 Hotel Search and Destroy map 5. And then they also lost that map number 2 versus Hyped Esports. That's Trey Zero and Co. For those that are unaware about that transition, they were boys a liar. So I quite like this, actually, when you're looking at it from Team War's perspective. They are 2-1 on that map mode combination overall. We'll get into that one, but we got to continue on with the pace of our main focus here. Again, Rocker Academy, licking their lips. If they're taking a look at that score line, they are still battling for that number 1 seed going in towards the playoff bracket.
And if map number 1 is anything to go by, well, Rocker Academy, they're rocking the hard points here in this series. And Real having a pretty good start there. Eviscerates Rooper for the drop shot. And now Rocker Academy here in a pretty good position off the back of P1. There's still 15 seconds to go. Omit will want to kind of drain that time if they can. But the good news here for Rocker Academy, as it currently stands at least, they're doing a really good job at batting Omit away for the rotation towards P2.
I love this coming through, especially for Godorax. He knows that there's going to be players towards that back alleyway. Pander's locking things down inside of the tunnel. This is a hit that is mostly coming away from the back. Thresh will find the opening. Ripper follows up on the second. And now you got Rocker Academy spawning closer towards P3. Omit are on top Canteen already.
Yeah, they're flooding out, trying to get right into the thick of it. Somehow gets away with his life there off the back of that 2-piece. And now looking for more as the aggression coming through from Infinite. A couple of players slicking around here from Omit and players inside for Rocker. They are not dealing with that pressure well whatsoever. Godorex remains the last Rocker player standing, and he will fall. That is a brilliant break coming through from Omit. Now they've got to hold the back 30. Pressure starting to rise once again here in this one. Rocker Academy sending Panda towards the point. Panda for the 1v1 against Infinite. Shots going out, and now the backup from Fame will be the finisher there on towards that player. Snoopy, though, wants to look at this scrap time, finds himself right in the hornet's nest to get it done, and just too many players to deal with there. So Rocker Academy will get the better look of that hard point, but Omit, you have to imagine to a certain extent they'll be happy with the disruption they caused.
Oh, that stun from Rooper was sick. I think he was trying to get it inside P3 maybe, but it bounces off the staircase. Regardless, Fame hits it from the front door, finds 2. Godorax is there for the last. And now we are just going on a little bit of a purple spree inside of the kill feed. A combined 8 spree between all 4 players. Godorax is also playing exits, has the snap on towards the second, but Infinite will find that trade nonetheless. There is so much zoning coming through from Rocker Academy as P3 becomes active.
And again, that kill on towards Real. It's going to put a lot of pressure on Fame here inside the point. Will be joined by Panda sooner rather than later, but still Fame has a lot to do inside the point. Now on 5 in a row, looking for number 6. Spots the foot of Rooper. Rooper for the repositioning. Fame trying to get the better of him, and it will do. A massive 1 versus 1 for Fame there as he gets the 6th kill required for the cruise missile, and that'll be very helpful for later on in Mercado Hardpoint. Things going stellar for Rocker Academy here as they lose control of the back 10 seconds, but they don't care because they've got control of the rotation.
It is really good information off of Fame. Yeah, he gets the kill streak, and he sees at least 2, maybe 3 players coming all the way off of old. So now if you're Rocker Academy, setting yourself up here for P4, it comes down to Pander to try to stay alive on the backside of P7, but those cars, they don't care which side of the team or the board that you're on will take you out if they explode. Now these players inside the hill have so much to do, but a spawn out does occur. I mean, Real is also over by P1, just getting some damage in, so Omit can't chow out quite yet.
Now they can, though. Absolutely. Chow is fresh. Rooper Infinite. They combine for 4. Omit, they storm their way in for the back 30 seconds. And this is a lot of time to give away. Rocker Academy should, if they're smart about it, give this one more look. And Steeper almost gets some Call of Duty timing there on towards Real. He was attempting a flank, and finally Snoopy will take him down. But pressure towards the alley side as well here for Omit. Can it be dealt with? As actually those players just going to walk away. I think Godorex was giving it a look, but he decides to just try and help out his teammates in the rotation here as towards this alley. Technically speaking, they are outnumbered. It was a 2 versus 3. Snoopy falls here for that first engagement. And Omit, I think they were relying on Snoopy to do something fresh, and Rupert going to have to slow up here for a second, but the kills now starting to come through, and now things will absolutely not slow up. Fame, who absolutely went off here inside the silos over towards P3, looking to do some damage, and those shots are good enough here for Rocker Academy to win the first wave.
Again, it feels like the majority of these kills for Omit so far are mostly just around the hardpoint, but never when they're actually inside of it. Then the next few kills come through when they recontest and break the hardpoint. Rocker Academy have built themselves up this 30-point lead. Returning gunfights are so much better as Real extends to 13-7. Well, I guess if there's going to be one person to take you out of your spree, it might as well be your teammate of Faye. Regardless, 20 seconds remaining here over by P5. So Omit are trying to set themselves up for the rotation, but Godorex is already over here. Force Spree gets put to rest. But this is turning disastrous if you are Omit. You've got to find these trades. You can't allow Rocker Academy to turn Scrap into a missile, especially when it comes down to 5-6.
I will say at the moment, Omit are doing a good enough job hanging on to Rocker Academy here in this game, but we're starting to reach point no return. Real now heating up for 5 in a row. If he gets a cruise missile, things will go from bad to worse here for this Omit side. Now time going the way of Rocker Academy, top Cantina hardpoint. It was around the kill, but around the back line comes Snoopy. Can he get a second? Gets a good look at Real there for the double, but denied in the end. And Rocker Academy ultimately looking pretty comfortable inside. Real, of course, being part of that engagement, does get the 6th kill required for the cruise missile. So Rocker looking so good. Fame now. Real getting involved in the action as well. This is a purple kill feed time and time again. And Omit, I mean, they're spinning their wheels at the moment.
I mean, keep in mind, Real does not get that cruise missile because he got team-nated, so that 8 spree very much so intact. And the only reason why you got turned Scrap into initial is because Fame was soaking up old time over by P5. He calls in his cruise missile, and that forces Omit's hand to try to hit all the way inside either the building or trying to stay alive, and they cannot do both. 100-point lead. And there's 2 hard points here on Mercado Las Almas that you're able to string together. It is going to end up being P6 to P7, so Omit, they do the right thing. They hit all the way through lockers, and they're trying to get themselves set up inside of P7. A full 60 required for Omit to bring themselves back inside this map number 4.
You've got to win this opening wave. There's some resistance coming out from Fresh and Infinite, but it just, the resistance completely disappears almost immediately. Rocker Academy, a rotation which they really shouldn't have won given the early investment from Omit for this rotation. Now they're still fighting for it though. From afar, a lot of coverage being provided by the tanks of Rocker Academy. Playing now up close, trying to get involved, but does get cut down by a nice double from Rupert. Is it enough to get control of the hard point just yet? Well, Hannah still trying to cause some problems, and he does exactly that with a double, looking to make a triple, and well, gets an easy frag on towards Infinite. Again, Omit, they are fighting tooth and nail to get any time at all that they can, but Rocker Academy, they're just so dogged. They will not give up anything. And even now, Godorex, I mean, he's fighting for this scrap time, fighting to take 15 to 20 seconds away from this Omit side.
And I think Real, yeah, he was able to get that last kill required to get himself on that cruise missile. So where the resource was used to break and turn Scrap into initial for P5 to P6, that resource has been regained. Omit are reeling. They are about to be staring down the barrel of 200-point clubs. Got to start piecing something together here in this second set of hard points. Mercado Las Almas, it is a fickle monster when it comes down to being able to string together a couple of hard points, but Omit need to do the impossible. Snoopy, double negative, Infinite, 8 and 14. Things you do not like to see. Rocker Academy are slaying out. Real, he's not even at double-digit deaths. He even goes for the jump chow across the planters, 22 and 9. Rocker Academy finding kills across the board.
Real, just disgusting at the moment. Mercado is his playground, and we can see that translated here and towards the real gameplay. Omit, they're fighting for something. They've got some modicum of control over the rotation, and that is entirely down to the morsel that is fresh, but he will be taken down, and Rocker Academy now off the back of that, they're looking pretty good to close this out in a very positive way. 16 seconds shy of victory here. A couple of kills do come through from Rooper. That will give them a look over towards the rotation. Snoopy should solidify it, but his work is far from over. Fame still over here looking to cause some problems. Now Omit, they will get the first look at time here on Cantina, but Rocker Academy, they just require 15.
I mean, pick and choose, right? Hit this one time, doesn't work. Rotate, set up for new. 235 points up against 102 points. Omit, they skate away from another 100-point club, but back alley control is starting to favor that of Rocker Academy, and Fame just hits it. Trophy systems do not stand a chance versus Fame, and now the collapse might come through the back.
Here we go. Couple of players inside. Fame with the first nade should make him weak. That will not tag. Repositioning towards the bar for Snoopy, and it will be the thing that keeps him alive in the situation. Snoopy able to convert for a double here with Omit. They're well over that 100-point mark now. Far from out of this game just yet, as Rupert going to fight for the 1v1 and finds it versus Panda for the scrap. So back 20 should be in their favor. Now we turn our attention towards the rotation. Could well be the final rotation here in this game as Rocker Academy looking for the burst of gunfights that would win them the rotation, that would win them the game. And Godorix and Panda to take down Snoopy and Infinite. Now they will be in, but the fight will not be over. It'll be a while before they're joined by the teammates. Real thinks this is the time to bring the streak down. Will it be? These players are going to run, sprint straight inside, and Real going to land it on the building. No trophy system to save you now. The gunfights are good for Rocker Academy. Omit, they're spawning on the other side of the map, and mid-map coverage being provided to you, being brought to you by Real as Rocker Academy. Hardpoint Kings versus Omit as they decimate them in both maps 1 and 4.
The Real protection plan in the middle of the map and calls in that cruise missile like you were saying. He thought it was going to be the best time. I argue that it absolutely was, because you get that information when you are the enemy team that there's nobody on the old hill. At 10 seconds, one player for Omit left the hill because that was the right call. You have to try to flood all the way through cuts, through L, to try to get yourself inside of that hard point as quickly as possible, just to try to do the impossible. But that cruise missile comes all the way through. No trophy system will keep yourself safe, whether one got down or not. The splash damage more than enough to take you out of commission. Rocker Academy, they win 3-1. Omit, we're not going to be in playoffs regardless, but now we shift our focus all the way over here for map number 5. And, well, Brody, Timor have yet to find themselves a single round as he's Twisted Theory 3-0 in Game 5s across Season 2. Those are all reverse sweeps, by the way. Casual stuff.
Yeah, casual. Twisted Theory. Pretty good on those game number 5s for sure. They've had the composure and a half, but now looking pretty good in the Game 5, generally speaking. And, well, Bob's going to get the kill on towards Lau for the re-entry on towards the site. The bomb is down. It's a good trade coming through from Wardy. It does make Hollow and Dak feel a little bit uncomfortable in this situation. The time is not on their side with 30 seconds left. Something around the backline, Hollow. He's checking every single corner, every single crevice for something, morsel of information. And we'll actually win the one against Gravity across the Gallows stage. Geo around the backline. Dak, he's looking for somebody. Didn't quite anticipate Geo to be around the pallets. Now Hollow finds himself in a 1 versus 2. Not time really to work with. And, well, Team War, they win their first round.
Yeah, they'll be able to get themselves on the board. Keep in mind, you, as far as 3-0 and map 5s are concerned, for this Twisted Theory roster, all reverse sweeps. 2 of them happened here on Fortress, so I'll have to keep that in mind and potentially why they have themselves a 3-round buffer. But as you were saying there, Brody, you get that first blood, you get the space provided, especially through the arches. You get that bomb planter. That is the best win condition because you have to really pick and choose and utilize what utility you have left, if not just your overall gun skill, to clear where some of these players might be located at. I'll have to see how Twisted Theory get on with their offense. Standardized defense, 14 more. Just Nade's going to be coming through top single. Lau's got a sniper and misses the shot. He gets overwhelmed.
Best start here for Team War in this round, as that blood will be enough to get the bomb down. Dak forcing towards munitions. This is really great stunts coming out here from Team War. It'll force Team Twisted Theory, away from the site. So the retake is good. Is the defuse good enough? And, well, Dak going to get that blood now. Of course, if they didn't lose that gunfight, they would have been a lot more confident in terms of jumping on the bomb. They now need to go searching for kills, and that search will lead to nothing but death. Gravity, a 1 versus 3. He's got the first, but 15 seconds. There's not really time to make it work short of an Ninja defuse. Would have been nice to see him try it, but no. Twisted Theory had all of the autonomy in that round.
Dak getting his dance shoes on in this round. Finds 3. And again, he was stunned up to oblivion, really. It's like you were saying. I mean, Team War had good stuns to at least keep Dak stuck in mud as far as that side door is concerned, but he repositions top rails, gets the best of two different players, and then drops down for that last kill over by Back Secret. So we're reeling. If you are Team War, you got to win 5 rounds in a row just to take a map number 5, but I mean, from top to bottom, Twisted Theory are just slaying the heck out. Trophy System will be on the backside of this A site. They're trying to take it quickly, but you have that archway control in favor of Twisted Theory.
What integral player here in this round, looking for some advantage for Team War, but disadvantage is all he will find. Beagle now starting to aggress on towards the site. That's 2. Geo will trade him out for the 1v2, and these last remaining players, at least for the moment here, are pretty split up. So if he takes one down, a trade probably far away, but tacked up by Tack, and now Geo finds himself right in the perfect spot for these guys to take him out. Yeah, Twisted Theory continues to be indomitable in Game 5 situations as they take this one versus War.
Yeah, I mean, that was just impeccable stuff. Put on the board, Seymour. That is now a 4th map number 5 that Twisted Theory have for themselves. If they break the curse, they don't need to get here, and they don't need a reverse sweep to do it. As their 3rd map 5 on Fortress Search and Destroy, that they're going to be able to get it for themselves. And I mean, it needs to be continuously talked about just how good Vehicle has been. Obviously, you know, unfortunate circumstances, getting benched by Florida Mutineers. He understands the task at hand. He has to play here in Challengers because, I mean, Javi is just an absolute grinder. We know that he is, but on Fortress Search and Destroy, even when he was on Florida, the guy was just a force to be reckoned with. Yeah, it's hard to keep up with Cole Havoc from time to time as the OBJ player for the Florida Mutineers. But, I mean, the timings and everything else in between, whenever we see Beagle on this map mode combination of Fortress, even in their losses, he is just popping off, man.
Yeah, Vehicle is just that guy. I think Fortress Search and Destroy is just such a playground for him, generally speaking, that we've come to expect it, I think, at this point. So, Twisted Theory, they look pretty good here. A really positive way to close out the round robin stage for them is I think they finished 4-1, I want to say, is what they end up finishing at the end of this stage with this victory, of course, and it will be the pinstripe best of 5 at the end of the series for Twisted Theory. They take the Hydro Hardpoint, the Hotel Control, and the Fortress Search and Destroy. For Team War, generally speaking, I will say this much, of course, you know, this is not the end of the world for them. They qualify regardless of what happened in this matchup, and I think regardless of what happened in this matchup, they couldn't get any higher seeding than 4th anyway out of the pool. But they've got to kind of walk away from the series, I think, with some things they've learned, and I think they'll be kind of thinking pretty positively ahead of tomorrow.
Yeah, there's definitely things that you could be walking away from. You do have time, obviously, in between tonight and tomorrow to try to go over a few things if you are Team War. Here is your solidification as far as Group A is concerned. Omit, Aphelion Esports, commiserations to them, especially for that Aphelion Esports roster who had a really good look at actually beating Twisted Theory before. Well, you guessed it. They got reverse swept, only able to take 2 maps. But, I mean, for a team that is represented by Gunzy, Cryptic, Parasite, and Fire, I would say uncharacteristic to say the least. I'm expecting a big bounce back for them throughout the entirety of the Elite Season 3 qualifier. But Rocker Academy, Hyped Esports, that is Zero & Co., formerly known as Boys a Liar, Twisted Theory, and Team War. Those will be your 4 teams, seed 1 through 4, coming out of Group A.
Yeah, massive, and I think, you know, especially for Rocker Academy, we expected that out of them. Twisted Theory, I think the promise of that roster, especially with Hixie on side, obviously not anymore, we almost expected, I don't want to use the word expected, because obviously you never know what quite to expect from a new roster, but we expected high things out of them, so to see that, but I think Hyped Esports is the big surprise for me here, right? I mean, this roster was almost, I think it was pretty much brand new for Season 2 of Challengers Elite, and despite kind of the veteranship on side with players like Trey Zero, still Hyped Esports to come out looking 4-1. That is a really good look ahead of playoffs, and they'll be very comfortable with kind of how that has finished out, especially amongst those names. We already knew going into this that Group A would be a pretty stacked Andy. So, yeah, feeling pretty good, I think, of the teams that qualified at the end of day number 3 here. I was going to say day number 1 then, but it doesn't. It's not. This is day number 3. Things looking pretty good at the end of day number 3 then here for Group A, but we've still got one more group to take a look at. Of course, Group B, much more chaotic, because while 2 teams have already solidified their places in playoffs, we're still going to get 2 more there, and all 4 teams outside of those 2 that have already qualified could still have a say in their own fate. Let's see who will qualify for playoffs. See you the other side of the break.
back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, this not a test, it's not a race. No black or white, everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow, only the present, that is your gift. It benefits you only if open, everyone's chosen. Beauty of choice, you can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, or stand before judge, just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge, take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, Sometimes you don't like where you live, sometimes you don't really like your kids, sometimes you grow out of your friends, sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror, 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow, or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm is out of your chest, that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore, endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge, and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, ever gonna live again.
Hey, welcome back here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite for the North American region. We just looked at Group A for the final day of round robin play, and this is where things get spicy because Group B, Andy, well, it's a lot more competitive here for the final spots.
Yeah, this one's interesting, right? Because we have a lot of win and you're in situations when it comes down to playoffs. You can see it from top to bottom. Smog, Decimate, Joe, Boston Academy, all playoffs, all on the line. Things are looking rather interesting. Boston are playing up against Smog. Joke's on You is playing up against Decimate. But our main focus as far as the matchup is concerned has that first seed on the line.
Yeah, so Convoy Gaming and LAG Academy, both of them are qualified regardless of what happened in that seeding matchup at 3-1. As you say, Andy, Smog Alpha, Decimate, Joker's on You, and Boston Academy all effectively playing one another here for one final time for those final spots. Now, we should say this much, as you say, it's a win and you're in situation for 3 of these teams. Smog Alpha, they just need to beat Boston, they're in. Decimate just need to beat Joker's on You, and Joker's on You just need to beat Decimate. As long as that happens, those teams are going to go through towards playoffs. Boston Academy, however, fan favorites, have a little bit more of an elaborate situation on hand here because they not only need to beat Smog Alpha, they require Decimate Gaming to beat out Joker's on You as well. So we'll be keeping an eagle eye on both of those two matches to see which ones will take the final qualification spots. And speaking of, Andy, would you believe it? We're already into Joker's on You versus Decimate.
Yeah, Decimate, I mean, this is not a good spot to be in, you would think, if you are taking a look at things, right? I mean, 37 plays up against 105 on a Hotel Hardpoint. The heck is going on over here? As far as Hotel Hardpoint is concerned, they've only played it once to Decimate, and they actually beat Convoy 250 to 183. Joke on the other side, this is their first look at Hotel Hardpoint, and I think we're understanding why people haven't been really taking them here, but 105 to 50, still a lot of time here on P4. Ziski's looking for at least this kill over by the help desk, and well, Dave Patty's going to get the better of him, so Hardpoint will stay vacant for now.
Moment, 25 seconds here, still a wealth of time to grab here for both of these rosters, really. Decimate Gaming, though, running around this backline, looking to try and take out these players before they can touch the hard point, and Proloot and Johnny, well, they will combine for 3 here. The back 15 seconds will go the way of Decimate Gaming. That is still, technically speaking, valuable time when you think about it, when you think about kind of the hole that Decimate Gaming are in for the moment. But even better is this rotation towards Restaurant. The early gunfights are already being won, but as I say, Yuli, he dies in the middle of the map. It will leave Prolu all his lonesome. He's been stunned up. He's got players to deal with on both sides. The first one will be his. The second will be his as well. The third, he's on the platter, but Archives is just too much there for Prolu to consume. An Archive here for the double will keep Jokers on You in the conversation for Restaurant.
Double positive for Archives, by the way. On a 3 spree, even gets the read on Yuli, and maybe some team shots to speak of. Doesn't matter. Archives stays alive, has the next one in the line of the wine hallway, but Prolu will get his trade eventually. Late break, but a break nonetheless. 20 seconds will actually bring Decimate fully back into this game, so hold on a second. You can't really count them out too far. You already have a rotation being looked at for Jokus on You. Maybe trying to play for a couple exits. It's going to be Archives. He's going to be hitting it through wine. And he'll be able to at least find one. Has the second as well. 10 seconds to soak up. And his buddies, his teammates have already hit the rotation. They're already inside of Valet ahead of this final hill for the Hardpoint set.
Yeah, pretty good moment again here for Jokers on You. Yeah, they give away a ton of time towards Decimate Gaming, what was an important heal for them, but they do have control of the rotation towards next as well. Now it's trying to zone off towards the middle of the map are Jokers on You. Prolu trading things out. Close spawns now for Decimate Gaming towards Kitchen, so they'll have a good look here at the rotation, and Zyril now needs to get a lot more involved. He can't just lay down inside the hardpoint and soak up the time. He needs to try and get some kills from afar. No trophy to speak of on the kill. If there was one, at least it got overwhelmed by the pure amount of stuns and nades thrown by Decimate Gaming towards the back line. And now Decimate, they break for the back 35 here. Dave Paddy on 5 in a row really started to heat up, and a cruise missile would be invaluable for this Decimate roster.
Yeah, it really would. I mean, if you're able to lock down at least a cruise missile, then that could be your get-out-of-jail-free card when it comes down to the rotation. Maybe over towards the backside of P2 could be holding it as far as a trap card is concerned later on in the rotation. Dave Patty won't find it quite yet. Prolu will get that headshot on Siski. But I would say this is a great turnaround. I mean, when we hopped in, Jokers on You was leading by about 70 points. That lead has been cut down to just about an even game. I mean, it's just 15 seconds in between these two teams now. So going in towards the second set, Jokers on You is on the favorite side of the map, but it's a double-edged sword. You want to maintain those spawns in that positioning ahead of the P2 rotation. You cannot allow Decimate to get cozy here on P1 either.
Such a close game between these two teams at the moment. 40 seconds or so. A lot of time to be grabbed here for Jokers on You inside. Zyril trying to face pressure from Couches. Dave Paddy going to be the one to take him out. Johnny also picking up 2 kills here for Decimate Gaming. Looking pretty hot in terms of getting time away, but Jokers on You, they're spawning really close. Decimate, they're not looking comfortable whatsoever in the terms of getting this time. And as we hit the 25-second mark on this hardpoint, teams now and players going to start to think about the rotation towards New. Jokers on You trying to brute force their way through P1. They're looking to take the time away from Decimate as well as secure the rotation towards New. And Zyril will actually win one massive gunfight, but his job, again, far from over in this situation. There's one player trying to play all sneaky-like around the back line, and Johnny is swiftly dealt with. But again, the fight's far from over here as Decimate looking to brought their way on through Spar's side. Prolu starting things off with the first kill, Yuli for the second as well. Things looking really hot here for Decimate, even though it looks shaky at first.
Gonna be a lead spot. Still gonna battle all the way towards the back. Dave Petty has a second to look at as well, but will inevitably be traded out. One player inside a hold, that's gonna be Looters. Don't have to worry about players trying to push through over by Spa. So a late hit is coming through. There's still ample time to be fighting for over here inside of P2. Jokers on You fully aware of that. They don't want the lead swap to be built into a steep margin. So 30 seconds is what we're looking at. The fight over here. Johnny, Prolu, able to at least combine for 2 more. Decimate not done fighting for this yet. They're going to be able to find the gunfights and the scrap time to boot, you would think. That's going to be the final laugh for sure as Jokers on You spawn closer towards mid-map, trying to get that rotation on towards Kitchen.
There they go. Towards Kitchen, Yuli gets the first look at New, but cut down by Archives is here. So now Decimate, there should be a pretty slow push. They've still got a little bit of time to work with here before this next deal pops. In doing so, and again some numbers, some influence around the hardpoint. Archives now going to turn around towards this side door. He might well have just heard these players making their way over, but no, he tucks away at the wrong time. Now they're repositioning around the back line. Zyril actually going to catch one of them out off guard, and it's enough here to kind of weaken this offensive side from Decimate Gaming. Is it enough, though, to hold on here for Jokers on You? Lunas facing a bit of pressure around the back line. Siski from close will provide the support required, and Siski for the double as well. Jokers on You, the first wave of gunfights are in their favor, but again, Decimate will continue to knock the door.
Yeah, there's still so much time. I mean, 30 seconds. This is good time to be fighting over if you are Decimate. Dave Patty's around the back. He's got some assistance with Johnny. From assistance to keep themselves safe, and stuns them through the front door will keep these players stuck in the mud. The collapse is in. The fight for those 17 seconds will be coming through. Unless Looters has anything to say about it, we'll end up finding a second, but Dave Patty will be here. 22-13 for Dave Patty. Throughout this Hardpoint so far. Over 200 points. Go Decimate.
Close game again between these two teams. Back and forth we go. Dogged as ever. Joker's on you will now be in control of the bar Hardpoint as it pops. Decimate Gaming now starting to open things up with some kills though, and Zyra off the spawn needs to get right into the mud here. Looking for some kills. The second will be good. Johnny though now on 5 in a row. He's going to get cut short there by Archive. So Decimate Gaming still looking close here, and Dave Paddy on the other side in this spot. Just so annoyed to deal with. Siski will take him down. Focus on you. Have to fight Tifa now for this back 30 seconds. Siski's just going to lay down in this corner, provided coverage around the back line, but he doesn't expect Yuli to come through the help desk area. Again, this pinstripe kill feed is in, but it is not good enough for Decimate to touch.
20 seconds still left to fight for over here. You got one player that's spawned all the way towards the back of the spa. That's going to be Johnny. He shows up. He finds a gunfight off screen, and Dave Patty finds one from the front. So now you can start collapsing, but a Team Semtex comes through. Yuli will take down Dave Patty in return. Will allow Jokas on you to soak up this last 5 seconds. 3 players already hitting over by double arches. 1 inside of Jules. Decimate have to hold on here if they want to close out this map. Cannot allow Jokas on you to get this break early.
Here they go. Siski opens proceedings with the blood. Luna's with another one as well. The duo starts things off pretty strong here for the retake, but Yuli, he thought he had a position that might catch him off guard, but Siski comes out with a triple. Huge from Siski, and now Joker's on you. They're in to try and close out this Hardpoint. Decimate, they're relying on flanks through mid and through the backside as well, but Prolute gets caught off guard. Now it becomes one-dimensional. Can Decimate with the close spawns from Kitchen find their way through? Johnny flies towards the point. He picks up a kill. Yuli and Dave Patty combine for 3 as well, and now Decimate, they're in.
They're in, but they can't close it out here, so look at Jokas on you. Look how proactive they're being on the minimap. Decimate have to read this, but they cannot give up numbers here at the old Hardpoint as well. Johnny has so much to do. He is over by Valet. He's laying down. He's not going to expect these players to chow out as quick as they are. Siski finds it. Just 4 seconds are all Jokas need.
They're out in the open pastures, though. Surely Joker's on you should cut them down before they get anywhere close. Siski will fall. Yuli from the bedroom side somehow manages to find a route here. I don't think they're going to expect this whatsoever. Yuli for 2! What is that? As Decimate have found their way through. There is no way this should ever happen as Decimate storm on towards the Hardpoint. Joker's on you, spawning out on the other side of the map. They should get a touch here. Yuli again has to go huge on 4 in a row. Has to support players around the backline, around the side as well. Starting to fly towards the Hardpoint. Here is Joker's on you, but Yuli for 5, looking for the 6th in a row.
Oh my God.
From Dave Patty and Decimate from absolutely nowhere managed to clutch up. That's
Are
insane.
you serious?
That's insane.
I mean, if there's one thing, you can always count on a few things. Death taxes and Yuli hitting routes, man, because that is just absurd. He does it over by P4 continuously. It is what you expect out of Yuli. Even when we were taking a look at Decimate over towards the Boston Open, when they were TFL Enterprises, they got 2nd place in Season 1, of course. Everybody else gets called up to the league. Yuli gets left behind. This roster just gets put together, all of 2-3 days ahead of Season 2 of the Elite. And they have to go up against some of the best teams here in North America, of course. But Yuli hitting routes through 3 Hardpoints in a row. He finds a 2-piece. All of Jokas on you. We're so laser focused over by the back staircase that they weren't expecting for a dead silence of play to come all the way through from top bedroom. Nobody was watching the flank for some odd reason. And that one is going to sting if you are Jokas on you, Brody, because they even came into this one 1-4 on Hardpoints altogether. The negative 55-point differential. They lose this one by 4. And this is just the last few moments. Again, this last contest that comes through over inside of P5 here at the Restaurant Hill by Johnny is absurd. The trade also to speak of, but like I was talking about, Decimate, they couldn't afford to give up numbers when it came down to this Restaurant Hardpoint that realistically, they only had, about 2-3 seconds to make the decision. Here's that trade from Yuli. And you can see the rotation from Jokas on you is all the way on the south side of the map. You get one player that spawns towards the bottom over by Jacuzzi, so Johnny tries to hit the rotation. And this is when Yuli hits the go button. He's got dead silence available. He leaves, and he hits a massive route after Johnny gets cut down. The old Hardpoint is still active. Decimate utilized this time to such a high degree.
Look at the timing. I've got to say as well, look at the timing. Archives moves away just as Yuli smacks the door wide open. He hears the play, but there's enough time there for Yuli to pick up the skill.
Dude.
That second kill should never happen. Like, that, he just spun Archives off into another universe. That second gunfight should never happen. The thing is, though, that makes me, like, shook here in this situation is that Yuli didn't stop there. Like, these gunfights towards the end, like, Yuli still has to do a fair bit of effort. He wins at least one gunfight here. Granted, the support is there, the team shots are there from Decimate, but, man, Yuli, maybe not having the most stunning game, that final 30, 45 seconds makes up for anything that happened to what preceded it. Mate, that's one of the best hardpoint closers we've had so far in the 2023 Challenger season. That's insane.
It's definitely up there, Brody. It is definitely up there for sure. And it's even crazier, too, because like you were saying, I mean, Yuli didn't stop there, but the overall teamwork and communication did not stop there for Decimate. So much trust came through from Dave Patty. You saw all those players coming around the back, but here's our main focus matchup. Keep in mind, you LAG Academy Convoy, they are battling for first seed coming out of Group B. LAG Academy, seemingly, I mean, we just hopped in here for the final 3 seconds, just put Convoy Gaming in the absolute blender. We didn't get really a lot of time to talk about this map set when it came down to LAG Academy and Convoy Gaming. Really, that's the first time in Season 2 of the Elite that these two teams have played at Fortress Hardpoint.
That's something, isn't it? That's most certainly something again.
But I feel like it's like the bocage of this game. Like, you got it. You should at least feel somewhat comfortable on a Fortress Hardpoint. Like, everybody should have a Fortress Hardpoint somewhere. Like you have a Fortress Hardpoint, you have a Fortress Hardpoint. You should have one in your closet. It's like a suit jacket at that point. You just gotta have one.
I don't have one, mate. I wouldn't have a Fortress Hardpoint. I'm not a Fortress Hardpoint kind of guy. You know I'm a Hydra Hardpoint kind of guy. You know my preferences. You know what I love.
I unfortunately do.
Yeah, Hydra Hardpoint is absolutely that. Fortress Control, Fortress Hardpoint, excuse me. I forgot, got Fortress Control on the brain, which I never thought would happen. Fortress Hardpoint there goes the way of LAG Academy again. A little reminder of kind of the context of that series overall here. LAG Academy, Convoy Gaming, both of these two teams are qualified regardless of what happens. They are fighting effectively for the first seed. That is very important, especially as they know now what that first seed actually means, right? Group A has already played out completely. Know which teams across Group A kind of are in the positioning to 1 through 4. So you are effectively fighting to, I think it's Team 4 that are in 4th place over towards Group A. You're fighting to face them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's what you're mostly going to be looking at, is to be facing that 4th seed, right? I mean, say what you will. The number 1 seed's going to be facing Team War, sure, but I mean, that team has seemingly been looking better and better, so seeding might not matter as you're going to be continuously going up against the best of the best here in North America, as we'll take a look at Smog Alpha and Boston Academy. Remember, Boston Academy's road, as far as playoffs is concerned, is a little bit more windy than others, but it has to start with this win over Smog.
Boston Academy on the best of positions here, to be honest, though, in terms of this Hardpoint Embassy. We know them to be, generally speaking, pretty close. This has not been that at all as we hop into it. Boston to get Resurgence going. Of course, players like Shawnee been absolutely paramount to that. Up a double there. Going to be cut down now as kills coming through for Boston Academy. A back 20 that should go their way. They might give it one more look. There's a 1v1 going down promo. I'll actually win it versus Sensor. But Boston Academy off the back of that might well have numbers here for the push towards a rotation. But Gus going to take down Krem. Gus looking for the double as well. Of course, Gus finds it.
Velox ended up taking himself down with the 7-tex. Kind of leaves Gus all single-handed over there. The rotation was on, but the hardpoint didn't pop quite yet. So, still 70 points behind our Boston Academy. They are sinking their teeth into this P3 hardpoint. The setup's really good. Oh, not again. Oh, no. Someone's got to watch the ladder. Did nobody learn from that optic match, I swear?
No, you can't. Hey, there's people watching that would... Hey, like, saying that. Anyway, Smog Alpha, more than happy to take advantage of that slip up there from Boston Academy. Alex now really heating up here. Got a couple of kills inside this P3 hardpoint in 25 seconds. It's valuable. Yeah, just challenging Velox in this situation, but Pentagram not able to win that 1 versus 1. This is a valuable 20 seconds. That's why Sensor's just sitting here up on the sign. And of course, Shawnee inside administration window as well, trying to keep these players out of this valuable 20. And meanwhile, Boston Academy focusing on the rotation towards the new.
Pentagram just not having the standout performance you would hope for an SMG's caliber. It's only Shawnee for Boston Academy that are positive. 224 to 116. It's either you hold, or you just lose this map number 1 if you're Boston Academy. Block's trying to look over towards the side over by past pots. Won't be able to get the first. 3-for-1 trades. Boston Academy hold on the first wave.
It's a pretty good start for them. Again, though, they are only 26 seconds shy of victory, or of excuse me. here in game number 1. A lot to deal with here for these two players. Kremp and Pentagram sitting inside. The SMG duo here for this roster now. Kremp looking towards the hallway. And the kills are good. Shawnee and Sensor have come to save the day as well. The help is on its way and it has arrived. So Boston Academy doing a really good job at the moment of keeping Smog Alpha away from this hill. And I think perhaps more importantly as well, they have something to say about this rotation too. Both Sensor and Pentagram over here. Pentagram's stun should land in time. The nade most certainly will. And the kill off the back of that on towards Pro MR. The Pentagram again. Look at the white arrows on the minimap surrounding him. His job is far from over him and he will get overwhelmed.
Yeah, he will get overwhelmed indeed, especially with Kremp. He was still over by that old Hardpoint, so that's going to keep that side of the map in favor of Boston. Over 230 points now are Smog Alpha. Boston Academy are trying to set themselves up for a little bit of a swarm play, but you got to get past Glowfrosty first. He's watching all of that A lane.
Romar sitting here in the corner. He's able to pick up one, but no more than that. Kremp for the double now. And, well, he finds himself with 5 in a row. Would be big for Boston Academy to get number 6, fellow. He tries the kill against Pentagram, but no, not going to get it done now. So Boston break in. Kiev just 5 seconds shy of victory are Smog Alpha. And Boston have managed to find their way through, but no trophy system to speak of. There is no protection from stuns and nades. Finally, one will come down. Kremp does get taken down off the back of his spree, but nope, just too little too late. The double from Velux and Smog Alpha. That should be done and dusted here in game number 1. As the leader's advantage, I think when we came into that was just way too strong. For a map like Embassy Hardpoint to come back from situations like that, exceedingly rare.
Yeah, I mean, Embassy Hardpoint is definitely up there as far as one of the more difficult ones, obviously, to be able to string together a couple of hardpoints. I mean, we almost saw the impossible come through from Boston Academy. Pentagram would have had to find what? Well, what would you reckon? Like maybe like three kills in a row in that one life inside a kitchen to maybe turn Scrap into an initial from 4 to 5. It's not exactly a hop, skip, and jump away. That really the only 2 hardpoints that maybe you could be looking at to seam together would be 1 and 2, but really gets a lot of time off of P1 when he's got to be worried about top paper and top ridge and all the other angles on all the places of the map. So, I mean, there's just a lot to be concerned with overall. So, I mean, we didn't get to see the entirety of that, but, I mean, what it mostly suggested was what was continued on when we did hop into it, and that was just Boston Academy just for getting broken up way too easily. I mean, the Smog Alpha team, as far as namesakes are concerned, they are a new roster that got put together for Season 2 of the Elite. And man, they are looking very, very good. Glowfrosty is in top form. He's got good SMGs that are up front for him as well. And they are just absolutely beaming individuals and teams alike when it comes down to their setups in Hardpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's kind of funny in a way because, you know, ultimately we didn't get to watch all of that Hardpoint. But we know from past experiences, of course, in the first week of play here for Boston Academy, we were asking questions about what we kind of expected from them, with Sensor kind of taking that second AR role on the team now, moving away from the SMG with Pentagram joining the roster. And honestly, you know, on previous looks at Embassy Hardpoint, it has worked. It just didn't work then against that Smog Alpha roster. So start here for Boston Academy not going so swimmingly. And now look over towards Jokers on You and Decimate Gaming. After a map number 1 like that, Andy, I've got high hopes for this map number 2. High hopes for Decimate Gaming, not going so well though in this search and destroy round as they've already lost Johnny.
I'm still inside of Kitchen, so it's just about trying to read where some of these players are located at. Player number 5, he was Day Patty. He was so isolated away from this place. Siski hits it around the back of Restaurant. Now comes down to Prolo to find the trade, can't come up with it. Now it's up to Yuli. Casual low 1v4 would have needed the entire ace. Already found the first, but gets immediately gunned over inside of Couches. So just as quickly as all of Decimate get inside a Kitchen, they get swarmed. Power positions being held by all of this Joke is on You roster. And Decimate, I mean, for Hotel Search and Destroy, they played it 3 times, and they're 2-1 overall. But the last time they played it was against LAG Academy in their last match, as far as group play is concerned, and they got obliterated 0-6 on it. This is the first time that we're seeing Joke is on You on this Hotel Search and Destroy.
That was a pretty good retake coming out of them. So this is the first time we're seeing these guys in this map mode combination. Looking somewhat comfortable. How about this for a comfortable play as well from Jokers on You on the 3rd round? They're looking to fly towards B. As it currently stands, they did have full control over B bomb site effectively themselves. There wasn't much presence whatsoever from Decimate, but now they've taken a little bit of time to make this one work. Decimate have players inside the site. Jokers on You, well aware of that fact. Stun will go out. Now stun in response here from Prolute Nade as well. That should keep these guys at bay for the moment. Allow some time for Prolute to recover off the back of a stun from Jokers on You. And the support is now on its way to Johnny also here to try and have something to say about this. Prolute does fall to the first blood from Lunas. Johnny, though, with the trade on towards Archives. Joker's on you. Even though they've got themselves inside the site, not feeling comfortable enough to get this bomb down just yet, they're very wary of somebody coming on the flank. They know that somebody is on the way.
It's gonna be Yuli. It's the flank that upset the hard point. It's gonna happen again. He finds the first kill. He stays in it for a little bit. The trade's not there. Time is running out.
That bomb's down now as well. It's a retrieval mission here for Joker's on you. Cyril actually picks up Dave Paddy, but the trade is good for Johnny. The second will be as good as well. Decimate Gaming again. I mean, like, there was a window at the very start of that round where Joker's on you, they could have got the bomb down completely consequence-free. But, I mean, that window closed very fast, and it was a very small window anyway, to be honest.
It was a very, very small window indeed. As far as Search and Destroy is concerned, for this team of Joker's on you, hasn't exactly... been swimming. Let's put it that way. Let's put it lightly, I suppose. They are 2-2 for Search and Destroy. They have lost more rounds than they have won. But as far as overall gun skill is concerned, we know that they have it. The Search and Destroy prowess for Joker's on you is there. Winners to the sniper rifle. Done through the door. Then we're going to give them a gunfight. But Decimate are also taking Restaurant as this play is going down.
All the utility being thrown out at the moment by Joker's on you to try and keep Decimate away. It's all the smoke and mirrors, though. Or stuns and nades, rather. Decimate going to get the bomb down over towards it. Okay, well, actually, the bomb plant does stop for a second. I don't think they were quite certain that they couldn't take Archives down without losing Johnny in the round. There's no way with the positioning that they managed to rotate over towards B here, surely. That's
they're thinking about it. Yeah, I mean, that's why you have that play. I mean, the player with the bomb... Johnny, he just stays alive over by the AS&D, and you just make sure that those two players just overwhelm any sort of resistance that's over inside a kitchen. It comes through. Bombs going down. Now it comes down to Zyril and Lunars to try to set themselves up a little bit of a pinch. Luckily enough, Lunars did find a TAC 56 on the ground.
Shots through the wall for Lunars. I mean, you take what you can get here in this situation, right? It's 2 versus 4, where you have to find some heroic 1 versus 1 situations. Hero play would be nice. Dave Paddy not going to allow it for Zyril at least. Off 1, but no more than that. Lunars, it would have been nice to see some crazy snipes there inside the bomb site, but just not to be. And yeah, I mean, that was just really well played. I just think Decimate, generally speaking, to recognize that, you know, we have so much map control here that we could probably just drag the bomb over towards the other side.
Yeah, it's as standard as you like. Typically, you always end up seeing like one player offensively, maybe try to cause a little bit of distress through the middle of the map, maybe pushing all the way through line, can find a free pick and watch that cross as the AXQ starts to come through. But, I mean, if you got 2 players over inside a restaurant that just overwhelm and find 2 kills on the transition, a very swift rotation and decision-making that comes through from Decimate. Just as I was talking about the prowess, Search and Destroy for Joker's on you, you got to tip into the Search and Destroy prowess that is on Decimate.
How about this for a fast hit coming out from Decimate and fast response as well. Fast hit from Joker's on you, a fast response from Decimate, excuse me. Luna's just the one to trade things out, but there is one player that's filtered through for Joker's on you. That's Siski, who deals with Yuli pretty quick as well. And now this creates a lot of unsettlement here for a player like Dave Paddy, who currently sits atop the bedroom. He's watching this ladder like a hawk and might have to get involved in the gunfight. It's not the best position for Dave Paddy with a sniper rifle. There isn't really a weapon around him for pickup, and not going to be able to stop this bomb plant from going down here. So heroic snipes required for Dave Paddy, and he is already facing quite a lot of fire. Johnny now needs to get stuck right into the mud himself once again. Save his teammate from oblivion. Find something. Pushed all the way back towards Spa, though. That would be Lunars, who will get involved quickly as well. Nobody actually watching the bomb just yet. There was an opportunity there maybe to go for a ninja defuse, but nope. Johnny, of course, just wanted to get some kills before settling for that, and the second one will go down as well. Joker's on you. They make that one work splendidly.
Yeah, really tough retake when you're asking it for Joker's on you. Again, you know, you find those first few kills, you get that bomb planted, and you get the understanding. Dave Paddy is up top, indeed, bedroom with that sniper rifle. If the retake was going to come through, you would really suspect that it was going to have to be Johnny. He throws some shots over towards a player that was Spa. That player gets out with his life. The other 2 players know the task at hand. Just get bottom bedroom, maybe try to get a player top luggage. Regardless, Dave Paddy's a non-benefactor unless he gets a wicked, crazy, close scope engagement. But stop the bleeding if you are Joker's on you, keeping it within 1.
Early. Gonna actually tag that one. I think the stick was in, but oh no, the trophy system's actually gonna pick that nade before it lands. on towards Archives. And, well, there's the flank coming out from Yuli. Decimate. Going to get this bomb down off the back of that play from Yuli. Once again, going off here in this series. Johnny goes down. Siski going to pick up one. Take will be on here for Jokers on you, but we need to see some serious heroics from Siski. He has actually managed to penetrate the defense here. Yuli not going to be expecting him in that situation. The coverage not good enough from Dave Paddy. Now potential here on this one, but Dave Paddy picking up that one. It's going to bring that potential right down. Siski almost had an opportunity to line those guys up, but not able to get it done. So Decimate now 4-2 up here in this search and destroy. Pretty good.
I was really worried there, especially after you lose that player that's over by the atrium. Prolute was that next player up to try to go make sure that nobody pushes all the way through statue. That Siski found some insane timing through the pass the couch is cut and was able to take down that player bottom bedroom shore. And I thought he was going to even get better timing. Like you were saying, those players were almost lined up at the player top luggage that Dave at least took down. But Prolute was right there for at least the swift trade, whether it was audio cue, communication, whatever it may have you. As you say, Decimate. Take that 2-round lead yet again. Bomb drop. Has to go back. Get recovered by Lunars. Blade hit over towards A, but nade spam galore.
How about this? What is with these guys at the moment? They're just trying to get players just pushed all the way forward towards bedroom super fast. Siski this time. It was Yuli last time. And, well, Siski will only pick up one before being taken out by Johnny. There's a trade, though, from Archive. So 2 versus 2 now. Estimate pushed all the way back. Yuli gets away with his life there. Thinks better of the gunfight. He knows he's not going to win it from that range. But Prolute could. And close. Has been hurt by Archives, doesn't matter anyway. Prolute gets the better of him, and towards the middle of the map, the final kill will be through a very fast one from Decimate. Siski, unable to do any more than just the first kill.
Wow, it should be a map 2 closeout for Decimate. Joke is on you. Would have to almost do the unthinkable. Someone say impossible, truly, because I mean, like even when Yuli was on the old Decimate roster as well with T-Fel Enterprises when they got absorbed by Decimate, his search and destroy is just so good. His routes coming through continuously. Johnny, Yuli, Prolute, Dave Paddy, these are household names as far as search and destroy is concerned. They have made a name for themselves on just reading and adapting what the enemy team is throwing at them. That's exactly what is coming through continuously. Now up on map point to lead 2-0, and it's going to be a 3-player hit through the middle of the map. Looking for a pick in through the atrium, but Joke's on you. Got more focus towards that bedroom side. First blood already in.
Trades here for Joker's on you. Just too strong. Oh, it's never mind. Ignore everything I just said. Johnny comes out with a blazing double. Leaves Siski on his lonesome. Now, these guys are pretty split up here, to be fair. Siski should have some knowledge that Johnny is at least gravitating towards the middle of the map. His window, though, of opportunity and trying to get these guys and isolate them is quickly closing. Yeah, he really wanted to close out that 1 versus 1 against Dave Paddy.
We'll get it. Bombs recovered by Johnny. 9-4. That silence is going to be popped by Siski. If he doesn't find a kill along the way, I mean, it's going to run out before he even gets over towards kitchen. Already half dissipated. And Dave is watching the exit. So Siski is now taking this as an opportunity, clears the A bomb site. No, it's going down over at B. How do you do this with no dead silence and an AR in hand?
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? Dead silence was already utilized to reverse the middle of the map. Problem 3. Now a lot more problems on hand here for Siski, hoping that somebody can get a little bit aggressive towards the back line, but that will not be the case. And again, no dead silence. Dave Paddy should hear him. Shots through the wall for Siski. He knows there's no point trying to be silent anymore. Be as loud as you possibly can. Door has been opened. And walk through if you're a Siski. A lot of shots going out. And, well, a fairly good look there at Johnny towards the end. But Johnny gets the better of him. And Johnny gets the better of a lot of people there as Decimate able to take that 1-6-2. A convincing search and destroy victory. A lot more convincing than the first map. We'll say that much.
Yeah, I mean, well, the first map only finished within 4 points. 4 rounds in a row for Decimate. They'll take a map number 2, and they'll have a 2-0 lead ahead of their LOCULO control. But, I mean, yeah, you're right to sing the praises of Johnny. 10-4. He comes into this map mode combination of Hotel Search and Destroy at a 1.56. That just got bolstered up a tad.
All right, well, let's take a look towards our seeding match then between Convoy Gaming and LAG. Look earlier with LAG winning a convincing map number 1 victory. Now up here in the Search and Destroy, we're going to continue the theme of Hotel for this map number 2. Utility going out now for Spa early on, but there's utility on hand for Convoy Gaming as well. This is a brilliant look for Convoy on towards A. Unfortunately for them, though, that's not the bomb site of choice for LAG.
No, it's not. But it could open up a flank. They're going to have to get past Spart, who's all the way back P2. And I love this call. It's actually coming through from Pristinian Classic. They're actually not trying to cut back through Atrium. They're trying to reinforce this BS and D side because Gunless is in here. He's communicating. Nobody's in quite yet. Rex will find the first, looking for the second, can't find it. B-side control is in.
Rex with the sniper. Exit frags are realistic, but Classic's actually going to be the one to pick up the kill. Convoy Gaming in a really good chance here. They're getting the retake on, but you got to deal with Spartan from Baha. Spart. Okay, fine. He just finished that kill. Very concerned there for a second. Classic, though. Position has already been revealed. Diamond still loses the one. Now 1v1 between Classic and Spartan. Spart just the perfect pre-aim. He knows exactly where he is coming from. LAG Academy put themselves 5-3 up.
Again, I mean, it's tough to really tell you, I mean, the overall stats, but it comes down to LAG Academy on this map mode combination individually, because the only time that they played it, again, they absolutely smacked Decimate around. They won it 6-0. 1-1 overall for this Convoy Gaming roster. They lost to round 11 versus Decimate, and then they beat Smog Alpha 6-2 on this map mode combination, but LAG Academy are looking in prime form. Spart is hitting different levels. 7-4 for him. Diamondcon 9-6. Neptune is even at 6-6, and Noisy could just sit there and just kick his feet up and just follow up on any damage that's available.
Convoy Gaming, here on the offense, going for a 2-2 split this time around. Not enough numbers there for to get control of Age just yet. They're relying on some kind of individual effort. Perhaps Stini is about to earn his dead silence here in this round, and you can tell he's intent on making a play with it. Here we go. Door will open. Nobody on the other side just yet. That silence is going to run out pretty soon, Pristini. You might want to use it in a much better fashion. He's just going to sit there and wait for more information. Now Pristini finally entering the site. The dead silence is gone, but there you go, finally. We'll get the kill against Neptune. Massive kill coming out from Pristini now. Convoy Gaming, they've got control of the site. The bomb will go down.
The silence does not get reset, so now Pristini is just forced to crouch walk around. See here, Noisy just jumping around down there. Might have that silence popped as well. Diamondcon? I mean, he's starting to hit the flank. He finds Classic out on an island. 3v3.
Situation still in favor of Convoy, though, here. You have to imagine, especially as Spart. His attempts to retake the bedroom fails. Yeah, Noisy, he tries to slowly get on the bomb. You can see him on the minimap attempting it. He will falter. Diamondcon goes down as well. Convoy Gaming, they're not done yet. And Pristini, I was kind of criticizing him a little bit for taking a little while to make something happen with the dead silence, but in the end, doesn't really need it to make that play work.
It's just always funny. I mean, a little bit. You pop dead silence, you move like 2 inches across the railing. I mean, Pristini's balance is impeccable, but nonetheless, still finding that one kill on the Neptune, who was just playing in the top luggage corner, just didn't really come away with anything as well, and just crouch walking his way around. Spart didn't hear any sort of audio cue whatsoever. Gets taken down, and like you were saying, with that bomb being planted today, top bedroom control almost feels like a B-zone defense for hotel control, but it works out.
You just use Andy? Andy, speak to me. Say something to me. All right, I can't hear Andy. I'm going to go ahead and presume that I've lost him. Silently, I'm sorry, guys, if you heard him. Go away there as well, but LAG Academy 5-4 up, looking for the first blood in this situation. Diamondcon will actually get it. Now that should be enough agency to get this bomb down. So the player to deal with will be Rex on the other side. An attempted flank from Convoy isn't going to work out. Not in the best position here in a 2 versus 4.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Rex has a sniper. Big kill to have for yourself. I mean, the bomb isn't down, but it is aggressively in the way towards B. Communications coming through. Plant that rock. Or it's out on an island, keep it mind you, and you might be able to find some very unique timing and just cause a little bit more distress for Convoy's 2v odd retake and snaps on a Rex head. Even gets the read on a Classic, who has a 1v2, force around 11.
And Classic's got to take a while here. He's... Oh, goodness me, Noisy almost lost his life in a desperate situation. Like that silence here. Classic doesn't have the time, though, to just wait for it. Has to barrel towards the site. LAG Academy going to win this search and destroy. They go 2-0 up here against Convoy Gaming in their efforts to gain the first seed.
They're looking poised to do it. Again, this is not obviously the same LAG Academy that won the Raleigh Open. 3 of those 4 players got called up. It's DC that remains on the LAG Academy roster, 12-7. Again, Neptune, Spart, still very much so a part of that roster. They pick up Noisy as their 4th, and they have been progressively getting better and better as time has gone on. Speaking of a team that needs to get better throughout this series, it is Boston Academy. It is do or simply do not when it comes down to them. Again, their road is a very windy one, but they have to beat Smog Alpha first. They lost map 1 in an excruciating way.
And that round's just not helpful. Again, a reminder for a few folks, if you weren't here earlier on, I kind of laid out the situation for Boston Academy. I know there's a lot of Sensor fans in the chat that will be keeping an eagle eye on what's happening with this Boston Academy roster. They need to beat Smog Alpha, and they need Decimate to beat Jokers on You at the same time. Both of those things need to occur. So keep an eye on both of those matches if you're a Sensor fan. Boston Academy, though, not having the best go of things here in this round. They're sending all players towards a barrel. And a 1-for-1 trade to kick things off here. Pentagram should be able to get the better of these two players, though. Flying forward. Belex will fall. And now this is a pretty good position for Boston Academy. Smog Alpha, they put Gus to the back of the map very early on. That will now have Smog Alpha at a disadvantage.
Omar is expecting a fast challenge to come all the way through. Pentagram pops dead silence. He repositions. He clears all around Cantina. And now he's just waiting. Waiting for something. I think Gus is slowly going to start clearing away the middle of the map. But Boston Academy, they know they got numbers. They're just going to stay posted up. Wait for this AEX to try to come through.
Gus is the playmaker. Dead silence will run out here. Needs to crouch, but he's got himself there. The journey has been made, and Gus almost makes that a realistic situation. Of course, on the other side, his teammate will activate at the same time. But not going to work there as Boston Academy. They win that initial joust over towards A.
And it's like you were talking about. Pentagram makes the play, right? Whether it's playing with audio cues or not, he just jumps through the window. That player that was waiting on the other side of the door might have expected him to maybe burst through the door as Pro Omar was just playing on the top railing. Trade just does not come through. Not off of that initial engagement. Can't really force it if you are Pro Omar. Or you hear the audio cue of the sound, or the dead silence being popped or not. Boston Academy are staying alive in this search and destroy. Defensively, they are stacking over towards A. Or offensively, excuse me, but they forgot the bomb. They got to go back and recover it. They got Cantina control, but again, with that bomb being forgotten inside of the parking lot, you need some picks to work with. That's a great first.
It's not the end of the world here for Boston Academy. The path is still clear for that bomb carrier to make his way over towards A. Flying out, gets a second as well. Velox down. Now Pro Omar and Gus, the last ones left alive here in a 2 versus 4. Boston Academy, we know they've been clutch previously on Mercado Search and Destroy, getting vibes of that playoff bracket all the way back in Season 1. Now control of the A site. They shouldn't have any problem whatsoever getting this bomb down.
Cantina control. Where do you go here if you're Doug? Going to play in the 1-for-1 spot outside of the tunnel. That's where this retake is mostly going to be coming from. Pro Omar's hitting it fast. It's going to be a really tough gunfight.
Ooh!
He gets the better of it. Immediately traded. Now Gus again. 1v odd situation, but cannot get out with his life. Boston Academy, 2 rounds in a row, Brody, and I am having flashbacks. I know this was when Ben Beans was on the roster, but versus that TFL Enterprises roster in a map number 5, a must-needed map for them to be able to win. It was Shawnee that was showing up in a big, big way. This team can rally around one player that's getting hot. Shawnee is 10-7 currently. Round 11 is going to see Boston Academy on offense again.
Yeah, absolutely. Boston Academy, historically speaking, on Mercado Search and Destroy. I know we gave a lot of flowers to Beans, and rightfully so, but he was, generally speaking, not the player to watch out for on this map. It was mostly Shawnee, as you say. So having a hell of a time here, and barreling towards A will be Boston Academy. They've forgotten the bomb once again. But that's okay.
It's the strat.
Strat coming out from Smog Alpha to try and... No! Go Frustrate! What are you doing? What are you doing? You can't be taking out Gus like that. Betrayal at the worst time.
Oh.
Pro Omar with a hit marker as well. Modern Warfare 2 betrays him. And Boston Academy have never felt better about this situation.
I mean, you can't really throw too much at Glowfrosty there, right? I mean, Gus was just trying to sprint to stay alive. And it gets lined up. Nade gets the second kill. Lux is dead silence going to run out, and the back alley's being watched. The strat works out. Sensor recovers the bomb, gets it planted. 2v4.
Pro Omar should get the better of Shawnee here, though. Shawnee gets a look. As long as Pro Omar doesn't sniper or get another unfortunate hit marker, that's tough. Going through the flank. They don't expect it, frankly. And I think, why would you expect just an audacious play in the final moments as Boston Academy, 3 rounds on the bounce, and I'll say that one with chest, Andy, as once again, Mercado merchants they are.
Maybe it is a strat. I don't know. It worked twice. Like, it's not. It simply is not. I mean, that round 11 goes completely differently. I mean, if that team kill does not get forced out, very unfortunate scenes, but got a big swing map mode combination happening between Boston Academy. Again, they need to win that versus Smog Alpha. This match right here, our main focus is for the #1 seeding. LAG Academy looking pretty darn comfortable in their series so far versus Convoy.
Convoy here on the offense. Any attempts towards B that we might not have seen. They were there. They didn't work. Start, and now they're just settling for A in a way. LAG Academy not going to settle to let this one go just yet. They've technically got the numbers to make a retake happen before A is captured, but they need to hurry up. Gunless will come in for the spawn. Now 3 versus 2 on the site. Diamondcon comes in for the double, looking for number 3. The shots are good for Gunless at first. Depletion now coming on through, but Diamondcon has so much on his plate here to deal with. Diamondcon, he is Diamondcon though. He's able to cut one, no more than that. So LAG Academy would be smart not to invest any more here into this.
LAG Academy have played this map mode combination twice. They lost a round 5 versus Boston Academy. They won in 4 versus Smog Alpha. Convoy on the other side, they lost round 5 versus Smog Alpha. They have 60 seconds added on towards the board. You got to be worried about player number 7 is Smart. He is trying to play around with top bedroom control, but might not be immediately called upon as Diamondcon clears away the B zone quickly.
Keeping up proceedings here will be Rex and Gunless with the first couple of kills. This is pretty good from them. They no longer have anybody inside the bedroom to be concerned about. This is all up front and honest here for LAG Academy, and things go from, well, good to even better for Convoy. Gunless, Classic, already starting to pick up frags here. This is fast progression and a fast stack coming through from Convoy, and LAG just getting peppered up as they try to make their way through the doorway. Rex is gonna completely pile up the bodies towards the back line, and Convoy Gaming, a fast offense there on towards B.
It only takes one good hit, doesn't it, Brody? I mean, especially when you don't lose any players along the way. You can get that 3-4 player stack on. You can play this very good angle as Pristini finishes that round 6-1. Yeah, as you were saying, I mean, Rex shows up in a massive way there towards the end. Gunless even comes into this round on a 4 spree. He was 0-2 before that B push got executed. LAG Academy going to be a little frustrated for themselves, but it is hotel control. See more offensive pushes happen rather successfully on this map mode combination more than anything. And I love this call coming out from LAG Academy. They are going straight towards A. Got players to be worried about here for Convoy, though.
Look at that route from Pristini. Look at the route from Pristini. Living up to his name. Never quite expected that. Isn't enough, though, to sway LAG Academy just yet. Rex now has a cruise missile in the back pocket, ready to go after his antics. And they try and stop this A capture coming through. Disrupt kill feed again. This is technically unfavorable to Convoy Game in the position. Rex trying to catch Noisy off guard. That's just not going to happen. Classic, the last one remaining inside the point, and he will fall. Convoy Gaming here, they might not be able to stop this A capture. How much do they want to invest in it? They're still going for it, albeit it is individual efforts coming through from Convoy Gaming, but they do not want to lose this without a fight, and rightfully so.
Players are getting caught off. I mean, Pristini just hits routes. He somehow just slips the net, gets through line in towards the side cut, but his zone is not being tacked over quite yet. Classic still in an elongated gunfight finally. Noisy, Diamondcon able to get on the A zone, but no, Dead Silence gets popped. Pristini, he does not want the restaurant to get given over. It is not close quite yet. Finally will be so. Gunless does find 2 on the return. 19 plays up against 16. The defense have the numbers advantage. You got Rex inside of bedroom. We'll now have Pristini's help as well. This flank needs to be held down a certain gracious bow if Convoy Gaming want to maintain this presence on the map.
Let's get this good here for LAG Academy. Let's push him from behind. Classic can now get an advance towards the statue side. Gets a look towards Noisy, but that's information now for LAG Academy. And Classic forced to reposition. It's not that bad, though, for Classic. He already opened 2 proceedings with another kill kit. LAG Academy in a not-so-bad spot. Yes, they haven't dealt with the player over towards bedroom side just yet. And, well, yes, they are now going to line up here for Pristini and Gunless. LAG still got players in and around the middle of the map. That's a big kill there for Noisy on towards Classic, but ultimately another 2-piece from Rex will just shut this entire play down. LAG, they're up against it at the moment. Let's be frank about it. They're in a 9 versus 15.
It takes one good push, Brody. You got Noisy. He's causing a ruckus in distress over by the double desk. Need to get Gunless out from this position. Damage is going to be good. You got to stay alive, though, if you are smart. Here comes the assistance. It's Diamondcon. Gunless just slips down the elevator. 2-for-1 trade. Convoy Gaming, they got numbers on the map.
Starting to capture the point as well. Spark gets a little greedy there for the second against Gunless. It would have been spectacular, but Not good enough, but they're not done just yet here. Players on all sides for LAG Academy. It's a slow capture as only Diamondcon lays on the point for the second gear. They know they need the coverage around this control zone. Diamondcon actually opening up for a second. The kill on towards Gunless would be sublime, but it's going to be Noisy that has to follow up the kill. Now 4 versus 8 here. Second tick was not in from LAG Academy. 27 seconds on the clock. There will be Spark that stops it again with his presence on the point. Pristini trying to get aggressive, and the team kill is not good enough for Neptune at this point in the game. Out from the 2 versus 5, Rex just needs to play his life in this situation. Just don't get overzealous. The stun is good for Neptune. Neptune looking for the double, but runs out of bullets in his primary weapon and leaves Diamondcon in a 1 versus X situation. Way too many players to deal with there as Convoy, they overwhelm.
Didn't get that second segment there either off the heroics that Neptune was trying to piece together in towards the back. It's unfortunate. I mean, you'd love your SMGs just playing together, clearing away top bedroom, but Noisy steps right in front of the barrel of Neptune as the elimination was coming through down low in that tough gunfight versus Gunless, who was just being a nuisance after that A zone did get tacked on over. So 2 rounds in, both in the favor for Convoy Gaming. Pristini is having a whale of a performance, 15-9 for Preston. He's a world champ for a reason. 11-9 for Dylan Rex. Gunless is right there at 11-6 as well. And need some players to step up in a big way here for LAG Academy if they want to try to reverse sweep this control.
If LAG Academy can get it done, this is a pretty good start from them. Kills are through. Try and keep Convoy Gaming away. They haven't quite got everybody dealt with just yet, though. You can see number 4 on the minimap. That's Pristini trying to cause some problems over towards the far side. He actually will open up Proceedings with a kill on towards Spartan, as Rek follows up with another one on towards Diamondcon as well. This is the start that Convoy Gaming decides. There is a read towards the flank, as LAG Academy send 2 players in that direction. The first tick, though, looking pretty good here for Convoy Gaming. Rex, massive 1 versus 1, wins it versus Neptune.
14-9 now on a 3 spree. Also has a cruise pistol to keep in mind for this upcoming few gunfights. Rex comes flying out. There is still help down low. It's Gunless here on the B zone. Second segment has been tacked over. You gotta chalk it if you are LAG Academy and go all in for the A zone. Now the question still remains. When does Dylan Rex pull out this cruise missile? I would argue sooner rather than later, just try to get some information. You know all of LAG Academy are over here, but they're gonna commit towards the flank first and foremost.
Pristini going to trade things out. Classic with another one as well. I mean, like we say the phrase so often, and I know people are probably fed up of hearing it, but it only takes one good break. Convoy, they've got the numbers and the streak, of course, in the back pocket to make it happen if they want to. They might not even need it, though. Classic Pristini. Pressure really starting to build. The Noisy was the last line of defense, really. Pristini getting ahead of the point. He can now come and help out his teammates in this situation. The stack should be good. A 3 stack will be good enough, to be honest, for Convoy Gaming at this point. They've looked solid in this control thus far. Diamondcon trying to save this game with a look over towards the point, but overwhelmed from team shots from Classic and Rex. Flies towards the point to save it, but no. Denied as Convoy Gaming a 3-0 in the control and a very important map victory in the series.
Is it an omen for the reverse sweep potentially to come through for Convoy? They would need it again. This is a battle for the first seed, and they looked so good on this hotel control. I mean, 20-9 for Pristini. Like, come on. This guy was everywhere, doing everything at every single point in time. It also needs to be talked about as well. That Decimate Gaming roster, Brody, they were able to beat Jokus on you 3-0. You know what that means now. Boston Academy, if they beat Smog Alpha, they qualify for playoffs. Oh my.
Yep, there you go, folks. You heard it here first. Robert Castles just told you. Tenta has a chance. Boston Academy so far in this series, it's been a trepidatious one for sure. Map number 1, not exactly looking too peachy, but the map number 2, that was a brilliant resurgence on Mercado, Search, and Destroy. Smog Alpha starting this control in their favor as well. Velux. 6-2 start for him. Dead silence off the ripple this one, try and cause some havoc. He's going to activate it straight away. And attempt to be as silent as ever. At Boston Academy, they are just lining up for Gus. Gus is more than happy to take that. The shots in towards Shawnee. I think Gus is about to fall foul to that Semtex. Nicely positioned from Shawnee, and Kremp gets aggressive towards bottom bedroom as well. So it didn't look too good at first with the lineup from Boston Academy, but they do stabilize.
You know what that means, though? Smog Alpha spawn parallel towards the A zone. Player number 3 is Kremp. He's double negative right now, trying to make a play towards the back. Lux reads it. 8-3 now for Vel. Promar just right behind him at 8 and 4 double positive. That A-zone is being tacked over very, very quickly. Shawnee's down to 4 HP. Needs some assistance. It's Doug. He's got a sub like old days, but won't be able to find much of anything. Now you have to be careful if you're Boston Academy. Do not overinvest into this. You don't want to lose more lives. You got to convert this into mid-map pressure and bedroom control.
There's a lot of players all over the place at the moment. Boston Academy in the defense, they're making sure they have enough presence in bedroom to deal with the threats from Smog Alpha. Of course, they do have to deal with any wayward players around the back line. They do finally do so. Frosty will fall. An opportunity here for Boston Academy to completely clear the point. That is exactly what they do. They're able to get players in the advanced position once again. Smog Alpha now going to attempt to brute force their way through luggage and bedroom side. Kremp. No dead silence just yet. He will be about to earn it to try and make the play. But look at Velux on the other side. He's watching this door like a hawk. Actually going to run out. Kremp should be able to catch these guys off guard. No dead silence required. Ooh, a bit shaky on the shots for the first gunfight. And off the back of it, Velux will be able to win the 1 versus 1. So trades galore at the moment. Boston Academy have not been entirely unearthed. Back to Pentagram, who's on 3-0. Finally does fall.
Finding that 2-piece was actually so massive. You also have Shawnee that's watching this cross, helps Doug stay alive. You're not getting past the construction man, not that easily. Gus, Velox, though, they're able to combine for 2 more. Bedroom control is out the window. Smog Alpha, numbers are even. This is going to be a good look, potentially, for them to get over towards the B zone, and they deal with Shawnee watching that cross.
Things not looking so hot now for Boston. Utility going out, but a trophy system on the point to protect here from Smog Alpha. Boston, you have to go now. These guys, they're stacking the point, at least 3 on. And Glow Frosty. Coverage in the middle map is solid. Pentagram will give this one last look, but it is too little too late. Smog Alpha looking so strong here in the control, and they do have that streak on board from the beginning of the round as well.
I mean, every single game mode has not been good for Boston Academy. I mean, they come into the series 2 and 3 on Hardpoint, 0 and 4 in Search and Destroy. They get their first Search and Destroy win on that Mercado map number 2. They're 1 and 3 on Control. Their only Control map that they won was against LAG Academy, which they won 3-2. They won that series 3-1. It's not looking too good for them so far. Combined 12 kills between your SMGs. Kremp and Pentagram not having a good time of it. Sensors 4 and 11. The other side, though, double positive for Pro MR. Velux is 11 and 4. Double positive for Gus. Well, Frosty, I mean, 7 and 8, whatever. You can do whatever you want so long as everybody else keeps slaying around you. So Boston Academy for this offense. Gonna go towards A first. Shawnee remains back to make sure that the flank will stay secure. That'll be the case as A-zone presence is here.
Things looking pretty good for Boston Academy on this initial burst, but as Glow Frosty takes down Shawnee, needs some heroics. Kremp might well deliver on that. It's up 1 in the middle of the map to try and pressure Smog Alpha away. Actually wins the 1 versus 1 against Glow Frosty as well, but inside the point, Shawnee gets overwhelmed by Pro Amar and Velux. Kremp now on 4 in a row, looking for number 5. Oh, the drop shot towards Pro Amar is not good enough. So 1 tick is all they will get for the moment, but close spawns now for Boston Academy. Smog Alpha did not have anybody inside bedroom. Have a good look over towards B, but they have to be fast with it because players are very quickly enacting a flank. Look at Amar, you can see him about to make his way inside the bedroom, and Sensor just doesn't expect it, frankly. Numbers just not there for Boston, but Kremp again, he has been so good in this round so far. Another 2 pieces that will make this B push possible.
It's a distraction play. Kremp is just trying to stay alive, finesse as long as he possibly can. He's pulling so many defenders back over towards that B zone. Not the respawn. Boston Academy are gunning their way over towards A. Now, you gotta ask yourself the question, if you are Smog Alpha, do you invest into this? You have 1 player that might push through Jules. Gonna be Pro MR. Shawnee's getting shot in the back of the head. Sensor will have the covers. The A zone fully converted. Lives even. 19 apiece. Bedroom control isn't fully there yet. Velux is actually working his way around top valet, I believe. Pentagram, that was a little of an egregious play. Did not have all the assistance in the world, gifting these 3 kills in a row for Smog Alpha to stabilize the map.
80 seconds on the clock now for Boston Academy to make a miraculous push over towards B. They've already got some progress. That first tick from earlier didn't exactly go through. Map control overall here, and while Kremp falling in the middle of the map as well just simply won't help. You need somebody in bedroom or a flank to occur. They're going for the latter. Pentagram free statue. It's a little bit premature. Needs to be careful here. Glowfrost has already been tagged up, and Shawnee will take him down, but Pentagram again. The crossfire from Pro Amar is good enough for a double. Sensor around the back line. 8 and 14 so far in this game. He has a lot to do.
Oh, he's so alive back here. Assessor's looking like he's playing for the rotation over by P2. If he could just stay alive over here and continuously pull defenders back, you have a proverbial 3v3 at the front. Kremp, Semtex, or top bedroom. SMGs need to clear, but Pro Mark, Low Frosty, they deal with Sensor in towards the back, and they find one of Pentagram that's also towards the front. Time is ticking down. Boston Academy need to go.
Looking for something, Krem. Picks up that ladder. Back down you go, says Gus. Pro Mars don't want to take him out in the end. 15 seconds down with 9 versus 11 for Boston Academy to save a disastrous hotel control so far. Shawnee and Pentagram do open up proceedings with a couple of kills. Krem with another one as well.
Hey.
That is B entirely clear here. And wait, hold your horses, folks, because Boston Academy might well be in with a good shot here, but a player in the middle of the map does fall. That's Krem down for the count. Sensor and Pentagram have so much to do on the point, and it all falls on the shoulders of Sensor, the leader for this squad, the captain. Can he survive long enough? The cruise missile will be down from Velux, but the trophy system will be good to stop it, or at the very least a wall. And the trade's now starting to come through. Gus and Pro Amar, but Shawnee in for the double. Gus, can you do anything? Gus, all up on your lonesome. The shots are going out. It isn't good enough for a frag just yet. And Shawnee picks up a triple. This capture should be through. Nobody from Smog Alpha can close it out. Boston Academy, skin in their teeth. They're not done in this control just yet.
So much happened there in those final few moments. You're able to find the eliminations required. You clear your bedroom. You clear your luggage if you are Boston. And then you're able to take a swift focus over towards the front. They lose that one player that's over through the mid-cuts just outside of couches. So that immediately gets called for Shawnee, who comes back through the host stand more or less over by the atrium and starts cutting down players, keeping them weak, softening them up. So that way the players that are inside the B zone can take a look at it. 2.2 seconds is where the clock gets stalled out. And it's by way of second progression as Boston stay alive in this hotel control. And what a read coming through again. Pentagram gets that kill, top bedroom. Krem finds Velux trying to get over towards double arches. And remember, you called her, Brody. That one trap card that Velux had, that one cruise missile, that's out the window. You don't have that trick up your sleeve anymore.
Look, this isn't the worst situation to be in the world if you're Smog Alpha. Yes, you don't have that to go. Yes, you don't have that in the arsenal, but you do have close spawns towards A. So an A capture should be within the realms of possibility and arguably probability as well here for this squad, especially as Velux now picking up another one on towards Sensor. Krem, he makes a last-ditch effort to get something moving on A, but it just doesn't occur here as Smog Alpha should be able to capture this A point. And actually, we were talking about Velux here. They must have had a second streak because Velux does actually still have his cruise missile in the back pocket ready to go. So Smog Alpha do actually have something here to work with, and they could utilize this correctly to clear B before Boston Academy could do anything about it.
Shawnee's going to watch this Velux. He pops that silence. Does Shawnee see him? He's more asphyxiated on Glow Frosty, so just as Velux does have one in his back pocket, Pentagram's trying to stay alive top bedroom. Goes for the reach, hell. What a heat check. Still has that cruise missile and Shawnee to worry about in the back. Low Frosty will clear him out, but there's still a cruise missile to speak of in Shawnee's back pocket. And that'll be a kill all the way through the middle of the map. The stack is in here at B.
Yeah, this one feels like it's done. Shawnee's actually going to bring his streak down. Is the trophy system there? Yes, it is. That's unfortunate. Can they do anything about this? The 3 stack should be through. Boston Academy, you have to fly. You can't do anything about pre-aims in this situation. Krem knows that, and he does exactly that. But Smog Alpha, just too much. As they will win this one 3-1. We weren't aware of that second streak coming through. They don't even need it in the end. Able to deal with what Shawnee had to offer, and Smog Alpha able to win this one.
I'm assuming that maybe Pro Amar had it. That guy was piecing in the first 2 rounds, so... Doesn't matter. Don't need the second streak anyway. 25-16 for Pro Amar. Good heavens. I mean, Gus, 21-14. Like, what? It's crazy. Boston Academy now need to win maps 4 and 5. They want to qualify for playoffs. Still much more to unfold here in our Group B matches. This group play is ticking on down. LIG Academy, they lost that hotel control 0-3 versus Convoy Gaming. Is that enough to get the pep in the step for Convoy to battle for the first seed?
A lot of questions to be asked here of this Convoy Gaming roster, but that was a massive clutch control from them, so we know they've got the ice in them. And LIG Academy come out with a flamethrower and melt that. Oh, is he? Doesn't need a flamethrower, just needs a fast step in hand. Currently on the double, but not able to get a triple there in the middle of the map as Convoy Gaming looking pretty good for this rotation over towards Generator. Have to be careful though, they have to be cautious of players, not just traversing the middle of the map, but also Neptune enacting this flank through, decides to just cut this flank short and go straight for this hard point. Will it work out? The first blood against Rex, and gets a good look at the second, but is going to be denied.
Great initial setup here. Convoy, you got one player that's pushed up really far forward. That's going to be Classic. How much you expect him to be here? Ooh. It's windy out here in Zarqwa from time to time, but Classic's going to be able to take down Noisy. And other kills happening towards the middle of the map and over by red. First initial 20 is good for Convoy as they build their lead.
Got to be done here outside the hardpoint for a player like Classic, though. Only able to pick a 1, so the floodgates have opened now for LAG Academy to make their way through, and well, Gunless in for a 2. Convoy Gaming doing a stellar job at keeping these guys away. This has been a massive hardpoint for Convoy Gaming. They keep themselves in the argument against LAG Academy for this first seed. Things will reset now, I hear, Andy, with 15 seconds left on this hard point. Again, Convoy happy with this time, but now they need to start to focus on the rotation for P1 and, of course, inevitably P2 as well. Pristini tries to make his way through the water, but will be caught out by Diamondcom.
24 up against 85 in towards the second set of hard points. Need some of these players to step up in a massive way. Obviously, you could put an asterisk. I mean, Neptune double negative doesn't exactly help. Pristini's also hitting angles. He is hitting form in the past 2 maps. Now 10-9 with the submachine gun. Even goes inside of the pit of water. Won't be able to get the better of Neptune. He was quite literally one shot, but this is still causing distress as far as this opening hardpoint is concerned for the second set that LAG Academy need to hit through.
Rex on 5 in a row now. This would be so huge, and he gets it to 6. That's massive. Looking for number 7 now as well. He's going to get cut short by Diamondcon. So big back 20 seconds now for LAG Academy. They need to choose between focusing on this one and pushing through for the rotation towards New. Classic trying to give that last hardpoint a good look, and I think that might be a problem because now a second kill comes through, not just on towards Classic, but on towards Gunless as well. LAG, they've got a good look towards this rotation now. Noisy Neptune trying to fight for it. The streak, I think I'd hear it coming down. It is actually going to come down, and Rex going to bring it into the water. Recognizes that the trophy system will be enabled on towards the hard point, so they now need to do this with just their Vasnevs and Tax. Pristini around the back line does get cut short, though, and Convoy Gaming, this was a massive hard point for them to lose, and Rex just not able to get it done.
This is still a really good time. The Convoy try to overinvest into this, knowing that it'll force LG to spawn all the way towards the back. Tough gunfight. Pristini gets bested. And the trades just aren't there fully. Spart top dome. He's now pushing forward. Trophy system would keep him safe, but it's not the buddy system that you need to stay alive from the double crossfire that is in the middle of the map. And 20 seconds now remaining. I mean, this is a very far forward approach when you're looking for Convoy. Where do they spawn? They should still be in the back of red. Yeah, it will be. LG Academy still possess P2. So you're going to be looking at about 170 to 130. Convoy need to maintain these spawns over towards back red. They need to get themselves a solid 30 seconds to answer back what LAG just acquired here at P2.
Convoy Gaming, they need this hard point. Neptune, he spots Pristini. Hunting him down. Yours, Theme 2. In the end, it won't be him that takes him out. It'll be Noisy. So now, LAG Academy, they're on the hunt for kills here. Convoy Gaming, are they ready? They hold the line. Classic looking over towards the water side. The presence is here from both he and Pristini, and now Spark. Can he overwhelm? No. Denied as Pristini picks up a double. Convoy Gaming with the close spawns towards the back line. They deal with the first wave of gunfights coming through from LAG Academy. A spawn out now, flipping though. Classic on the other side. LAG Academy towards the backline. Convoy know this is a valuable 20 seconds to hold on to, but they just can't do anything when LAG, they have the numbers like this. Pristini is in for a double. Now looking for a triple. This would be spectacular if he's able to get it done, but no. Denied again. Those back spawns just too prominent.
He drops down into the wolf's den right there, and I'm sure the Classic's probably sitting there scratching his head, just sitting there telling us, he's like, I got my one. P1 is one over inside of P1. The Neptune, you should know that the spawns will be in towards the back. They had all of the reads, but they did not win the gunfights. And now LAG Academy, they are flying. They are finding the trades required. You do have Pristini that still gets that spawn all the way over towards the backwater pipes. That means that a couple players are going to have to turn to deal with Pristini. They're able to find that kill. Now they can focus towards the front.
Kills coming through from LAG Academy again for this back 35 seconds. This has just been stellar for them. Oh, now really aggressing. As this Diamondcon on 3 kills apiece between these guys in streaks. And Spark now looking for number 5. He finds it. Spark just doing Spark things. Doesn't need a vault this time. Now with attack in hand. Really heating up here in this game. Looking for more. The Sick versus the Classic there. Will give him the cruise missile ready to go. And that is a massive thing for LAG Academy to have moving forward.
Remember, Rex uses cruise missile all the way back for a potential P2 break. LAG Academy, they make it look easy as far as breaking P4 is concerned. They dealt with the player in towards the back. That was Pristini. They shift their focus over towards the front. Major 2 of the Vanguard years MVP is calling himself in that cruise missile to try to make this push all the more emphatic. Neptune, he's caught out, but Sparta actually keeps him alive. He's on a 5 spree as well. He could also get himself a cruise missile, but he gets gunned down toward the back door, but LAG Academy have the space provided. He got DC in towards the back. It's a collapse.
This is huge from LAG Academy to close out this hardpoint and the series. Sparta towards the backline, heating up once again on yet another spree. This time it's 4 in a row. Towards the middle of the map he goes for number 5, but the stun will disorientate him enough for Gunless to win that gunfight. 10 seconds away now for victory or LAG Academy. Noisy inside. He's good for 1. Diamond Con good for another as well. Rex, Pristini, can you find your way in? Rex only able to get 1. Pristini goes down as well. That could well be it. Can anybody from Convoy touch in time? No is the answer. LAG Academy. They will be the team's top Group B.
Number 1 seed in Group B, and put some respect on Spart's name. Man just went on a mission. I mean, where it was Convoy when we first hopped in, they had themselves a really good lead for themselves. There was one player in particular that I called upon to start having a little bit more influence on the map, and that was Neptune. He was double negative, bro. He was 7-14. He finishes 19-20. He's being a nuisance on the map. Also couple that along with Spart's performance at 30-20. Yeah, that definitely helps. Now back over towards our secondary focus. All other matches in Group B have finished. This is the last one. Potential last map. Remember, Boston Academy, they have to win 4 and 5 if you want your ever-so-loved Doug Setzer Barn to be in playoffs.
Yep. Do or die for Boston Academy. They've done it before, though. They've clutched up. Granted, that was a slightly different roster, but we know they're capable having the ice in these situations, but Glowfrosty's just having absolutely none of it. Going to get rid of those trophy systems before they get their own down for the back 30 seconds here. And Boston Academy, I mean, you could already see it on the map. Pro Amar's going to get a posthumous nade there on towards Kreb, but they've already given up this time. They know how important this rotation towards a barbershop is.
It is, yeah, because, I mean, barbershop, a lot of teams are becoming a lot better at maintaining and making sure that it's a money hill. Pentagram actually hits over towards lockers, and he'll actually find himself a kill, so that'll maintain the flank. You still know there's going to be a player old. Kremp has a lot to do here. He sees one player jumping over by hedges. The second player's there. He needs to stay alive. Goes for the reach, Hal. He's able to find a kill and stay alive. Will finally be traded out, but that does buy enough time for Boston Academy trying to set themselves up for this inevitable push in the back.
Big hold here from Boston. They need to make sure they hold every single second possible, and Shawnee overwhelmed towards the back line. It's Sensor who has to move away from the gunfight, and that enables Smog Alpha to find their way through. Shawnee and Pentagram, though, they're okay. Sensor now coming to return towards these fights. Glowfrosty overwhelmed. Just back away for a second, Glowfrosty. Wait for Gus to come and help you out. Wait for players on the other side as well to enact a flank and get this at the same time. Got a little bit of space, a little bit of a leader's advantage to work with here, but Kremp in the middle of the map is just so paramount. And on the other side, though, unfortunately, again, Sensor does fall in the back line. Kremp's nade is just not going to help in this situation, but Pentagram goes huge. He picks up 2. The back 15, though, still not going to go their way, as Paramar will have the last say. This is not terrible, though, for Boston Academy. Look where they spawned.
Yeah, it's not bad at all to chalk this, but look at how far turtle they are in towards the back. You got one player playing over towards the dumpster. The only player that's maybe in a forward position is going to be player number 7. That's going to be Pentagram. Playing in this position, he gets overwhelmed. The double chalice in. Now you know it's going to be coming mostly from the back. This is where all Smog Alpha are located at. The crossfires need to be sublime, but Boston want to hold.
Doubling up inside Silos as well. Shawnee the first. Gus and Pro Amar, they're able to overwhelm, though. Glowfrosty has the final say, at least for the moment. Pentagram goes in a little late and will die. So Smog Alpha, this is a very important moment in this game. They're already up by about 30 points over Boston Academy. Back 30 would put a serious comfort between the two teams. As Velux and Gus follow up with more kills and are starting to heat up even more here on this hardpoint. Boston Academy do not look confident whatsoever. They're going to have to give up again. This is another barbershop situation, which they know, yeah, we have to rotate over towards Cantina.
Yeah, you didn't exactly get what you were looking for over on P5 if you were Boston. Smog, they're building their lead. Ever more so, just about 60 points, closer towards 70. So you need to be able to have a very strong P6. You need to sequence this into P7. Shawnee's got to sub in towards the corner. The door's going to open here for Pro Amar. Does Shawnee hear him? He just needs to hold this angle for now. Gets caught with a trophy. Not what you want to see. The pinch might be on, but Kremp actually picks up towards the back alley. Trades are still here, and Sensor up top is on a 3 spree, maintaining the presence on this hill for now.
Velux, though, menacing as ever, manages to make his way through the window to take down Sensor. That takes a player outside of the time. It's a couple of seconds that does not go Boston Academy's way. Grand Kremp able to follow up with a couple of more kills of their own, but Pro Amar once again threatening. The this on last Hardpoint, on the Barbershop Hardpoint, excuse me, had the final say. Gets in for the first against Kremp, now has the backup of Velux too. Boston Academy, they need to get this time. They can't afford to give this back 20 seconds up. They also need to be very wary of the rotation as well. And it's still Smog Alpha. They will threaten for that back 15 seconds. As I said though, Andy, here is Glowfrosty. He's on the rotation. Could well cause some serious problems, but fortunately for Boston Academy, they survived that brush with Glowfrosty.
Still have a massive lead if you are Smog Alpha, and like you were saying, that leader's advantage, you're really starting to feel that burn on the back of your neck if you are Boston Academy, because you need to be able to get about 45, maybe 50 points or so off this P7, and they're finding kills. These are really good looks, especially for Boston Academy. Sensor snaking his head off, looking at least for Glowfrosty, who's inside of the cut. Cruise Missile is also going to be called in. Some nades being called in as well over by those trucks. Sensor cannot get out. He was stunned up to oblivion. But even more so than that, Boston Academy, they hold on. No trophies to keep Shawnee safe inside the hill.
Yeah, but they did win the crucial one-on-one against Glowfrosty, so they'll be able to get back in. Kremp dies towards warehouse side. Pentagram's got a lot to do here. The supporting cover fire from Sensor might well be good enough, but Pentagram again, we already talked about the lack of trophy systems inside. It's tagged up by a nade. Velux and Promar off the back of that are able to pick up a double, but the pressure from Boston Academy far from over just yet as Kremp picks up a double of his own. Again, Boston Academy, that is a massive chunk of time when we talk about the context of this game in its current form. They're able to get within reach here of Smog Alpha, about 20 points off the back of that kill between these two teams now.
SMGs are hitting strides right now. Kremp, Pentagram need to show up in a big way, and they need to be able to find consistency as well. A combined 33 eliminations between both Kremp and Pentagram going in towards another set of hard points here. Just 20 points in between these two teams. Trades are going to be good. Promar, Gus able to find two, but Shawnee comes back. He's able to find two himself. Now you can start tiptoeing around this hard point, knowing that you at least have those close back alley spawns. You also got Kremp getting a payload of information over on the cuts.
Smog Alpha have touched this hill, what, once? They've got 1 point off this hill at the moment. I mean, Boston Academy, this is a splendid situation to be in. Taking time away from Smog Alpha, they're making sure they hold control of PC rotation as well. Smog, they're going to try and overwhelm, but Kremp, Pentagram, they're having absolutely none of it. Got 3 between them. Glowfrosty does pick up a double. And now that will open the door here for a potential rotational battle for Smog Alpha. Oh! Kremp, though, is absolutely nuts. 4 in a row now for Kremp. Yet another double in this game for the man. He was on 22 and 17. We talked about it. Boston Academy, they have control of the rotation for the money hill.
When Boston Academy first formed, if it wasn't Ghosty, it was Kremp. When they had Beans, if it wasn't him, it was Kremp. He is always showing up in a massive way now up to 22 and 18. The rotation is being maintained for now. So you need to be able to find these trades over towards the tunnel. Sensor is also playing on the top balcony, will be traded. But Glowfrosty is the only player in a position to maybe try to threaten this push. And he gets cut down. Lead swap is in. Boston threatening 200 points.
Yeah, they knew what they needed to do, and they've done exactly that. The kill feed has been indomitable for them. In the back, on the first 30 seconds, of this hard point. Sensor, we're going to take down Glowfrosty. He's been peppered up from afar, though, and now overwhelmed here. Smog Alpha, they want this back 25 seconds or so to try and keep this game even with Boston. Velux from top will be taken down. Shawnee now finds himself 1 kill shy of a cruise missile that might well be paramount to forcing a game number 5 in this series. Smog, they've chalked it. They know that that time is absolutely not going to be theirs anymore. Might as well just move to the rotation.
Oh, this is a smart call. Kremp's already threatening it, though. Gus has the the AR better in that situation. I don't care what you say about the Vaznev. Rotation will be here. 23 seconds are all they're required. Shawnee, 1 kill away from getting himself a cruise missile. And they find the entry. That's Promar up top, so now the flood is in.
Glowfrosty up top in the window, able to get 1. He sees the other 2 as well. Velux, the call is made for him, but Glowfrosty has so much to do. Wow. Velux picks up yet another double, and Smog Alpha, they hold for the moment. Regardless of what happens, they cannot finish it off the back of this hill. Boston Academy, they know that, and they know an early rotation towards next is also really important in this situation. Velux is piecing, though, on 4 in a row. Cuts down Pentagram and Shawnee. 1 last look here for Kremp. He's been the double master here for Boston Academy time and time again. Can he get it done? He picks up 1. And gets the second as well? Hello? How has that even happened? But on the flip side of the conversation, yes, Boston, they get that scrap, but they have the rotation here to Smog Alpha.
Oh, Kremp. He is frying now. Pentagram's also there for assistance. But the rotation, because you hit old, it's going to maintain numbers now for Smog Alpha ahead of this barbershop hardpoint. Kremp's still so much to do. He's going to have a gunfight inside of Small. Did not clear the corner. So now it's down to Sensor. He's the only player that's pushed up. He needs to wait for reinforcements. 8 seconds are all Boston need. Cruise missile gets called in. Finds nothing but information.
Sensor's just got to wait. He's got to wait for teammates. And at this point in the game, Boston Academy, they're spawning in Narnia as far as this hill is concerned. Smog Alpha, just 20 seconds away from crushing the hopes and dreams of Boston and
Oh.
sending them home.
Oh
Glow Frosty
my.
lines 2 up and takes them down, and Shawnee, he picks up the third. It's all on Pentagram now to try and save this game. Nades out, but look at all those trophies on the ground. Pentagram, he's found his way in. How has Pentagram done that? But it's not enough to keep this game alive. Smog Alpha will close this out, and Boston Academy do not make it out of groups.
Oh my goodness. I mean, probably a lot closer to what Smog Alpha wanted, especially with what was happening through the first set of hard points. But I mean, my word. Did Kremp and Pentagram really make a good effort for it? I mean, that late hit over towards P3 allowed Smog Alpha to get themselves set up inside of the barber shop. They made sure that they had a player over by that back parking lot area, over by that half wall, making sure that they were at least peppering damage, making sure that you had Pro MR, who was inside of small, making sure that the flank from Kremp that was inevitably going to be coming through did not come in. And then you would just have 2 players that are inside of the barbershop itself. That way you could just play the trade games. That's all you really needed there at the end if you are Smog Alpha. Obviously, Shawnee's team kill on a Kremp did not help out your affair, but Glow Frosty just turning the corner on the half wall over towards back alley to be able to find that 2-piece was the final 2 nails in the coffin, I would say, the least. So even though Pentagram being a really good effort as he took down both Gus and Velux, but not going to be the case at all. Unfortunate scenes for Boston Academy. You know, they make a very deep run in Season 1 of the Elite. Commiserations to them for Season 2. They won't be able to make another Cinderella run happen into playoffs yet again. They'll have to be relegated back down to the qualifier. But, man, this Smog Alpha roster is so fun to watch. Everybody just pops off on any given moment as well. It's just a very, very fun roster that can make some serious waves when it comes to playoff time.
Yeah, especially with kind of, I guess, how youthful these players are, and not just in terms of actual age, but in terms of their notoriety here in challenges, right? We look at players kind of like Velux, who, generally speaking, I think this is his first season playing in challenges. I could be incorrect in saying that. He might even just be a fresh 18-year-old. Either way, he's certainly new to me here, and I think he's new to a lot of people. He is, every single match I see him play, he has proven his name and putting a lot of stock into his gameplay. Smog Alpha looking really good. They win 3-1 over Boston Academy. This Boston Academy roster, of course, able to clutch up on Mercado. Search and Destroy could not clutch up here on Mercado Hardpoint to keep the series and their dreams of staying alive in Elite. Well, alive. So for Smog Alpha, going to win this one 3-1. Andy, any final thoughts as we close that one out?
I just want to go ahead and do some housekeeping real quick because, I mean, look, Alan Shift, he gave this entire speech last time. If you are unfamiliar with Velux, comes from Full Sail Armada. It's the same exact story that comes from Dan Gossi. This is a college athlete that then starts making waves as far as Challengers Opens are concerned, playing through a couple different open tournaments through Cold War. He represented Full Sail Armada in Modern Warfare 2019. And then he starts venturing out, especially through the Vanguard year. Obviously didn't make, you know, the utmost waves as far as opens are concerned. I think, like, when he plays, like, top 24, I want to say at Raleigh, he was playing with, like, Chloe, Trench, and Zinx. And then into Cup number 4 is where he probably made his most emphatic push, where he did place top 3. He joins with Pro MR, Gus, and Hamza, Glow Frosty, and it just, you can't honestly say enough about this guy. He finds himself a good core 3 to be playing with this team. Is obviously has some growing pains to be going through. Some things do need to be cleaned up, but you know, always keep your eye on Velux, who was making a very, very really cool run happen for himself. That it's not just Ghosty that comes from the CCL era. I promise you that much. This team is very fun to watch when it comes down to it.
Yeah, a lot of potential from the CCL there. Shout out to those guys, and of course, and a shout out to Velux, of course, for helping us out here by giving us a really good game and some really good plays. Unfortunately for Boston Academy, though, they are out in 5th place, I believe, or it's actually 6th. Excuse me. They finished in 6th because I think they lost their head-to-head matchup versus Jokers on You there in that one. So this is the final standings at the end of day number 3 and at the end of the round robin stage overall for Group B. We already talked about it coming into today. LAG Academy and Convoy Gaming, regardless of the outcome of their matchup, would qualify. That is what's happened with LAG Academy with a 3-1 victory, guaranteeing the first seed out of this pool, and Convoy Gaming taking 2nd. And then, of course, with Decimate getting their victory and Smog Alpha getting theirs as well, they finish in 3rd and 4th, respectively, at 3 and 2. With Jokers on You and Boston Academy, unfortunately, not making it out.
This bracket is sick. It is sickening. You got Hyped Esports versus Smog Alpha as a winners round 1 matchup. LAG Academy versus Team War. Rocker as well is in the mix as well. I mean, this this might honestly be all speculation. Here's Group A as well as far as seeding is concerned. I'm more than confident in saying this is right. I know Rocker are number 1. They will finish 14-6 as far as map count is concerned. They are undeniably the best team within this group. Got a good run, especially versus Twisted Theory. It's very tough for them when they ended up losing that one series along the way. Go through a roster change. They look pretty darn good today as far as all things are concerned. You have some time in between tonight and tomorrow to make sure that Dak is comfy cozy ahead of that winners round 1 matchup. But Rocker, Hype, Twisted Theory, Team War, we'll see you in playoffs. Omit, Aphelion Esports. I mean, I know Omit are probably going to stick together. I mean, those guys have been playing together thick and thin, but I mean, that Aphelion Esports roster, they do stick together. They have a lot of work to do. Those two teams, the next time that we'll see them will probably be in Texas, maybe minus a cup that I might be forgetting about.
Yeah, I think there's a cup. I think there's a cup first. There might be. Either way, I hope all these teams stick. You know, I think this is something I said just generally speaking about North American challenges. It's gotten a lot better at teams just sticking instead of just like roster changing and like a spaghetti junction of roster changes between every single elite season and every single open event. But yeah, you know, I will say that much. I do hope Omit and Aphelion Esports sticks. They can make it interesting. Texas and season 3 hopefully as well. But regardless, we have our teams for playoffs here in North America, and of course if you guys tuned in earlier on today, you will know that we have our teams for Europe as well. And of course, this only being Wednesday, we've got tomorrow's action on Thursday to kick off the playoffs bracket over in both Europe and North America. Make sure you guys stay tuned at the normal times here on both this channel and We Are Clutch GG for all of the wonderful action. Thank you to everyone for tuning in today's broadcast. We'll see you tomorrow for all of that playoffs action and more here in Challengers Elite.